my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Done my hair up real big, beauty queen style. High heels off, I'm feeling alive. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you're dead. I got that summertime, summertime sadness. Got that summertime, summertime sadness. Got that summertime, summertime sadness. Oh, oh. I got that summertime, I got that summertime, I got that summertime, I got that summertime, summertime sadness. I got that summertime, I got that summertime, I got that summertime, summertime sadness. I'm feeling electric tonight, cruising down the coast, going about 99. Got my bad baby by my heavenly side. I know if I go, I'll die happy tonight. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you're the best. I got that summertime, summertime sadness. Got that summertime, summertime sadness. Got that summertime, summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. I got that summertime, I got that summertime, summertime sadness. That summertime, summertime sadness. That summertime, summertime sadness. Oh, oh, got that summertime, I got that summertime, summertime sadness. That summertime, summertime sadness. That summertime, summertime sadness.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't start coming. Fed you the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so much wrong with taking the back streets. You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. It's a cool place, and you say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the medium man beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting really thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. The world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the years start coming and they don't start coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see, so much more we're taking the back streets. You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't grow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars break the mold.
Days like this, I want to drive away. Pack my bags and watch your shadow fade. You chewed me up and spit me out like I was poison in your mouth. You took my life, you drained me down, but that was then and this is now. Now look at me, this is the part of me that you never gonna take away from me.
All right. I feel like a DJ. Hey everybody, how's it going? It's cold as usual this morning. I was exhausted yesterday. I was on a long and arduous journey taking the bus around the area. I had to go down to the transportation office to the tickets, the bus pass system in our area is so archaic, right? Like we have to go down to the office and physically buy the tickets, or no, not really tickets, but like bus passes. Hey, Wrath, it's my first time talking to you this morning, and we definitely didn't speak to each other directly before the stream started, so yes, good. Pretend that we haven't spoken yet. Thank you. Good job, Mod. Good job. Yes. Keep the illusion alive. I meant to. Yeah, let me make some space for you, right? But yeah, I had to go down and... It's such a weird part of town, right? But weird in a good way. So, the office, like, used to be a train station back in, like, the old Western days. I got a nice picture of it, but I don't want to dox myself, so... But yeah, it basically looks like one of those... one of those train stations you'd see in, like, Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Sorry, this is a good song. But yeah, everybody fucking... I live in such a small, like, town that, like, everybody around me already seemed to know each other. Like, everybody except for me knew the bus driver somehow. Everyone was, like, just like, hey, Marty, how you doing? And, like, people were getting on the bus and stuff. And it was a nice experience, so... But, the whole ordeal, I mean, aside from that, it was just exhausting, because got off the bus, had to walk up to the hospital, which was like a 30-minute walk, and Breath already knows this part of the story, but some guy in a car like pulled up next to me. Oh, shoot, I actually didn't get another song lined up yet. Fuck. What do I want to do? I don't really have, I'm kind of like just pulling up songs that are on my computer right now. So hopefully none of these get like super copyright claimed or anything. I doubt it, but we'll find out, I guess. The only songs I've gotten like big copyright claims for that I had to like cut stuff out of my streams for was, were like Japanese songs, so hopefully I don't get that same problem with these ones, but then I'll know. The good thing about YouTube is that they actually tell me what songs are causing the copyright claim, right? So that's nice. That's something that Twitch doesn't do. They just straight up mute it and don't tell you anything, as far as I knew. So it's a nice change of pace, and they don't have to be like hyper vigilant, because they'll know in the future. Anyway, some guy in a car pulled up next to me, And he wasn't alone. I forgot to mention, there was another lady in the passenger seat next to this guy, right? But, like, I'm walking on the sidewalk, he pulls up next to me, and he's just like, yo, can I get your number? And I'm like, no. I'm not even... Okay, listen. I don't think it was catcalling. I don't think it was you called it catcalling, Reth. I don't think it was, because I'm not attractive. I'm ugly as sin in real life, right? I don't have that kind of physique that people would, like, catcall. Although, it's a flattering thought that was a catcall, right? If so, I've never been catcalled before. Hello, Squeef. But, what happened was, like, I just said no, because, like, why would I give this guy my number? If anything, he wanted me to hand him my phone so he could steal it or something, who knows? But, obviously I said no. Anyone can get catcalled, I know. But, I don't think it's because I was attractive, right? But, then he said, like, hey, you need to go anywhere? You need a ride somewhere? And I'm like, oh no, I'm just going that way. And I point down the sidewalk, and I just say bye and keep walking. And he drives away, but then, like, turns back around, so I was like, oh shit. So I got my phone out, and just, called, like, the first number I possibly could of someone I knew. And was just like, yeah, I just need to talk to someone on the phone right now, just so people know I'm talking to someone. You are less likely to be kidnapped if you are on the phone with somebody. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but I'm sure that statistically it raises your chances by something. But anyway, nothing happened. The guy just drove away, but yeah. So it's not like the situation freaked me out or anything, but it's the first time I had to, like, deal with that. What's funny is I do have pepper spray. I've just never had to use it. You know, probably. Yeah. You're right, Squeef. But no, I wasn't calling the police. Unless they, like, kept following me, then I definitely would have called the cops, right? But, next time I go out on my own, I'm bringing pepper spray just so that I have it. I've never had to use it. I don't think I'll ever have to, if I'm being honest. It was just a strange encounter, but now that I've experienced it, at least in some mild form, it was like getting a vaccine, right? It was like, alright, better prepare for the future now. I don't know. I'm not the kind of person that, like, in the moment, I don't get, like, the freeze response, really. I think maybe my brain turns off to some degree, where I was definitely thinking. I was definitely just, like, keeping, like, the possibilities and my options open. What is this song? Hold on. This sounds familiar, but I don't remember what it is. Well, let's listen to it. But, let me start getting Final Fantasy XIV open. Oh yeah, definitely. I got this pepper spray. I have this. Like, I got it years ago, but I've never had to use it. And I've only done, like, one test spray, so I'm probably gonna have to refresh myself on how to use it. By the way, never spray pepper spray indoors. Not that I know that from experience, I just know that you're not supposed to do that. Oh, hell yeah, this is a good song. Honestly, I have some decent banger songs just, like, on my computer. So, maybe eventually I will just, like, curate my own offline playlist so that I don't have to keep using the YouTube playlist anymore. Would be good to do in the future. I used to use Streamlabs chatbot, which maybe I'll start using again. But yeah, anyway, let's get to, shoot. Forgot to, open up my VTuber thing. Hey, Migs! We'll get to reacting to the Akumu... Hi, Kumo. We'll get to reacting to the Akumu stuff in, like, an hour or two. Oh yeah, I was playing around in Vroid and I made like another thing for no reason. But I'm not using it today. What the fuck? Why are my arms down that way? Hold on. Need to change my arms. There we go. I had a colleague at work who was waiting for someone somewhere and got harassed by a bunch of people in a car passing by. This car circled around and he told me he had to hide at that point. Yeah, again. Kumo, shut up! This is not your stream. You can go away if you don't like it. So Wrath and I are gonna play Final Fantasy XIV for an hour or two. Alright? And then I'm gonna react to the Akumu videos. I know the next one is premiering at noon my time, which is in about... what is it now? It's in about 4 hours. Or 3.5, technically. So that's the plan. Also, hello, Kumo. Yeah, nah. I definitely live in an area that's a lot safer than others, but you never know what could happen. Something I realize is that my eyes are bigger than they should be. At least Kumo's nice to you, Wrath. You're probably the only one Kumo's nice to. I mean, who could not be nice to Wrath, am I right? He's such a sweet boy. He's such a sweet little baby man. Little baby man. Alright. Are you already around? Oh yeah, let me unmute myself in Discord so that you're caught up. Alright, I'm just gonna unmute myself in Discord so that you're caught up with what I'm saying. You don't have the delay anymore. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with what people are saying. It's too early for chat to be this active. I remember him talking about being in this bad side of Manchester where he was near an interaction between two people and one person flashed a gun at them. Since there might sound like nothing is to Americans, but handguns here are very, very rare. Yeah, true. In most, I mean, as far as I know, I don't know if this is true in a lot of states, but at least in Texas, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, self-defense and all that. But, like I've said before, my dad owns a gun, and he conceal carries almost all the time. But he's been very responsible with it, and I don't think he's ever had to use it on anyone ever. Nor does he look for a reason to, because that's what a responsible gun owner should be like. You should never be looking for a reason to use your gun. Alright, let me open up the YouTube playlist. Because I ran out of cool music on my computer. Okay, it's not... I'm pretty sure it's not illegal to own guns in Australia. It's just that they're much higher regulated. I think? Could be wrong. We're really gonna start with this song? Okay. Alright, guess we're starting with this song. I'm guessing, Wrath, you've already seen the, and you can type in the party chat too if you need to. Up to you. Up to you which one's easier. But you've seen the cutscene for after this boss fight, right? It's kind of a long one. I assume you have. Okay, good. That means I can skip it when I get out of here. Alright, I'm ready whenever you are, Wrath. I'm glad that Jace helped you fix your macros because I'm bad at that. I kind of just place things haphazardly on my hotkey bar. Everyone should conceal carry? I mean, except for the mentally ill. Okay, no, that would exclude me. That would exclude me immediately, but I still think there should at least be like some background screening. I don't know. This isn't my field of expertise, clearly, but yeah. You know, I got my first female Uber driver yesterday. She was very nice. But I told my therapist, I was like, dang, I got a female Uber driver finally. And she was like, yeah, I'm sure most girls don't want to be Uber drivers. I can imagine. But she was very nice. She has been sober since April, apparently. Which is good, because I was like, good. It's good that you're sober right now. I would be worried if you were not sober right now. Alright, ready when you are. People in European countries flailing their arms around and shouting to appear larger than predators. Ay. Let's kick this bitch's tits out. Again. Oh, tits off, sorry. Alright, here we go. I like that confidence. Yeah, I do want to start playing White Mage more often in the future. I'm glad that the lag isn't affecting you in-game too much, Wrath. But if it ever gets to a point where it's like consistently like making it harder for you to play the game, we could always move to like the Australian servers. OCE servers. It's only like $18. Okay, it's not really an amount to scoff at, but ass. Skipping the ass, sorry guys. Alright, let's do this. Time to stand in one spot, as a black mage should. Alright, good. Get behind the rock. Good job, good job. She did not get behind the rock. I thought I told the YouTube thing to shuffle. Right, we'll shuffle now. Okay. We need to get rid of these plumes. By we, I mean me and the DPS. You don't have to worry too much about it. You could probably pop a regen on that, on the other black mage. Actually, it would be a good idea to get them healed up to a certain extent. Since we're about to get a party-wide. I fucking died like an idiot. My bad. That might be a wipe because of me. Oh, you're good. Careful. Heal thyself. Get into the circle. Good, good. Good job, good job. Good job. Good healing. It was a close call. Yeah, that death was totally my fault. If it's Kumo. Kumo. God damn it, Kumo. I can't take you anywhere. Black Mage's not helping me at all. That's fine. I don't need Black Mage's help. That works too. Nice! Emo kill you, hi. Sorry for any, lore nuts out there who wanted to watch this. Fine, we'll watch the hot lady real quick. Because she has tits. We'll, keep her on screen for a little bit. Can you guys hear the music okay? Okay. She farted. Nice work! You're definitely getting better, man. God damn it. I can't type. That was some fancy footwork you did there. Hey, Jace. Hell yeah, my baby mama. Shut up, Jace. Alright, we've already seen this shit. Sorry, everybody who wanted to watch the lore. You're just gonna have to figure it out. Okay. Am I caught up to you now here, Wrath? Yo, we get a fucking hat? Let's go! It's not as good as my hat, but it's still a hat. Are you on Reclamation then? Or, are you past that point? The quest should be called Reclamation. Alright, cool. Use your, Aetheryte ticket to go to Waking Sands. You guys already have pet names for each other? Jeez. What have I missed between you two? Actually, that's not fair for me to say, because Wrath and Jace have known each other longer than they know me, so... But hey, I like it when my friends get along with each other. What do you have? Ew! Ew! This fucking dungeon. Fine. I'll pick it up. Whenever this person, this, Nedrick Ironheart, has quests, like blue quests, you might as well just pick them up. Okay, mods, please stop flirting with each other in my YouTube chat. Very unprofessional. Jace, do you wanna, get in on this? Woo, fuck. We're bonding over your Final Fantasy XIV characters? Huh? Our. Okay. Okay, I got you. The nerd emoji is my favorite. You might ship your boys, but what about Grahatia? I wish one of the small Discord servers I was in didn't kind of fall apart. We were all very quickly adopted pet names for each other. Yeah, I mean, I know that Fresh had a server like that. You guys had the Yo Cult, right? And then that fell apart just because of interpersonal friend drama. Too many conflicting personality types. Can be the cream in our... We're on stream, Wrath! None of that. None of that. Uh-oh, I just realized the neck is broken on my V. I don't know why that happens. I know it must be hard for Xander to be back in this place. Ugh, looks like trash, but I'll take it anyway. Shut up, Kumo. I like how I don't have the actual background music going. I just have like I have Panzermensch going on in the background for these like really emotional moments. Ida, hi. Yeah, I know. I don't know why that. It's just because I have a really shitty camera. I guess I can take care of you losers. Should we move? Okay, Ref, can we move to the voice chat in my server? If Jace is gonna join, yeah, he's in Hangout already. Just make sure you both stay muted, that's all. Alright, we're gonna switch over to the Hangout place. God damn it. Alright, Jace, keep your ass muted. I don't want to hear nothing out of either of you. Out of you horny bastards.
I said GG 5 times.
Fuck off! This is my stream. This is my stream. You will not talk in my stream. There, back in your spot where you belong. I'm just kidding. You two are good friends. Okay, we should. Shut up! Shut up!
We're not talking my stream.
I've server muted him. I can't trust you. I can't take you anywhere, Jace. I will not be silenced. Can't trust that bastard. Hey, you guys don't have mod powers in the Discord. Fuck you.
Look, I only said GG 5
oh
times.
My
what does that even
fucking
mean?
god! Go away! You're supposed to be server muted right now. I'm gonna mute you myself. Oh boy, here we go again. I went to unmute and made an autistic noise, but my mic was unplugged, shaking my head. Dude, Jace, I love this foreshadowing. Like, they were foreshadowing this, like, at the very beginning. That's crazy to me. Wink, wink. Because this isn't the Calamity. Dingus. Hey, Spaz. Hi, Heidelin.
Brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright. I am Heidelin. All need one. Hearken unto me now, for the darkness that begins to spread. Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand.
I'm English, and even I can't make sense of that. You want me to turn it up?
The crystals shall be
I know it's a little bit quiet.
Thy blade and shield both.
I could turn down the background music a little bit.
At the appointed hour, thou shalt stay.
No, oh, what Kumu said. Kumo, I see. Alright, is that better? A little bit more quiet?
My child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
She's not English. Okay, whatever. Actually, this is where I'm up to in Lilac Poppy Rose's story so far. Istola! Yeah, I love when Alphino says, let's all take a rest. It just means sleep on the floor. That's usually what it means in Final Fantasy XIV. Let's all sleep on the floor now. So yeah, good news. Not all the Scions were kidnapped. The other Scions were... The Garleans kidnapped the Scions like I almost was kidnapped yesterday. All right. So now we gotta start the process of breaking them out of prison. Hey, Alphino. 'Twas to be expected, I suppose. Alright, I'll meet you outside. And for the people that are just arriving, I will be reacting to Akumu's videos in like an hour and a half. So if you are bored out of your mind right now, you can come back later. Let me try something real quick, since I'm standing here. Oh, looking at a couple of filters on. Oh my. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, Jace, you're gonna follow. You've been tasked with fucking following us around. What do I want? Is it color correction or tone mapping? Pretty sure it's color correction. Oh, there we go. I wanted to... Oh. Nope. That was bad. That was a bad choice. No, that's not right. I wanted to lower the gamma just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Me copy-pasting the definition of sexual intercourse in the asexual person's DMs, we do a little trolling. Gordon Ramsay when I unvirgin all the olive oil. True, though. Hell yeah, we get the EXP bonus too, hell yeah. Yeah, we're headed to Kurthis, so get your coats on. You like my hat? Oh, there's Garuda. She looks a little wall-eyed, though. Finally free from the cutscene. Good to hear it. Good to hear it, Wrath. Oh, this one I know is copyrighted. Let's skip that. I still can't believe Trump said that. I can't believe it when he unvirgin... Holy shit, it looks like I just knocked you the fuck over. Did you see that? From my perspective, that was crazy. I like jumped at the right time. Still mad that they killed off our boy Abba. True. I am still not free. I will not be silenced. Not... Sorry, for the duration of the stream, I have to keep you muted. And if you ever cross me, I'm gonna make really cursed noun posting edits of clips of us disagreeing. I don't... Fuck you! Well, God, what's up with her? She looks like she's suffering. What, me? Yeah, I don't know what noun posting is. Sorry. Nice. With the wink, too, huh? Yeah, what is noun posting? Oh, God. Sorry, my shoulder hurts a lot right now. One sec. I took some painkillers, but they haven't set in yet. Trying to get in a more comfortable position so it's easier on my back. You sent me an example? Oh boy. Alright, one sec. I'm sure the mixture of coffee and painkillers wasn't the best idea in the world. So if I leave abruptly, it's probably because I had to vomit. Just letting you know. Okay. You guys ready to go to Kurthis? Oh yeah, I love doing that. Not unusual. To Kurthis. Yeah, your guys' color schemes are like matching, because he's red, you're blue. Okay, okay, fine. I see how it is. No, you're not getting on my bird. the utter dejection. Alright, hold on, let me see what Kumo sent me. Oh, I don't know if I want to play this on stream. Seems a bit risky. Me trying to get the story done while those two are fucking around. You know, Are you sure? Okay. No, you know what? I don't trust you. I'm muting this. What the fuck is this? Hang on, just so you guys can hear what I'm... So you guys can hear what I'm hearing.
Lives with me. They live down the hallway and I take care of them because they're my kid. You worthless clown. That's why I told you, dick up with my family. Bring them into it to see what happens.
Eat the shit out of me, Daddy. Eat the shit out of me.
What the fuck is this? What even is this? Listen, after you sent me the Mud Hut video, after you sent me that video on stream, I don't trust you no more, Kumo. You've broken that trust. Of course, Mr. President made this. Well, now it's these guys talking. Shut up. That's what I'm gonna do if we beef? Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. I don't get it. Is it just like all the stupid shit that they've said, but just heavily edited? I don't get it. It feels like a fever dream. Anyway. It's Biggs and Wedge. Ugh. Get the microphone closer to me. And what the fuck is the title of the video? I know, it says Leobotomy. So what? Is it just supposed to simulate a lobotomy? I don't get it. Oh boy, having flashbacks. I'm sorry, Kumo, I just don't get it. Why does everything gotta make fucking sense for you? I kinda get it. But at the same time, I don't get it. I'm thinking of commissioning, Akans. Oh shit, it's the bad guys. I'm thinking of commissioning Akans, like if I draw my character, I want Akans to digitally color it. Because I can't do that shit. We'll see. There he is. I need to get that soundbite. There he is. It's Jace's favorite character. He does the voice for this guy in our Bridge series. Okay, they're not completely lost on me, Kumo. Your third favorite? Oh, fair enough. They're not completely lost on me, okay? Abstract memes can be funny. That doesn't mean they're all funny, though. I gotta draw again, nothing over the top this time. Yeah, no, your picture was still good. But yeah. Maybe a little less ass next time. The Redeemer is your puppy? True. Gaius is a real one, dude. I know he's supposed to be like a bad guy and shit, but he's still cool in my book. They're always funny. Oh! 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 Guys, Jess just looked at Olivia and said, "My quarters, 1 hour." Oh, Stevie. More like gayest. Well, clearly not. Yeah, well, thank you. Hang on. Stay right there. Stay right there. Ew, ah. Did you wait? Hey, but did you pick up the next quest, Breath? Oh, okay. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Did you? Whisper, whisper, whisper. Alright. Hop on. Aw. Oh, right. We should grab this quest. Sorry, we should grab this before we go. Always good to grab the dungeon quests. Those will open up extra dungeons for us. Dog. You like boys. No. No. Red, get on. We got work to do. We have a limited amount of time here. Men. Move it or lose it, pal. Woman. And then we'll talk to this girl up here. Yeah, Jace, like I said, some of these quests are not part of the MSQ, like this one. These are just like extra ones. Oh, hell yeah. Do you have a favorite fucking song? Well, except for Dragon Song. Alright. Haha, duty. No, you can't jump into the fire. Oh my god, it's like wrangling 2 children. Get on! Not you! No. No. This is Wrath's spot. Wrath, get on. Oh my god. You too. I will leave you two behind. God damn it. Okay, fine. That works too. Yeah, this position is much easier on my back. Hello, William Afton. His name's William Afton. It's me, Five Nights at Freddy's. The animatronics do get a bit quirky. There's footprints in the snow. Go check them out. Oh my god, you two. Yeah, good role-playing, Jace. Yeah! When are you gonna put on your new equipment, Breath? You've been wearing that cloak for a little too long. It's getting stinky. There you go. Uh-oh, stinky. Jace just running around indiscriminately killing things. Wasn't me. Now you guys are color coordinated. Look at you. Donkey. I'm walking and I'm still going faster than you two. What is that fucking outfit? You sent me something? Let me take a look. I'm not falling for it, Kumo. You can't get me this time. Don't diss the shadow, loser! Yeah, I like your guys' coordinated, like, color-coordinated clothes now. The CCC, as I call it. None of them are bait? God, okay. First one.
Signs that you are not straight.
Number one.
Okay. You like boys. Nuh-uh. Shut up. Yo, what the fuck? Go to Hell is basic. I hope your niche interest is popular. Hold on. I'm trying to do two things at once here. Wedge! Go to Hell is basic. I hope your niche interest gets popularized, heavily misinterpreted, and turned into a meme, and you two's turns one of the characters into a plush is unique. It's horrifying. It happened to me. And it's just a cat getting pet in the background. What the fuck?
Bruh, why is you coming up to me smiling for? You don't see everything going on in the world? Man, wipe that smile off your
My school is not real.
I wouldn't even judge you. I wouldn't even judge you. Actually, was mom. Stop edging in my class. I know it.
Sorry, I'm sorry, you two. You guys can mute me in the Discord if you need to. Stop edging in my class.
Yo, how the hell they got a lion in the back seat? And why is he staring at me? Wait, hold on, Coco, chill, bro. It's not even that deep. Yo, how the hell they got a lion in the back seat? And why is he staring at me? Wait, hold on, Coco, chill, bro.
I need to start opening these up in browser so I can show them, like, on stream. That'd be funny. My neck is out of whack again. How'd this happen? Am I too loud? Rip to your ears. Oh my god, what are you doing? Nice ass. Thanks, it's built for you. No, it wasn't. You know that's a lie. That's a lie and you know it. I don't know if I'd call those abstract, though, because those actually have, like... No. There you go. Nope. Ow! Fuck! Ouch! Fuck, you fucked me up. God damn it. You stick the lizards on us. Well, we found one of the engineers. No, don't say that shit on stream. How the fuck do any of them make sense? Name 2 contexts that make you laugh. Okay, the teacher telling her students not to edge in her class. That's funny. The dog smiling at the guy and he's just like, what the fuck are you smiling for? That's funny. The lion in the car and the guy being like, why is there a lion in the car? And then he turns around, there's a kitten in his car and he's just like, hey, chill. Those have context to them. Those have, like, a tangible thing. The one that's like, you're gay, nuh-uh. That's something tangible. It's like a joke and a punchline that you can follow. It's the absurdity that makes it funny. It's absurdist humor. I would not call that abstract. Ah! Ah! I would not call that abstract humor. Abstract humor would be like the Leobotomy thing that you sent me. Just watching this happen. This music paired with this on my stream. Yippee! Alright, off we go. We got an hour left, boys. Let's make it count. No! Stop pissing in the campfire! Come on. Hop on. Gross. I'll eat them. I'll kill you. Oops. I went the wrong way. This way. Oh fuck. Oh shit. What happened? Did you forget something? Yeah, what? Did you forget the quest? How do I get off? That's for you to figure out, bro. You should know by now. Figure it out, Dorcas. When you get on a mount, there's usually another skill bar that pops up. your mount button. Click it. There you go. Good job. He always fucking forgets a quest. Sat in the fire for like 2 minutes and he still forgot the quest. Acting like they pay the bills. I'm the one who pays rent around here, not these losers. Alright, let's go. Leave him behind. Quick, run. God damn it. You smelled the lobotomy reaction? Oh, I fucking hate this place. Well, at least I'm not alone. We'll all die together in this cave. How have you guys not even left the tower? Guys, we have an hour! We have 52 minutes! 51 and a half. You guys can, you know, you guys can bet your eyes at each other later. Thank you for healing me when I didn't need it. Now he's just showing off. Yeah, usually when I do this quest alone, I always die. Because everything in the area, like, wants to kill you. My Pookie got the best heals. Get on, Pookie. Nebraska. Okay, I will admit I thought it was just gonna be Nebraska the entire video. If you're not gonna get on, I'm gonna leave without you. Fine, have it your way. I see how it is. Fine! My bird's bigger than yours anyway. You don't deserve me. And my big bird. And that's not a euphemism. Brain melty, I can tell. Now we gotta run all the way up to the top of the tower and then run back down. Look out below! The hell are you guys doing? Where is he going? What are you? God damn it. These two, I swear to God. Let's just aggro everything in the area. Like me. Okay, show off. I gotta be honest, my Final Fantasy character, Enlaa, she doesn't really have any lore, really, in this. My side character, Miyaka, she has more lore than my main does. Ha! Loser. Kumo sent me more memes. Slap that ass. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that so you guys don't have to see the degenerate shit they're posting. No! We've been suppressed! Yep. Now your words can't hurt me. Damn it, I can't put you to sleep. Yep, there he goes. Well, let me see these memes that Kumo has shared with me. Hold on. I'm going to, where is it? Look. For some reason, it's not showing itself. The fuck? Oh. What? Oh, right. Okay. Never mind. I was showing the wrong thing, that's why. But, hold on. I said to open it, and then it didn't open it. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. Can you not? Oh, I see. It opens it up just to download it. Damn. I can't show it on stream, Kumo. I tried. I'll just play the audio. I don't get it. Oh, yeah, I get that one. Would you punch your friend for 1 million? Me checking if it's stackable. I see. Don't get it. Shut up. Okay. Shut up. Alright. Hey! Nice, astrologian? Yeah, that's what I thought. Astrologian, sorry. I don't know why they pronounce it that way in this game. It's stupid. Ayo, he's spitting fat. Get off the bird! Now look what you did. Fuck off. Me staring at the rotting, horrifying bipedal elk. Wait, where are we going? Hold on. Where the fuck are we going? This way. Going north. Me staring at the rotting, horrifying bipedal elk. Monster that just woke me up. Asking, are you the one who's been saying you want that... when does he? I don't understand. What's with the pit of gore? Oh, that's not gore. Those are crystals. You're talking about this, aren't you? Yeah, no, it's an impact site from when the calamity happened. It's not gore, although it looks like it, doesn't it? Nah, it's just red crystal. And there's a giant in there for some reason. What's with the gore pit? Are you guys lost? What are y'all doing? I'll just do this while they catch up. Yeah, likely story. Okay, anyway. I thought that the name Smoke and Mirrors, I thought I said Smoke and Miners. Nah. OBS be lagging, though. OBS do be lagging. I might play Satisfactory while we're watching these Kumu videos, by the way. Oh god. Come here, come here. Come here, you bitch. No! Get over here. Which one? Other guy. Fuck. Oh well, this works too. Why is he already dying? What the hell? Get off of him! Why my boy already dying? There we go. Thank you, Ishtola. Oh god. I need to get this bastard off of Ida. Oh, sorry, Ishtola, not Ida. Sorry, their names are pretty similar. My rotation is coming together. I'm starting to actually do damage. Oh, fuck off. Get off of them! I can't. It's fine, I'm full health. I can take it. Fuck off of me! Yay, we did it! We did it, team. Let's see them beat that. I like to see Jace beat that. Yeah, I gotta adjust myself. I'll beat you up. No, you can't. Because, you'd be picking on a literal midget. You'd be picking on the crippled. And you know, you'd get in trouble for that. So, fuck you. Well, guess we're waiting for them to finish theirs. Jace, where are you right now? Where'd you go? Ishgard, well get back, get your ass back here! Funny face. I'm finding a good song that isn't... I'm trying to find a good song that isn't cringe.
I know you think...
Man, there's nothing good right now on my playlist. Fine.
If you had... Mom spaghetti... Did you capture it? Or just let it slip? Yo.
Oops.
This palm spaghetti, knees weak, arms spaghetti. There's vomit on his sweater.
Why are you wearing that in the cold? Oh, I see. Don't... I'm not gonna be able to hear it on stream. Alright, fine. Do you want to play us something? Of course. Children of the land, do you hear? Echoes of truth that once rang clear. Two souls entered. Sorry. Go on. I was trying my best. I... That's Kingdom Hearts, isn't it? Yeah, bards can play, music. Nice. Alright. Boys, we got 30 minutes left. Let's make it count. Please. Let's please make it count. We've barely done anything. No. Like... Okay. Can we not? Fuck off! I'm leaving. Oh, nice. It'll let you use custom inputs? Yeah. You can play anything, basically. Like, if you ever played Mabinogi, that's the earliest game that I know that had, you know, like, custom musical instruments implemented that you could play. I've seen Jace do it. I've never done it myself. But, it's like, it kind of turns it into, like, a rhythm game where you have to, like, follow the notes. But I think you can also do custom input, too. Like, freehand, I think. The dodo bird a cutie. What, Jace? Yeah, he's pretty cute, I guess. Anyway. What timing? Big switch! That was a weird pose for the guy to make. He just immediately got on his knees. He assumed the position. Yeah, the Garleans they doggone teleported into the Waking Sands. In middle school, I had a classmate. His name was Jonathan Sands, like Sands. And probably shouldn't have said both of his first name and last name, but sorry, didn't mean to. Whatever, you'll probably won't find him online. But, everyone just called him Sans in school. And so, like, I was looking back at old, like, home videos that I had, and everyone's just like, Sans! Sans, get over here! And I'm just like, what? Huh? Sans? I should probably redact that after the stream. It probably doesn't matter too much. Sans? Yeah. Then you saw a midget skeleton smiling. OMG, real. Yeah. No, Sans didn't exist back then. Just this kid. Minfilia and the others still want for rescue. Hell yeah, they do. We're going to our favorite place now. I'm excited. We're gonna go to Mordana. For real this time. Oh my god, you guys have not been paying attention at all, have you? Ain't no way. You haven't done the You haven't even done the cuts. Oh my god. What have you been doing? God damn it. Can't take you two anywhere. You want to see Graha T or not, bro? What?
I know you think I'm this
Fuck off.
perfect
Hold on.
Guy.
Sorry.
But they're
Great. Oh, it's not done yet. Great. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. That's called Kid Gets Hit by a Car. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jace. You're applauding yourself. Oh my god. We are never gonna make it to Endwalker at this pace. We'll get there in 3 years. In 3 years' time. Fuck's sake, playing this Castlevania game and of course fast forward and then skip at the perfect time. So Alucard says, "I'm coming, Mom." Fuck. Thank you. Alright, let's go to Revenant's Toll at long last. Yeah! What? Oh, wrong way. One step closer. I don't know what he's doing. Leave him in the snow. He's demented. He's gone mad. All he does is play the trumpet in the snow. No, leave him. Leave him. He's gone. He's gone forever. Oh lord, he coming. We gotta get to Mordata before he gets here! Oh, he coming. Oh, he coming. Mulch gang for life. Yeah, compared to these two? Yeah. Alright. I gotta grab this real quick. I think you already have it. Look at this! As a white mage, you should... Oh, I should show you where to get the quest so you can get this mount. I'll do that next time we go to Gridania. Or next time you're doing your job quests or whatever. Yeah, Opera GX is, like, suffering right now. If the Garleans were alerted to our coming... This part is a little tedious. But we can get through it. Basically, we have to get, just so you don't have to pay super close attention, Wrath. Basically, they're like, oh, we gotta get into the Garlean, fortress, but we'll need a disguise, and we'll need some, Magitech armor, so that we have some firepower. So that's kind of our little mini mission right now, is to get those things. Little tedious, but it's the name of the game. Could be worse. They're all looking down at me. 5'11", looking up at all their 6'0" friends. This guy hates them too, by the way. This guy's got an interesting story that he'll tell us later. But just know that for now, like, just know that he's got a reason to hate the Garleans too. This girl's name is Sugar Shack. Yep. What are you doing? Yeah? Cool. Alright, you caught up? All good to go? Oh yeah, Jace, last time we were here, there was a guy out here cosplaying as, Urianger. Hot bunny boy alert? Where? Oh, there he is. No, that's not him. No, I think he went inside the place that we can't go into yet. Anyway, hop on. You missed! I know you missed him. Ripperoni. Alright, your quest is down this way, yeah? Down the road? Hey, Jace, can you come protect us from these stupid frogs? You know the ones. Thank you. They are so fucking annoying. We'll let him clear. Look at that. What a Chad. It's like his favorite mount, I'm pretty sure. Okay, you don't have to protect us from the innocent sprites that didn't do anything wrong. These frogs, however, they know what they've done. You just stabbed him in the ass. Oh, fuck off. Mulch referenced. Wait, are we going the right way? Yes, I think. Yeah. We'll have to clear the way. Morble moment. Watch out for his gastric attack. There we go. Nope, no time.
I really ship this. This is really it, sis. Ask for tea. Snatch my wig, sis. My squad is famine. My bay is green. My wig's been
Neato.
shipped, sis.
This way.
Its way to the Philippines.
Hopefully. Hopefully I went the right way this time. I think so. Yeah, I did. Where Jace? I don't know. Probably still playing the trumpet somewhere. Oh shit. I got you. Oh, you got them both on you? Oh no, look out, look out, look out. You're late. Shut up, you two. Alright, incoming. Bugs. Okay, well, that works too. I'm just like chest deep in this swamp water. They just called Urianger annoying. You know, they keep saying that the Garleans don't have, I think this is interesting, because, why, as a Lalafell, why are we able to have a third eye? Because the third eye is the Garlean thing, right? Like, if you look at my character... Oh, let me take... Oh, god damn it. Just get away from this guy. Because, like, my character, Hoshi... Or Holic, sorry. He's got the Garlean third eye. Like, for some reason, you can put that on your Lalafell characters. No idea why. Because, like, as far as I know, only pureblood Garleans have the third eye, right? But then, if my character is a pureblood Garlean, then that means that he shouldn't be able to use magic. So, it's very confusing, see? Maybe he's special. I haven't really looked into that, but I kind of want to. I'm gonna go behind this guy. I guess we could have teleported back. I'll do that next time. Yep, they're there. Yep. Alright, this is where the MSQ kind of splits into two again. Where we have to do like two different things. So the first quest is with Sid, and then the second one is with this guy. Just so you don't get confused. You're looking up at that man. You were like invested in whatever he's saying. Alright, hop on. You got everything? Good. Alright, we'll just do whatever the closest thing is first. Which will be this thing. Alright. That's the first one. The other one should be clean though. They shouldn't have any other things. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, never mind. I guess there's one more. Guess what we're in? We're in a fucking loop. Again. Thank you, Jace. I might just turn the background music on. Ouch, I'm hurting. Thank you. That plasmoid got sent to the Shadow Realm. There we go. Well, we gotta do adventuring and shit. Alright, on to the next thing. fuck off. That's why these guys are annoying. Fuck off. They do not care about directional sight. Oh, look! A Garlean for you to kill. Throw rocks at him! Yippee! Oh, there's more. Breath? Breath decided to check out. You missed the action, buddy. Oh, the shit with the lens flare is very pretty. How come these guys have the same hairstyle and build? They're like twins. He gherkin the Turkin. Oh god. He disassociated. Alright. Let's head back. Wurmst. Xander just becoming violent. Come back to Revenant's Toll. Get your boyfriend to give you a teleport there. Oh shit, this guy's just like you. This guy's just like you, Wrath, for real, for real. What are you guys doing? This guy was like, so did you memorize the salute? No, 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 don't demonstrate. It might send me into a rage. That's what he said. Get your asses back here. Fuck. We only got like, we got 3 minutes left. We're gonna kill more later, I promise. God damn it. There you go. Thank you. I see he's got his fairy GF with him. I did an in-character thing and beat the shit out of some Garleans. Well, we're about to go back and do that again, too. Or at least we would be if we weren't running out of time. Nice! Only 3 levels away from level 50. Alright, this will be the last quest we do before I gotta switch gears. Saved... Okay. Thank you. Alright, let's kill some Garleans. You're just auto-attacking, you're just hitting him with your staff. Oh, fuck you! Oh yeah, Jace, that works. He's a small enough level. Sleep deprived gang on top. You're just in time, North, because we're about to switch over to reacting to the Akumu videos after I take a short break. Also, I'm dying. Thank you, thank you, Breath. Got a little bloodthirsty there, huh? Hell yeah. Alright. Gotta head back to Revenant's Toll again. I'll do the honors. And he does a jig. Hey guys. Yep. Hello. I don't know how they're gonna make these clothes fit me, but they'll figure it out. Huh. Did not know that. There's some lore for you. Neat. Thank you. Wrath, you wanna come finish the quest? He's wearing that old shirt again. I don't know if you notice. He keeps putting that shirt on. I don't know why. Pretty. Oh, there she is. Thick. Alrighty. Yep, I sure did. Yep, as Imperialists do. Yeah, Ninja was one of my first classes that I tried out, but I ended up not liking it all that much. I think it was a little too complex for my liking. Oh yeah, have you showed Wrath the rabbit thing yet? Yes. I'm gonna have to take a break after this. Jeez. Alright, I'll have to take like a 5-minute break once we're done here. Mental breakdown. Alright, you two. I assume you guys will keep playing. You guys have fun. I'm gonna switch over to, break time. Yeah, there's the rabbit. He's hating it right now. Well, you don't gotta put it on right now. We're done for now with the, quest stuff. But, Jace, you can help him do his, job quests and keep up on that. Or you guys can do some of the bonus dungeons. Alright. You guys have fun. I'll see you later. Alright. As for the rest of you, I am going to be right back. I have to go stretch my shoulder and you know, just have a little bit of a break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Alright, I'm back. Sorry it took a bit longer than I thought. I was going and doing some, like at-home physical therapy for my shoulder. It's the trap muscle, man. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This happens every couple of years where it just gets really stiffened up, and I have to do stretches every day to make sure it doesn't hurt too much. But I'm back, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this reaction stuff set up real quick. I am very eager to see what Akumu has in store for us. Second. Okay, OBS is being, not OBS, Opera GX is being a bitch right now. Sick. Hello. Alright. There we go, much better. Alright. We'll start with the first one. The first one's 17 minutes. And then the Ponderous Sprocket one, oh, the Ponderous Sprocket one is an hour and 30 minutes, so this might take us a while to get through, but I'll try to get through it as quickly as I can without missing anything. So, yeah. Let me just set this up properly before I forget. Oops. There it is. And now I'll just move myself here. There we go. Let me adjust a couple more things. So Akumo, that's basically their ship name at this point. Akumu and Kumo have been hyping up this this series for quite a while. So, and people in my server have had some good things to say about it. So, I'm curious to see what they've got going on. I am going to be playing Satisfactory in the background. So if you want to see me play that, I can set that up, but I'll probably just keep it off so you guys don't get distracted. Unless you don't mind. I can switch to that too, it don't matter. But I'll just turn the audio for it off so that you guys don't have to hear it. Alright. I think Kumo might have dipped, so I'll let him know. I'll let Akumu know too, unless he wanted to be in the chat. Alright, without further ado, let's give the floor to Akumu.
After going over my archives to produce a thorough timeline with detailed information and events, The project has finally arrived. My retrospective series on this group and
Let me
their
know if
holy
it's too
crusade
loud
to
or too
drag me
quiet.
and others down with them. Their successful bamboozling of the community they reside
Haven't
in.
watched
This is the
haven't watched the third premiere. I don't think the third premiere is out yet. I think that's happening at noon, which for me is in 2.5 hours. Well, it's technically in 2.5 hours for everybody, unless I'm wrong.
first episode of the
Actually, no, I am wrong, aren't I? No, I'm not. Wait a minute. Well, now I'm confused. When is the next one happening? Shit, I can't see
After
it.
going over my
Okay,
archives
whatever.
to produce
We'll
a
figure it
thorough
out
timeline
later.
with detailed information and events, the project has finally arrived. My retrospective series
just
on this
right?
group and their
Good.
holy crusade to drag me and others down with them. Their successful bamboozling of the community they reside in. This is the first episode of the Fruitcake Cox. Before we get into the fun,
I will say, Akumu needs to get a better microphone, unless this is just his thing now.
let's do a rundown for some context.
Okay.
I'm talking about the FCK or the Fruitcake Club, an art commentary group with some of the favorites like Just a Robot, LS Mark, Mad Libs, Fuchsia
Oh, wait,
Butters,
hold on.
Miss Easy, Nazi Monster,
This might be, good to follow.
FCK or the Fruitcake Club, an art
I want
commentary
to see if I've seen any of these screenshots yet.
group with some of the favorites like Just
So yeah, he has access to the Fruitcake Club Discord, the original one. And Slimmers is the one that gave him access to this server. So it's not like those two were on bad terms or anything. But yeah, it's called the FCK, the Fruitcake Club. And I've gone over this a little bit in one of my previous streams, so if you've been paying attention. But you can see Just a Robot is also in here. Mimi Diggs, Scorchy, I don't know who that is, and Butters, Fuchsia Butters. Anyway, we'll let this go on.
a Robot, LS Mark,
Ellis Mark was in here. I can't believe that. So I know Ellis Mark. I've never spoken to Ellis Mark personally, but I edited for Sunny, who was friends with Ellis Mark. I don't know if they're friends anymore though.
Mad Lib,
Interesting picture here, but Mad Libs is also in here. So he's showing when they joined the server.
Fuchsia Butters,
And of course Fuchsia Butters is in here.
Miss Easy, Nazi Monster, The Name's Junkie, Nani, Toby Majestic, Toasty Vanilla, Doodle Tones.
Oh man, they're going so fast. So yeah, Doodle Tones is in here. Susie Doodle.
OMG,
OMG? Is that Jamesy up here? Yeah, it's Jamesy says Slim sent me an invite. And I think OMG IJ, whatever his fucking name was, but James, he was also a minor at the time.
IJ
Same with Slimmers.
252, Teddy That Draws, One Man,
And Teddy is also a minor.
Vanilla, Doodle Tones,
Or
OMG,
was at the time. I don't think he is anymore.
IJ 252, Teddy That
See. So it looks like this is a deleted account of Teddy's, but it says I got markers, happy Teddy noises, hand them over, no darn why. It must be like a mute chat or something.
That Draws, One Man Show Off,
Rump? I actually don't know who that is.
Mimi Diggs, Chaos 55T, and Ben the Looney. Oh, and let's not forget Hopeless Peaches.
What? So Vanilla says, help, I'm being gangbanged by Brits. And he has 2 DMs from one person and then Hopeless Peaches. So, okay, this is good to know that this was Hopeless Peaches' old icon. And then they at Hopeless Peaches, and then a deleted user responds by saying, bruh. So this deleted user could be Hopeless Peaches. But that has yet to be verified. But this does lend... I mean, I feel like this is enough to show, to me anyway, like, I believe that Hopeless Peaches was definitely in this server. I mean, that kind of goes without saying. Still, just to make sure you have concrete evidence, it's still good to have that proof.
with connections to others like Ponder Sprocket and Darkness Stone. To those who keep up with the art community's dramas, some of these names may be familiar, especially Toby Majestic, considering her hypocritical condemning of Ben the Looney and What That Shit Show.
Oh yeah, that was something I forgot to do beforehand, is to look into the Toby drama, because I know nothing about that. I know people are giving me a TLDR in my server, but...
Started. Though that isn't the only thing that group has done.
I'm sure
it is
he'll
what
talk
they're
about
known
it at
for,
some
and
point.
that's why I've made this series. Many of the FCK's antics were entirely overlooked, ignored, and swept under the rug by the art community. The same community that often claims to care about truth and accountability. Those are the moral standards they wave around in every drama. And yet, many of the things I'm going to be talking about in this series have not even been mentioned or talked about by any of them, except the Toby situation, obviously. We will get to Toby eventually. When it's her time, don't worry. No one will be left out. This all started with a drama that hit the art community in September of 2019. Of course, like that of the commentary community, everyone talked about it in September. Madame and Slammers was the talk of the town. Madame didn't credit her artist, and then attempted to dox her.
Right,
One particular
all that.
individual was Toasty Vanilla, who hopped on the bandwagon on September 25th of 2019 with a video called My Personal and Kinda Shit Experience with Madame, which got 10k views. He would later go on to create the Fruitcake Club and invite many people that had issues with Madame or made videos on Madame in September. Why? Because the group was apparently made to take down Madame.
Oh, okay, hang on. So this is on December 16th, 2019. Toasty Vanilla says, "At everyone, I presented the idea to Nani, but she hasn't responded yet because she probably forgot or something, so I'ma present it here. Y'all wanna go to Christmas caroling around Discord as our big collab, since we never really did a big collab to attack Madame. Oh wait, y'all wanna go to Christmas caroling around Discord as our big collab, since we never really did a big collab to attack Madame, since she kinda just didn't do anything and accepted defeat at the end of the year, and the end of the year is nearing. So let's just do a bunch of Christmas carols around Discord." Sounds pretty lame. That sounds lame as hell. Christmas caroling on Discord. Shut up, that's lame. Me and Jamesy can edit it up if he's down for that, but that just sounds like a fun way to wrap up this whole drama off with a nice little bow. Thoughts, comments, or concerns, please? So, I'm not sure when the server was created. I can only assume it was created around this time. But yeah, it does kind of show that their intentions behind, you know, coming together was to collab to attack Madame, based on Vanilla's wording here.
My involvement comes from when I was following Slammers on Instagram and saw her posts. This was mid-September of 2019. Contrary to popular belief, I didn't watch or look up to Madame. I didn't even know who she was.
Well, that's interesting to note that I'll try not to pause it too much going here on out. But that's interesting to note that Akumu was actually following Slammers first, not Madame.
I went to YouTube and started making fun of the people who bitched and screamed art thief. One of these individuals was Miss Zizi, who made a Twitter post on September 24th, whining about me, whining in her comments. I realized that many of these art losers dwelled on Twitter, practically lived on it, and that was where I should fuck with them. So I did exactly that. I made a Twitter and began fucking with them. One of the earlier individuals being Miss Easy, who had this to say in response to me. Unfortunately, my account is suspended. Editing me here, and I just wanted to explain something because if I don't, it does come up later in the series. If I don't explain it, the art commentary audience and potentially some of their content creators will try and latch onto it to accuse me of hiding shit again. So to explain, when I signed on to Twitter, or X as it's now called, as it's been rebranded, I started scrolling through my Twitter feed, and ever since the rebranding, it'll only load a certain amount of tweets on your suspended account, and then it'll just randomly stop, and it'll give you this error that says...
It'll do that for active accounts as well. It's really annoying.
This account is suspended, and it doesn't have permission to do this, or some kind of fucking blue error pop-up. I got irritated by it because I wanted to screenshot absolutely everything so I could address absolutely everything and put these claims to rest. So I appealed to get them unsuspended. And they got unsuspended as of recording this in November. I do have the accounts under protected tweets, but that's specifically because I have to give credit to the art community. They're extremely relentless, and last time mass reported the accounts into fucking suspension, and I don't want that happening again. As I'm scrolling through them, to get evidence. So yes, the accounts are unsuspended, and yes, I have them under protected, but just to prove that I'm not trying to fucking hide anything and I don't care to hide anything, here's that same interaction that I just showed you in the video between me and Miss ZZ, but with my account unsuspended now, because the screenshot that I previously took was when the—
Ah, I see. So yeah, I think he showed these a little bit earlier, but it showed that the account was suspended. But we can see the same interaction here in September of 2019 between Ms. ZZ and Akumu. What's interesting to note, and he'll definitely bring it up later, is that Ms. ZZ was the one who ended up started spamming like really sexual and degenerate stuff in Akumu's comment section. And let me remind you that Akumu was 16 at the time, and not Fuchsia Butter, and Ms. ZZ clearly knew that. Because ZZ says, you're not special or smarter than her, dude. You're also a child, both age and by the way you think of the situation. And yeah, Akumu also says... Akuma says, no, if anything, my view on the situation is far superior to yours. It's also rather pathetic. I'm 16 and have a better understanding than an adult. With a following, let that sink in. So, it goes without saying that Akumu was 16 at the time, and they knew this.
The account was
suspended. So just understand that going forward.
Here's a little interesting piece of trivia that'll come up later. But as you can see, the interaction between me and Ms. ZZ happened on September 25th of 2019. The reason that's interesting is 2 days later, on the 27th, I said I was going to possibly wipe my tweets or delete most of them.
Heads up, after I publish my video, I'm gonna delete most of my tweets. So he says this. Okay. So that directly goes against the claims. I see. Okay, so he's saying that he's deleting the tweets. He ended up not deleting them, evidently, though, because they're still here. But his reasoning is there won't be a use for them afterwards. I have one video. If I say I'm going to upload, I'm going to. Why the fuck would I say I am to not do it? Yet I've done everything else so far. It might be finished by tomorrow. Might. That's him responding to somebody. But yeah, the Punch Sprocket and Nezzy say in their video, like, he's been deleting tweets, trying to hide his actions, but that's not the case, because even though he says here, I'm probably gonna delete my tweets because it's redundant to have both the video and tweets both arguing the same thing, I assume. So that's why he maybe said he was gonna delete them. So it wasn't necessarily to hide anything. But then he ended up not deleting them, even though then later they claimed that he deleted them. It's all very confusing.
Because there won't be a use for them. And the FCK used that to claim that I was trying to delete my tweets to hide them.
Well, there you go. I'm just talking ahead of it now.
Basically,
I'm just trying to explain what I know about the situation now, because I've spoken to Akumu in private. And he's explained a lot of this to me in depth.
Just trying to say that I was malicious and nefarious and trying to hide my actions. Yet I have this interaction between me and Miss ZZ right here still. So clearly, if I was deleting all of my tweets to hide them, why is this?
No, you're not that late at all.
Prepared, bruh. The artist is a child. Of course, they aren't well prepared for things. That doesn't mean you get to pin the blame on them, especially when they're villainized by an adult who should know better.
Yeah. So far, Akumu's. I'll try to let it play from here on out, but. It's good that Akumu, he's doing a good job at, like, pre-explaining things. Because, like, obviously if he was just to throw up a tweet or a screenshot like this, a lot of people would be like, why are things hidden, you know? So he understands, like, hey, here's why in certain screenshots context might be missing, but here are the same screenshots with the context so that you can follow. So he's doing a good job at, like, laying down the groundwork, so that's been very helpful so far.
You're not special or smarter than her, dude. You're also a child, both in age and by the way you think of the situation. No matter how much it's explained to you on how wrong it is, you stay in your bubble and say no. It's tiresome. Though I remember being that way when I was 16. I'm sure you'll grow out of it. Just do teenager things. Go to school and eat your veggies, alright?
Alright, I have mixed feelings about when adults... And I can't really judge too much because I've done this too. But it's just like... It's this sort of condescension of being like, well, you're just a kid, so you just don't know what you're talking about. I remember being that way when I was 16. You'll grow out of it. There is this condescension to it. And again, I can't really judge because I've done it before in the past, but I do see that it is annoying when you hear it coming from people who are clearly not that emotionally or mentally adept. Just saying.
She talked about how it's wrong for a child to be villainized by an adult, only for her to later participate in a group of adults villainizing a child. She tried to be condescending about my age, that I was just a child, and yet just a few months later she had no problem spamming degenerate shit in that same child.
Yeah, and I've shown some of these screenshots before, but Ms. Easy, the one he was just arguing with on Twitter, would go on to start posting stuff on his YouTube videos, such as, "Oh noes, oh whoa, what's this white sticky coming out of my pee-pee? Oh god, it's everywhere. Daddy, help, my womb and me is all dirty. Help me clean it. Oh, dad." Like, just very degenerate stuff and inappropriate. And what's interesting, I don't know if he's gonna show it in this video. What's interesting, and I saw this in the screenshots that he's posted before on his account, is that Ms. Easy is, I'm pretty sure Ms. Easy is the one that took this screenshot, considering that the comment was posted a second ago. Ms. Easy is the one that, oh yeah, I know, Wrath. Ms. Easy is the one that screenshotted this post and then posted it in the Discord as a way to brag. So the other people in the FCK have seen this. They have seen this screenshot, and I don't really know exactly what their reaction to it was, but it probably wasn't like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? He's 16," as you would expect, right? So,
Child's comments. The point I'm making, and that will be emphasized as this series goes on, is that many of the things this group said would either bite them in the ass later, or they'd end up contradicting. Hindsight has not been so kind to them. One of the things I quickly learned is the art community's overall inability to handle an opinion other than the general consensus, their extreme sensitivity, and their moral monologues. Power tripping on the self-serving idea they'll hold people accountable and that justice needed to be served. Guess what anime characters fit that fucking description? That is the very reason I used Light Yagami and Zamazu while mocking them on Twitter, which I continued to do.
Okay, so that's where the Light Yagami thing comes from.
One of the people watching this unfold was Madlib's Art, another art commentary loser. She was the first of the Fruity Posse to take a swing and kick off this venture with a video titled Madame's White Knight, uploaded on the 28th of September. In the video, she read my tweets and had a good laugh, and it was admittedly pretty funny.
Since most people that I've seen who know about this drama have their head on straight and realize that art theft, doxing, and outing somebody's assault is wrong, there aren't a whole lot of defenders. But there is one. There's one beautiful boy who makes up for everything. One who will defend his milady madam to the death. And his name is possibly redacted, because I'm probably gonna censor it.
That's what people should have done, honestly, in my opinion, is that they should have just redacted it, considering that Akumu was a kid. And because Akumu, from what I've seen, didn't really do anything particularly heinous. Like, he wasn't actually trying to dox Slimmers and wasn't actually harassing Slimmers. He was more or less really just arguing with other people about Slimmers at the time. Funny anime fact, Light was later in the series bited in the ass. Well, I know that he died. I mean, spoiler alert, he dies at the end of the series. By the hands of his own death note, I'm pretty sure. But I saw that series way back in 2007, so I know what it's about. But yeah, he ends up becoming like the antagonist of the entire series and does a lot of awful shit. You know, way worse than the people that he claimed to have been cleansing for the purity of the world or whatever else, right? So yeah, I can see how, sorry about that. I can see how this, he would come up with this joke persona. Although, I don't blame people for not immediately catching on that it was a joke, because, I mean, if you just have the context of some edgy 16-year-old making a commentary video, I wouldn't immediately assume it's supposed to be satirical. But, yeah, you know. But if people had just, you know, redacted their name, and not made a big deal out of it, and maybe made a video or two just being like, this guy's opinions are kind of goofy, this guy's video isn't all that good, and here's why, then it really wouldn't have blown up the way it has. It would not have been such a big deal, basically. But yeah, just thought that'd be interesting to point out. So Mad Libs kind of did the right thing in this initial video, but then got swept into the moral superiority complex of the other people involved.
This that I'm getting for this specific thread comes from good old Miss ZZ. By the way, if you ever watch this, big ups. I fucking love your videos.
Ms. Easy, the one that was spamming degenerate stuff in a 16-year-old's YouTube videos.
Love your art. Keep doing what you're doing. So the thread's just going on normal. ZZ mentioning how this person in this post right here called her a fur fag, proving that they are indeed 16. And then this boy comes in, not really edgy, but nonetheless good attempt.
If anything, Ms. ZZ was the one harassing Akumu.
Fair maiden. Actually, false. It's not. Second, I am no fan of Madame. You'll see in the rest of this video why that's definitely a fucking lie.
It's
Something
not.
else you'll realize is that this boy is a big brain galaxy genius.
I was
My favorite moment being,
even though I was a fan, or still am, pretty much a fan of Ponder's work and most of her commentary, even back then, I was never under the impression that Akumu was just some blind white knight. To me, he came across as a contrarian, kind of like me. Someone who was just like, kind of just going against the grain, wanting to stand out or have his opinions stand out. You know? Like a lot of anti-SJW types. That's kind of the impression I got from it. So it confused me at the time as to why everybody was like, what? Like, he's white knighting for Madame, but like, I didn't really see that at the time.
this.
But he's seen the video, and apparently
Oh, yeah,
Ruby's
this.
gonna destroy me with his fucking empty channel with 6 subscribers. Oh my god, I'm fucking dead. This is hilarious.
That's never a
She
good
went on to
look.
private both this video and the next one she made on me. Not
Womp
only that,
womp.
but after I announced that I had the FCK server with the trailer, she conveniently announced that she was leaving the community and dropping the persona of Mad Libs. A day or
Oh,
two
shit.
later-
Hang on. Let me go back to that. No. Hold on. So this was May 27th, 2023. Yeah, that trailer video, I think... the trailer video that Akumu made, I think, came out in May, right? May something, I can't remember. But yeah, the timeline matches up. But anyway, Madlib says in this description, on May 27th, 2023, a lot of you have been asking where I am, where certain videos are, and if I'm coming back. I'm going to answer all of that now, and it'll be the last thing I ever post on these. In late 2021, I realized my relationship with my channel and the internet as a whole was unhealthy and was hurting both me and the people around me, so I decided to take a step back for a while. A while turned into a long time, and a long time turned into an even longer time. And the longer I was gone, the more I realized I was doing so much better without my channel and without all the, quote, influencer and YouTuber stuff. I got better in almost every aspect of my life, and I realized that this just isn't for me. All it did was make me angry and toxic. I was so obsessed with being right, with being better than other people, with being righteous. That's all, quote, art commentary really is, especially behind the scenes. And reminder, Madlibs was in the FCK server, so she would know. Anyway, but none of these things I talked about were ever any of my business. I regret almost every commentary video I ever made. All my channel became was me lashing out because I was at my lowest. It doesn't excuse anything, though. I'm sorry to anyone or any communities I've ever hurt with any of my videos. The only thing I ever really did out of joy were my awful OCs videos. I'd make 1 million more if I wasn't so averse to being Madlibs anymore. If any of your favorite videos are gone now, I'm sorry, but I just feel gross leaving them up with me acting the way I was. The only reason I'm not deleting the channel in its entirety is because of the awful OCs. The only thing I've ever really made just out of pure joy and love for making videos and telling stories. This doesn't mean I'm done with art forever. I'm just done being Mad Libs. I'm sick of the persona. It's just not me anymore. So thank you to all my fans, all the people who made fan art, fan fictions, joined my Discord, or just watched my videos once or twice. I love you. And yeah, that's a pretty good send-off. I mean, Akumu says it's convenient. It very well could be. This could be her way of saying, like, hey, I've distanced myself from this shit now. Probably because she knew that this stuff was going to come out sooner or later. And so you could say this is her just getting ahead of it, but if she's already been distancing herself since 2021, that's not too far of a stretch to imagine that she just wanted to clarify that, no, I'm not with these people anymore. I'm not in this community anymore. I no longer agree with this stuff. And yeah, this is a pretty solid, like, you know, I realize what I did was wrong and I'm changing for the better. And so, you know what? Props to Mad Libs. I have a lot of respect for her for this. Even if this particular post is kind of convenient as a way to make sure she doesn't catch a lot of flack when this stuff comes out, still, it's a good post and I respect it. It's the kind of self-reflection that we should be encouraging out of people that we criticize. This is the kind of stuff that we should want for them, is to not only be better, but to also feel better about themselves. You know, I don't necessarily care, but it's something that we should want. So, it's one of those things where it's like, do as I say, not as I do. I'd be lying if I said, like, I don't know, it's one of those things where it bothers me when people are like, oh, I just hope that they get help and get better. It's like, a lot of the people I criticize, I don't necessarily care if they get better or not. I do care, though, if they learn from their mistakes and do their best not to repeat them and actually improve as people. That's what I like to see. I like to see improvement, but I don't necessarily care whether or not they actually quote-unquote get help. You know what I mean? But I guess getting help is sort of a part of improving, so whatever. But you know what I'm trying to say.
Immediately announced that she was leaving the community and dropping the persona of Mad Libs. A day or two later, after her video calling me Madame's White Knight, she accused me of mocking Slimmers' sexual assault, and then I was claiming to have...
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I get the timeline right.
Dropping the persona of Mad Libs. A day or two later, after her video calling me Madame's White Knight.
Okay, I see. We're going back into the past. Okay. Timeline was a little bit, but we're going back into 2019 now.
She accused me of mocking Slimmers' sexual assault, and then I was claiming to have her number.
Oh, hold on. I want to make sure I read that. Madlib says, heads up, y'all. The sequel with me reacting to his video has been canceled due to him being even more an obsessive headass who's been insulting/harassing Slimmers on multiple social medias, all while constantly bringing up and mocking her assault, saying she is being excused because, quote, Daddy played a little too much, or Daddy tried to have his pathetic fun, claiming to have her case number and lying about her. So sorry to everyone who wanted a sequel, but I'm honestly done with all this. It's not funny anymore. It's just gross. At this point, I'm not even going to watch his video. It ain't worth it. Akuma replies with, I never lied about her, and I never claimed to have her number. I have her case number. Although, if it is true that he did say those things about Daddy played a little too much or Daddy tried to have his pathetic fun, it is making light of her sexual assault, which is inappropriate. But to be fair, he was 16 at the time.
My Slimmers
and he was, he's trying to be an edgelord, so...
Video released on October 3rd, and 9 days later on the 12th, Toasty Vanilla invited OMGIJ252 and Slimmers into the FCK Discord. OMGIJ252, also known as James, had previous issues and drama with Madame. long before Slumers was ever involved. But he did make a video with the help of Slumers on September 19th of 2019.
I might have said in the
This is
past that
likely
it was
what got him
Slumers
into
that made the
FCK
server,
Discord,
but it's
as
actually
the FCK was
Toasty
founded on
Vanilla
the
who
goal of
made it.
taking down Madame. On December
Okay.
15th, OMGIJ released his video, Madame Feel Bad For Me Part 3, featuring Akumo. He was the second FCK member to make a video talking about me. James was also the same age as me, 16, and ironically, he had also previously doxed a kid. Looking back, that was just
Whoa, hold on. That's a... Hang on.
Kumo. He was the second FCK member to make a video talking about me. James was also the same age as me, 16, and ironically, he had also previously doxed a kid. Looking back,
It's a little frustrating that when he makes that claim that, oh yeah, James also doxed a kid, it's annoying that I don't have any context on screen or any proof of that to go off of. I'm sure if I went digging for, like, go fact-checking, it might show up somewhere, but it's nice in the video to have at least a little bit of context for what you're saying, especially if you're talking about something as serious as doxing. You want to have proof for it.
that was just an early taste of the hypocrisy to come from the FCK. By then, they had deemed me the white knight or simp for Madame, which the art community clung to, realizing they had a potential bandwagon to make the
Yeah, you're right, Rat. That kind of came out of nowhere. And then with no evidence, it kind of it bothers me a little bit.
themselves more relevant, the FCK set their eyes on me. The autistic Twitter wars and LARPing as Light Yagami for shits and giggles pissed them off enough that they made it their mission to accuse me of anything and everything.
Fuchsia Butters on March 11th, 2020 says, I explained it last night, but an asshole who kept harassing a YouTuber friend of mine about her sexual assault. An asshole who kept harassing a YouTuber friend of mine about her Is Fuchsia Butters talking about Slumers? Oh, Fuchsia Butters says, as a bonus, he's racist, homophobic, transphobic, hypocritical, paranoid, and then it cuts off from there.
All the way into the next year. The mental gymnastics and bullshittery to get there didn't matter, but they made sure.
It reminds me of, there was this, bit on Oni Plays where Psychic Pebbles was like, what did he say? Oh yeah, they were like, I think he was like pretending to be a scorpion or something, and it was this whole thing with like an isekai they were making. I don't fucking know. But he was like, hey, you know this guy hates me, right? Yep, he's a real asshole. And then he just adds in, and he's racist. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's needless. It's so funny.
Or to sugarcoat their intentions.
Like, just to
make
pile on
themselves
the accusations.
that they were doing it for Slumers.
And Mimi Dig says, I'm still on guard duty. If Akumu try... Oh, God damn it. They're white knighting Slumers. Mimi Dig says, I'm still on guard duty if Akumu tries to harass Slumers again. Keisha Butter says, shruggy. He says he's gonna reply, but at this point, I think we should just pretend to not notice it. Just straight up ignore him and let him fade into obscurity. End with the high ground. What do you guys think of that? He's racist!
I was attacking and harassing her. Me and those damn mean tweets.
Yeah. We have to protect Slumers!
She was their excuse. Some may be asking and wondering, why even talk about this? It happened 2 or 3 years ago. It's old drama. There's a handful of reasons. First, they think it can be hidden if they just delete it and pretend it didn't happen. That they can just walk away. Most of the videos they made during their crusade, they ended up taking down. They're cowards. Second, people only think of the Toby drama when it comes to the FCK and don't know of their other antics. Why? Pretty simple. Even though many in the art community knew about it, watched as it went on, commented on these videos, and kept up with it, none of them spoke up or wanted to enlighten the overall audience. It was specifically not talked about so that they wouldn't have to acknowledge their friends and the massive fuck-up that was the entire crusade. Third, the FCK and Co. are fake, whether it be bullshit apologies that they contradict or lying within their apologies. Fourth, my previous videos could have been much better. I know more than I did before. I didn't notice or know many of the things that I do now. And making better videos discussing it, there's nothing to lose. Fifth, the people, the audience, have been lied to for 3 years now. Fed lies to recite them. The amount of people in or that watch the art community who like to talk on the events and act as though they're experts on who I am and what I did in the Madame drama is astonishing considering none of them can get it right. The very reason we have these Akumu lore historians is because the FCK lied for a year under the guise of warning people about me.
Oh, hold on. Fuchsia Butter says, I hope it blows up more for the sake of people being more aware of his gay shit. I'll go get the tags from the other Akuma videos and throw them on it.
And holding me accountable. How fucking ridiculous is that?
Hey guys, it's Madlibs, and as I'm sure you've noticed, this video is nothing like my typical video. My sprites aren't as active and animated as usual. There's stock footage in the background instead of a speed paint because I refuse to draw anything that will in the future be associated with this or associated with this in my brain. And the reason being is that this video is a lot heavier than normal. As cliche
It's
as
really
may
not
sound,
that
I
heavy.
never really wanted or
But I love
expected to
that
make
she
this
treats
kind
it that
of
way.
video or this video specifically. I actually had a rule for myself on YouTube that I would never make a serious video on a specific person. You know, I'd stick to community.
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Trends in the art community instead of drama. And I also said a long time ago that I would never be talking about this person again due to
But
their
I'm
horrible
gonna do
behavior
it
that I didn't
anyway.
want to put more attention on. However, the person I'll be talking about today is not only spreading lies.
The feeling I get from this is I was never gonna talk about this, but I was seeing a bunch of other people bandwagoning on it, and I wanted it on that piece of pie. So,
And cronies to attack people in the art and commentary community. He's also been doing it for over a year, and I feel like attention on the subject is exactly what's needed right now. Actually, this video is going to be uploaded on the exact day that I uploaded my first video.
a bunch of
on this
adults
person
running
a year ago,
around
showing
warning
you guys
everyone
that
about a
it has been
16-year-old
exactly a
child.
year. I'm not
Yeah.
exaggerating with
Guys,
that.
he's
Now, this person
trolling!
goes by
Sound the
Akuma.
alarm!
Yes, the Japanese word for nightmare. We're dealing with one of those people today. Now, most of you probably know him as the guy who made a horrible video about Slimmers and Madam during that whole drama.
And that should have been the end of it.
Needed to be hated just as much as Madam.
He
And
made a
was
bad
also trying
video.
to accomplish that by endlessly harassing her on Twitter. Now, quite a few people have made videos on this kid because of Nezzy Monster.
It's funny that a lot of these people, you know, keep saying, like, talking about the harassing thing, but then doesn't actually show a bunch of cases of him harassing her.
Terrible things he said and done don't go as in-depth as I think they should. They only scratch the surface, which is a real problem. Because by doing that, they paint this kid as nothing more than a dumb teenager who made a video and had some bad takes. When in reality, he's done so many more reprehensible things that people need to know about.
I'm just getting started, and I'm going to be cleaning house. This is just a palate prepper for what's to come, and the full course is coming up. The people who lied about me for a year, the people everyone point to as references, and the same people who went on to accuse me of trying to dox, among other more ridiculous shit. You'll find the two upcoming dishes complement one another, because next up on our menu is octopus and Asian.
I am the end.
Yeah, we've seen some of these. This is Mimi Diggs, who is an adult, saying, like, kind of mocking Akuma by pretending to be him. Says, in quotations, "You guys are obsessive over me by bringing up dead drama and making a movie about it, LMAO. Anyways, as Slimmers is kinda hot, and that make my boy wee wee hard, but I'm supposed to hate her, so like, yeah, she's bad." So kinda just talking about a 16-year-old getting a hard-on for a 15-year-old. Kind of a weird thing to bring up in discussion, and then adding the 15-year-old to make this sexual joke to the 15-year-old. Yeah, little uncomfortable.
I am the ceaseless wheel.
And so a lot of these
the
we've
last
seen.
scholar of gold. I am your doom.
Especially if you've seen the trailer. But here's an interesting one. Fuchsia Butter saying, "Lucy finna slap her trans cock down on a matter regarding a transphobic bitch." So yeah. That's gross as hell.
I want to make a couple of things
I agree.
perfectly clear ahead of time so that this isn't lost, misconstrued, and things are crystal clear for whenever these people or their community tries to retaliate with whatever shoddy hit piece that comes next. I am not making this series to proclaim myself a saint or some morally virtuous and better individual. I never was and never will present myself
Fair
like
enough.
that. One, because it's fake and retarded, and two, because I'm not art commentary. No one is a perfect individual without flaws or mistakes. I also can't really objectively decide whether I'm better than someone or not, and I don't care to. I keep things as simple as what is truthful and consistent.
I will say, Akumu sounds like... one second, I actually need to grab something. I was gonna do it during the break, but I forgot. But I'll leave you with this. Akumu kind of sounds like an emo surfer dude. I'll be right back. Grab a quick something. Coffee is in. Akumu's so real for that. Like me, for real, for real. I'm gonna keep my my VTuber thing off while I'm eating.
I'm making this series for a couple of reasons. The first was previously mentioned, but to inform the audience that the antics of the FCK aren't lost to time, so people can see this trend within the art commentary community. The second is because that community loves to cling to the lies and misinformation those dishonest quacks told them about me, despite the fact many of them took down their videos and will lie about the events when they're brought up against them. I'm making this series to show that the people they love to swing around and put their faith in against me and others are not what they present themselves as. They claim to care about all these moral standards such as truth and accountability, yet they lie, misrepresent, falsify, and accuse people of all kinds of things that they have done or will do themselves. Like with Fuchsia Butter, who said that Madame verbally abused Flamers in a video. The whole community was going on about how dare an adult say terrible things about a minor. And yet in the same video, Fuchsia told me to suck his pink pube dick. That I was a spineless, honorless shit puppet. I didn't see the art community demand he be held accountable. I didn't see any of their screeching. No, but they did their screeching towards me. I want to show that trend and show that they...
I just realized that he's plastered his head on a Patrick Bateman photo. Really hammering home the edginess. I know it's like satire, but still. It's like, now that it's like pointed out to me, it's like so fucking obvious that it's satire.
They don't really care about the moral fagging they pulled on me or anyone else they've tried to smear. To show
Yeah, no,
you,
of course
the
not.
audience, that community is nothing more than a ruse, a bamboozling, and the people
You
being
got
bamboozled and
bamboozled.
goaded is you, the audience. Whether that be the lies and misinformation surrounding me and my involvement in the Madame drama, and so on. The art community's track record of willful dishonesty is astounding. Many of the standards they claim to care about in one bandwagon drama are contradicted or outright thrown away in the next. They'll
True.
sweep shit right under the rug for their friends, but dare
As
to
we've
start drama
seen.
with others if other people do it. They'll get onto you for doing something, or lie about you doing something, treat you like the spawn of Satan for it, make sure everyone knows what they claim you did, do it themselves the next week or month, and it's not talked about at all. If these people truly cared about telling the truth, dispelling false narratives.
Please do not harass or attempt to intimidate any users featured in this video. Pondersprocket commentaries are intended as critiques of situations or behaviors based on the information available and are meant to demonstrate wrongdoings, contradictions, or dispel false narratives so that others may come to an informed opinion. Under no circumstances is targeted harassment appropriate or encouraged.
And holding people accountable. Why is it none of them talked about what their friends were doing? Nani, Hopeless Peaches, Chaos55T, all knew what was taking place. They were in the FCK Discord and commenting on their videos. This list can go on and on, but I'll make it simple. They are the very things they accuse others of. Goat their audience into a myriad of lies and beliefs
kind of
about
the sad
people.
truth
And then
of
when the
it.
standards they set onto others come a knocking on their door, they weasel and squirm their way out of.
The problem is, and this is like the most tragic thing about this, is that they and their fans are so used to people crying hypocrite, right? That they've heard it over and over again that like you're being a hypocrite, that I feel like the criticism of hypocrisy to both them and their fans has become almost white noise. Like it's almost like if you call them a hypocrite, it automatically means that you're wrong, or that your argument has no weight, or has no value, or shouldn't be listened to. And that's what's frustrating about it, because the hypocrisy is important, but they'll treat it as though it's not. So that's probably the most frustrating thing, is that you can say, you know, hypocrisy, but they just won't care.
Of it. I want to show you that the moral posturing and virtue they claim to have, that they wield against people, is nothing but a facade. So as this series goes on, ask yourself this one question. If the things I have done and said, the things they've lied about me doing, are oh so terrible, that they still cling to it despite any time their actions are mentioned, they cope with, but it's in the past. Why are the things they've done not talked about at all? Think of this series as the blue pill and red pill dilemma. You take the blue pill, don't watch the series or the video. You stay blissfully unaware and a good drone for your favorite art tards, buying into whatever slop
choose
they
your own
feed you in the
adventure.
next drama you take interest in. Take the red pill and hear me out. Connect the dots from the information I provide, get the full story instead of the lies you've likely been fed about me and more, and question why your favorite people who love to talk about truth and accountability against others often run from it or ignore it when it's applied to them.
It's a good ultimatum to make. I actually like this a lot.
Why they accuse others of false narratives but gladly participate in or make one. Choosing the blue pill is clicking off the video. Choosing the red pill is watching the series, and as having the information in those videos forms the needed foundation that the resolution sits atop. The Fruitcake Cuck series is the very rabbit hole to set the precedent and show my point about that community.
I need to know what the black pill is. Well, what do you mean? Like, just in general terminology, what the black pill is, or what his black pill is? If you're asking, like, what... if you're asking what his black pill is, you're kind of asking, like, what the main takeaway from this is, but we haven't... You're asking the question ahead of time, because we haven't gotten to that point yet. I wonder how many people will make these YouTube channels as minors now regret it. Oh, wait. Oh, I wonder how many people who made these YouTube channels as minors now regret it, but they can't escape it now. They've grown up by the internet. Doesn't allow them to. Yeah, North, we can't really ask what his point is yet, because there is much more to this series. I asked him, and there's more coming in January. Like, it isn't just these 3 videos. There's more to this. And it's a little early to be asking, like, okay, what's the point of this? Because we haven't even, like, we've barely touched the surface, I assume. I mean, I hope that there's a lot more deep down that we're just gonna get started on. Because if he's been working on it this hard and he's been hyping it up this much, there's gotta be something to it. So while there isn't much of, like, a lot of substance or anything especially new in this video or even in the next video, there's probably going to be a lot more down the road. It's a crescendo. It's a slowly building crescendo. But the internet doesn't allow them to. Yeah. I think a lot of it is that a lot of these, not just teenagers, but young adults... That's just a me thing? Well, yeah, but... I think if you really want to dumb it down, the biggest takeaway is that they're hypocrites, and that they should be held accountable for the things that they say and do, just like they hold other people accountable to those same standards. I mean, it's the same thing that we've been saying all this time, but he's really, making these videos to really dive deeply into it, and really try to showcase it. So that everybody can actually see it instead of just hearing about all these things. I don't expect you to agree with me. I get what you're trying to say, I just think it's too early to expect there to be a point yet. But if you want to dumb it down, that's kind of what the main point is. Anyway, we'll go to the Ponder Sprocket one. This one, I may put on 2x speed and just kind of tune in or, like, back it up or slow it down when I feel like I need to, because it's a long video and we'll be here all fucking day if I pause and comment on every single little thing.
This has been in the works a long time, and it's been due a long time. For context, in 2019, an artist named Slumers was fucked over by Madame, who went against the agreement and wouldn't credit her while using the art anyways. This situation...
And North, I assume that, you said, well, that's a lot of lore to take in on the Discord, and it's probably because you weren't aware of this situation when it was happening. I wasn't necessarily there when it was, like, unfolding, but I had seen a lot of the videos. I haven't seen any of, like, the FCK videos about Akumu, but I have seen Ponder's videos, or the collab videos that she did with other people about Akumu, but that was about it that I've seen. I hadn't seen all the other stuff that was made about him to jump on the bandwagon. Anyway.
Exploded throughout the art community and got even bigger after Madame attempted to dox Slumers. The art commentary retards latched on to the latest bandwagon to milk it, and after I got involved
Is this
in
too
video,
fast?
2 videos by Ponder
This is a little too fast.
Sprocket and Nezzy Monster were made
There
on
we
it in
go.
March of 2020. Because I'm not liked and I wasn't liked by the art audience, they believed anything and everything they were told about me. These videos have been referenced or worshipped non-stop by that community every chance they get. Let's look at some examples. All you're doing is proving Ponder Sprocket's points right. Thanks for getting her all that good views for her. Proving her right. That means you didn't watch the video. They lied several times. Encompassing the issues, their two-part series alone would take several comments. Second, if anything, she gave me views. I actually watched all 6 videos. While you skimmed over parts to take about stuff you didn't like and not watching the whole thing, you still keep trying to have a hold on toxic stuff with the mentality that a 15-year-old has the same amount of blame for a toxic person, such as Madame, when it's mostly Madame attacking a 15-year-old. And yes, age does matter because of legal action, while you skimmed over the part where Ponder and Nezzy talked about it, and here you are making a video on Ponder because you can't handle someone called out your claims and false evidence. But mostly Madame, while she does point out stuff you failed to do, it's mostly Madame's toxic behavior. And yes, they do point out that 15-year-olds shouldn't have taken it to Instagram, and she apologized while you are still holding it over her head, and Ponder the Queen herself proved everything wrong with—
Oh no, this person said Ponder the Queen herself, unironically. Oh, Jesus Christ. And this is the kind of audience they cultivate, people that just idolize them and just follow them unquestioningly. And that's the part that you should be trying to quell as a content creator.
with actual proof. It's really ironic that these people said that I worshipped Madame, and yet I never talked about Madame remotely in a good light, nor have I called her my queen. Oh, this boy is not ready for the hell he has now brought upon himself. I had really hoped the Nezzy/Ponder videos would have convinced him to keep quiet, but then again, that would require him to
Oh no, not the Final Fantasy XIV profile picture. No!
possess a level of restraint he clearly lacks. Break out the popcorn. This did not age well. This is from the Lucy situation, which I will have a video talking about shortly after this one. Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster never lied about anything, lol. What did they lie about? Also, I hope you react to their video because they do have many good points in there. Don't be offended by this comment. Yeah, why am I bothering with this?
It's
Look, I know this was
interesting
dead
that they
4
say
months ago, and
they've
feel free to
never
ignore it. Why you
lied.
keep pushing on
What
that
did they
you
lie
warned me
about?
not, but then chicken out or ignore them when they state valid points that have been
You don't
debunked
make the
numerous
statement
times.
and
I say
then
numerous
ask the
because you push the
question.
same point onto them that this is the truth and shit.
It's the other
Ponder
way
and Nezzy
around.
gave good criticism and have debunked your claims in that 2-part co-op commentary.
Oh, man.
In the 2 or 4 hours they have made,
Yeah.
they gave you an easy way because of your age. I know you hate your age being brought in here considering you
Our
kept saying your age is
brethren.
irrelevant and stuff like that, but Jesus, you're 4 or 3
They
years
have our
fucking
same
older than me,
haircut,
and yet I know
too.
better than that. I can't even with you. You need to go back to school. I don't care at this point, you need it. I find it funny you tried to call out D'Angelo Wallace of all people when I doubt that he even knows and or cares about your existence. We're also playing the double standard card when Ponder and Nezzy have completely debunked all of your downright outrageous and illogical claims. Doubt he knew about my existence. Well, as you all will find out, D'Angelo Wallace made an entire Twitter thread about me and then quickly deleted it when it was proven wrong, and then when I pointed it out, he's ignored it ever since. He's refused to address it. Overall, this video was alright. It was doing fairly well with what I know about Lena. And there's been
Yo, look who it is! It's Cosmic! Yo! Oh my god, it's the person that they were just dogpiling. Overall, this video was alright and was doing fairly well with what I know about Lena and what has been shared about her. It's the end part that kind of threw it off about the corrections on the larger creators. Wait, what did Akumu say before this?
Ponder and Nezzy have completely debunked all of your downright outrageous and illogical claims. Doubt he knew about my existence. Well, as you all will find out,
Oh,
D'Angelo
right,
Wallace made an
the
entire Twitter
D'Angelo
thread about me
thing.
and then quickly deleted it when it was proven wrong, and then when I pointed it out, he's ignored it ever since. He's refused to address it. Overall, this video was alright.
Okay. Not a win-or-lose situation, but it's more of a logical debate. The debate was won, or at least ended, with Ponder and Nezzy tearing apart the video with evidence. Either way, still an okay video, but could use some improvement on your part. It looks like Cosmic is trying to be balanced here. Not gonna lie, when I heard Cosmic was in this, my blood levels raised in my brain. I just think it's funny that Cosmic also left a comment about this. Praising... I mean, it seems like they're kind of middling almost. I know that they're taking more of Ponder and Nezzy's side in this. Evident by the fact that Cosmic was in the Senate Discord. But yeah, that I just thought that was interesting considering that we had just talked about this person.
Was doing fairly well with what I know about Lena and what has been shared about her.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
the end part that kind of win or lose situation. Step to defense, it was me mocking how the community handled it and their demeanor. Did you watch Ponder Sprocket's commentary on you? The art commentary audience have this delusional idea and admiration of Ponder and Nezzy while they clutch to these
True.
videos. You can find them
You're
bringing
not
it up
wrong
in other
about
comment sections,
that.
like when Kai Weiss striked me back in 2021. You had people bringing it up in Harley TVS's comments, John Swan's, Kai's, and many more, referring to their videos and repeating many of the same claims from them. As I was watching the final cut of this video,
I have to admit I'm guilty of that, of just being like, oh, Akumu, isn't that the guy that was, that made that Madame video? So yeah, it has become what Akumu is known for, and he's trying to, I guess, put that matter to bed here.
video and getting ready for its release.
Which is good that we're getting the Madame stuff out of the way early on, so it doesn't like get in the way of the rest of the series. At least I hope.
When I was at this part, I realized that wasn't enough. I mean, sure, it really does show just how delusional and defensive the art commentary audience is over those two videos. They really love them, but that's just about it.
True.
Besides, I can guarantee you there will be plenty of that in the comments of this video. What I really want to show you is the desperate clinging and pointing to these two videos. The faith they've placed in Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster. The fact that they bring these videos up to try and hold them against me. Then the rest of this video will show you exactly why.
Yeah, and I think that his main point here is to counter this narrative that Ponder's, especially Ponder's word, can be taken as gospel. Like, nothing she ever says is incorrect, nothing she ever says is wrong, nothing she ever does is wrong, and nothing she ever says is false. You know, like, she could never lie or do something deceitful, you know, that, so he's trying to in this video prove that, well, that's not quite the case.
That hasn't worked out so well.
And mysteriously, while I'm right...
And it's good to tackle these big, monolithic people that seemingly could do no wrong, because it brings them back down to humanity again in people's eyes. It begins to hold them accountable again, so that they actually have to think about what they do before they do them. Also, hey, Fuchsia Butters.
Writing the script, the Slimmers video was taken down. Unfortunately for you, Nezzy and Ponder's video completely covers all the bullshit you spoke of within it. We're not as stupid as you. We take records.
Eventually, he ended up making a video on her. Now, this video's already been torn to pieces by so many people, so I'm not gonna go too far into it.
There's another player in this that you should know about. His name is Akumu.
What the
Akumu
fuck?
Is a very young little edgelord who is very wrong about most things he talks about.
Cosmic
His points
moment.
aren't very good. We all kind of collectively do not like him. We would have happily shat on Akumu, and only Akumu, since the Madame
Akumu.
drama and him trying to excuse and justify Madame's behavior, which I believe Ponder and Nessie did a video on that. He's just been a laughingstock. I mean, he was one before that, low-key, but still.
Like, you watched Ponder Sprocket's video.
What the fuck?
She explained in detail. Ponder and Nezzy...
This is the first time I've ever seen Baldi's Basics. That's the first time I've ever seen Baldi's Basics used as background for a commentary video. What the hell? What the fuck? Yeah, everyone's just like, Ponder, you need to talk about Akumu again. Oh my god, what does Ponder think about this?
Even when it came to Nezzy Monster's false sexual harassment accusations and the amount of times she lied or withheld information about it, you either had a blind defense, excusing it because it took place...
What? Hang on. Back that up real quick. Not that far back.
Harassment accusations and the amount... Even when it came to Nezzy Monster's false sexual harassment accusations...
Oh! Nezzy, for a second I thought he said Slimmers.
And the amount of times she lied or withheld information about it. You either had a blind defense, excusing it because it took place in 20...
That's another thing I would love to see, like, some form of context on screen for, if she made false sexual harassment allegations.
Or no one knew about it at all because no one in the art commentary community talked about it. If you don't know about it, all of the details about it are in the FCK playlist. So in today's video, we're going to take a look back at Ponder and
Exposed for what,
maybe I just wasn't seeing what they saw in 2020. Or maybe they're just fans desperately defending their favorite art. This is a much more cleaner and put together retrospective on those videos, which you may think has nothing to do with the FCK, but I assure you it's the contrary. I won't be responding to every fucking second of their videos because they took a 32-minute video and made 2 hours and 35 minutes worth of content. I'll only be responding if first
those
the claim
videos
they've made
were
is worth
very
responding
long.
to, and second if it will help further emphasize how flawed these videos are. But I won't only talk about their flaws. Towards the end of the video, I will talk about what they got right, and I recommend watching their 2 videos first for context if you can manage to sit through it. The first clip I'm going to play is a little lengthy, because when I first talked about these videos, the excuse from that audience was accusing me of not playing enough of their clips or cutting in too much, which is ironic because they did the exact same fucking thing.
This is where Akumu comes into the fray.
Little guy apparently isn't satisfied with the fact that Slimmers admitted wrong and apologized, and has decided to put her on an equal playing field with Madame, despite being nowhere near as bad as our little Leafy was here bootleg.
And surprise, surprise, guess who made a bad video trying to explain his stance?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that Akumu's first video on this was like a bad video. I mean, we all know that. I don't think it takes 2.5 hours to say that, though.
1, 2, 3. The context is completely removed.
Yeah, we have no idea what you said to warrant this. I've read a few of your comments and tweets, and I don't know if you realize this, but you've been kind of a dick.
From the screenshots he provides,
you
I mean,
are
they're not
releasing someone
wrong.
else's personal information to the public with no permission.
Slimmers called out Uzaz, so to be honest...
Just to cut to the chase, the point that they're trying to make here by showing all these is that they're showcasing Akumu's intro and cutting into it to basically deconstruct it. No, Legendary, you've been here before and you're getting timed out again. Wrath, would you like to do the honors? Anyway, they're making the point, they're making the point that, God, what was I gonna say? Yeah, they're making the point that Akumu is showcasing all these tweets responding to something that Akumu said. Now, Legendary, you've done this before a couple of weeks ago. You're not doing it again. Thank you, Wrath. So... yeah, they're saying that Akumu, is showing everyone replying to something that he did and just, like, clowning on them for it without showing the thing that he actually said. And then they're gonna say, well, we can't see that now because Akumu went out of his way to delete it because he's hiding what he said. So that's the point that they're making here. I feel like it can help me move ahead a little bit. So yeah, everyone's saying, like, they're all being like, what the fuck, are you trying to dox Slimmers or get her personal information? And then Akumu says, why are these people saying I dox someone? They don't know what I'm talking about. And then they're like, hey, we don't know what you're talking about either because you didn't show it.
But he's refusing to provide us with what exactly that was.
Anyway.
Unfortunately, he's also not particularly good at covering his tracks, as we can find his Twitter interaction with Nightburn7, for example, which contains this back and forth.
WTH is wrong with you. No matter what they did, you don't dox anyone.
I've seen these videos a couple of times, so I can follow it fairly well.
Again, look into something before looking like a retard.
You seem to be really upset. You want to talk or something? I didn't do anything to look like a retard, and quite frankly, that is a very rude term to use, lol. It's very...
Yeah, no, last time that guy was here, he immediately started self-promoting the exact same way. So I know what his game is.
I haven't attempted, nor said that I was going to release her phone number. I simply asked someone to message me as I have the case number.
So I was confused about the case number thing, right? When Akumu says, I have the case number, I simply asked someone to message me as I have the case number. I was confused. I was like, what the fuck is the case number? What he's referring to, and I only found out about this later, what he's referring to, Ghosty? What he's referring to is Slimmers' case number when it comes to the sexual... from what I remember, it's about her sexual assault case. And what he was saying is that he has the case number. He wanted to look into this case because I think he was under the assumption that it should be public record. And it's not necessarily doxing if it's public record and you can bring it up. But it would be doxing if he was to, like, start giving out her full name or other identifiable information within that case. But that was never Akumu's intention to, like, dox any of that stuff. He wanted to, albeit, you know, foolishly, I would say, and none of his business, in my opinion, but he wanted to look into the actual case itself. That was the only... And he was asking... He wasn't asking on his Twitter... And he'll probably show it later, because I have yet to actually see the original, but from what he's saying here and in other tweets, it's something like, hey, can anyone reach out to help me access these records for this case number, or something like that.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox her.
What happened with
You were just
Ghosty?
asking if there
Who's
was somebody out there
Ghosty?
who could dox her for you. No,
You mean like the
didn't ask
Spoctor
strangers
person?
directly. You ask strangers online, so don't even try to say that's not the same thing.
Because that's just so much better.
I don't get this dude's logic. His brain too big for me.
I can't believe that we're only 18 seconds in and we got a big old lie by omission, a dishonestly presented accusation, and a major contradiction presented to us. That's gotta be like a new record or
They
something.
go by
Who
Holy
fixes
Majesty
that?
now?
I found this crumpled gold star sticker in the trash.
Let's break this down. The lie by omission is him leaving out important information regarding...
No, I'm not thinking of the right
Dishonestly
Ghosty.
presented arguments
I don't know who
are
you're talking
any-
about.
You have reason to believe that he was going to dox Slimmers, especially when you take into consideration that this guy has apparently been harassing Slimmers and her friends during the course of this drama.
And the
Ooh,
contradiction will come
cub
up a little
porn?
bit later, but it has to do with
Yeesh.
him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slimmers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him, which doesn't...
And I've covered this part of their video before. Remember, they're saying, like, oh, he may not be doxing Slimmers, he's just asking someone else to dox Slimmers for him. Oh, you shouldn't be asking for people's personal information on a public forum. And then I found that live stream where Pondersprocket was basically saying, can someone get me this 16-year-old's phone number so I can contact her parents? Basically asking someone to dox the 16-year-old for her, which is just... I didn't go looking for shit like that. I just happened to stumble upon that after talking to Akumu, and I was just like, what the fuck? And so I sent that to Akumu. I was like, you won't believe what I just found. And hearing that had, because, like, I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm still a fan of Ponder Sprocket, though, but that definitely shook my faith in her content or her judgment, for sure.
Didn't make you innocent, my guy.
Now, could there be other things that this
Especially when they would say
I'd
this.
say absolutely, were it not for this tweet of him acknowledging what he apparently said in that now deleted tweet.
So here, Akumu says, I haven't attempted nor said I was going to release her phone number. I simply asked someone to message me as I have the case number. Nightburn says, the thing is, she's a 15-year-old girl, and this can actually harm her. If this gets out or leaks, then it can be very bad, which they're right. It's literally just artwork, LOL, artwork she made. It's getting really out of hand. QQ. And then Akumu says, until she confesses, I have full intentions. Which is very vague. And that could literally mean anything.
Whoops.
Instead of letting the intro play out, Nezzy Monster and Ponder decided to dissect it, claimed that I'm cutting context, lying by omission, and then attempted to provide the context I supposedly left out by using my other tweets to piece it together, coming to this grand conclusion that I was asking others for her dox information or to dox her for me. There's a multitude of issues with this. One, he deleted a bunch of tweets.
Because Akumu thought it would be a great idea to remove the tweets that these people were responding to.
And when we say remove, we don't mean he didn't put them in the video. He straight up deleted them. Hiding something, Mr. Edgelord?
I deleted a singular tweet. My responses to everyone else about the tweet were not deleted. How fucking stupid you have to be to push that I'm trying to hide it when the only tweet I deleted was the original. All of the others could still be seen. 2, they conveniently interjected before this tweet popped up, this tweet from D'Angelo Wallace, a tweet that is very much a part of the context they claim I left out. And then when they do show it, they gloss over it.
I expect this dude to defend himself with age because he states he's 16, but that doesn't make this any better.
It's so much worse. This person that's giving out her county is such a stand for this other YouTuber, Madame, that he's trying to dox the girl for defending himself against Madame. This crossed over from being internet drama into legitimate child endangerment. Feel free to report.
Imagine being this ridiculous, doing and saying stuff about people that have nothing to do with you instead of living your life and let the drama settle down instead of fueling the fire.
For the full context that Ponder doesn't cover here, FCK Jamesy, formerly OMGIJ252, a member of the FCK, released a video on September 15th of 2019. His video criticized Madame, and as usual with any Madame video that came out at that time, going over the great terrible sin of art theft, among other more genuine criticisms. The importance of this video is that it contained a screenshot of a document to counter one of Madame's talking points regarding Slimmers' sexual assault story. Some details were blurred out, and others, such as the case file number in the county, were not. I went to Twitter on the 26th of September and asked for anyone who knew how to look up legal documents to message me, stating that I was going to look into Slimmers'.
So it's not like he somehow dug in deep and got this information. What he's saying is that James, or OGIJ2526B, whatever his name is the one who accidentally leaked the case file number by not censoring it in a video. And that's where Akumu got the case file number from. And so, he wanted to look into it. And that's what he was asking for advice or assistance on. He wasn't asking for, like, get doxed personal information.
This case, but didn't know how to find
At least not in that
tweet. This is even supported by the screenshot Ponder showed. I simply asked someone to message me as I have the case number. I also have a screenshot of my original tweet that I deleted from Fuchsia Butter's video, uploaded March.
Oh, so this is the original. So you see in the middle, the one that this Gregor person is responding to. Akumu says, if anyone has better access, so this is the original tweet that people were saying was an attempt to dox Slimmers. Akumu says, if anyone has better access to records, I have Slimmers' file number and the county for such. Just why my follow tweet stated the likelihood of finding it was low. So yeah, this is Akumu not asking for personal information, but rather just asking for somebody to message him who is better at finding out court records or court documents or public records or what have you, so that he could look into it. What he intended to do with those records after he investigated it, I don't know. It can't be certain because it never happened. So
12th, 2020, 5 days after Ponder and Nezzy's two-part series drop.
Here's another gem. So this guy retweeted what you said, and if anyone has better access to records, I have @Slimmer's file number and the county for such. File number and a county. This sounds like a court issue. If that's the case, I have a hard time believing you have a trustworthy source, as the person is a minor, and a minor's court records are generally not available to the public except under extreme circumstances.
Yeah, which is probably why he wasn't gonna find anything anyway.
To which he replied with, which is why my follow-up tweet stated the likelihood of finding it. It was though, I'm glad you're intelligent. Please next time look into it before immediately responding.
Mind you, Lucy is an FCK member, and these individuals reoccurringly shared resources. The reason this is important is because it was shared and I can prove it. From the FCK server, we can see that
Oh, well, hold on. This is important to look into. So these are chats.
Reoccurringly shared resources. The reason this is important is because it was shared and
okay, so this is Nezzy Monster saying, guys, I'm so fucking pissed right now. A deleted user says, whomst has enraged thee? Nezzy Monster says, someone sent me what started the Twitter thread Akumu shows in the beginning of his video. Bruh. He is also on my Twitter.
I can prove it. From the FCK server, we can see that Nezzy.
So you know how me and Ponder thought it started because he was trying to get Slimmer's number? Deleted user says, yeah, I did hear the part where he was trying to ask for personal info. Nezzy Monster says he wasn't. He was trying to get private records. So Nezzy Monster themselves on March 9th of 2020 says that that Akumu wasn't trying to get personal information.
He was sent it on March 9th and shared it with the server. She was the first
Interesting.
one to have it, so she was given it after her and Ponder's collab. But
so she was given it after they made their video.
She never made any attempt to clear the air.
But then never so they never made any follow-up or attempt to rectify that error. Interesting.
Around the conspiratorial accusations she and Ponder made up about it. If anyone has better access to records, I have Slimmer's file number in the county for such. D'Angelo Wallace quote retweeted that tweet sometime around the 27th with a thread tagging Slimmer's and claiming I was going to dox her. That's where this tweet comes from. It was D'Angelo's reply to someone who replied to his thread. Unfortunately, he purged all of his tweets regarding this, which is rather strange, though there are some
kind of ironic
to prove it at least once existed, such as this person and others who replied to his initial tweet. Let's look back at the screenshot that they heavily push as my admission, my oops, and my apparent failure to hide my tracks.
Now, could there be other things that this original deleted tweet said? Could we be wrong? I'd say absolutely, were it not for this tweet of him acknowledging what he apparently said in that now deleted tweet. Whoops.
This statement is extremely vague. If we take a look at my interaction with Nightburn, this is a thread that is a response to the tweet I deleted. They said doxing was wrong, and I said I wasn't doxing her. It comes right before the I have full intention part that she's using, with the context of my original tweet.
Right, he does say multiple times on his Twitter, like, I'm not trying to dox her, or I'm not going to dox her. But all of those statements from him are ignored in favor of this, vague one where he just says, I have full intentions unless she confesses. And I think what he's referring to is I have full intentions of investigating these court records. I can only guess that's what he was referring to, but it was extremely vague. And so they took it and put their own personal interpretation of what he could have meant onto that tweet and just considered it an admission of guilt.
Clearly, I have full intentions is in regards to looking into the case.
Well, there you go. I keep doing this thing where I speak early.
Just earlier in the video, they had Majesty read a tweet from that same thread, and it also contradicts their version of the context.
WTH is wrong with you. No matter what they did, you don't dox anyone.
They're not doxing anyone, you idiot!
Also, referring to Madam doxing her, you seem to be defending her, lol.
I'm not. Again, look into something before looking like a retard.
You seem to be really upset. You want to talk or something? I didn't do anything to look like a retard, and quite frankly, that's a very rude term to use, lol. It's very easy to assume you're defending her. Chill.
Also, just want to say thank you to all the people that are lurking and watching the stream right now. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I haven't attempted, nor said that I was going to release her phone number. I simply asked someone to message me as I have the case number.
Ponder is providing a half-truth. It is acknowledging what I said in the tweet, it just isn't acknowledging what she was trying to make it out to be. They found something on my Twitter that they could use as an admission of guilt and applied it to what they wanted. I also made a tweet the next day, September 28th, addressing why—
It's not like Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy couldn't have re-uploaded their videos. Here's the thing, right? Ponder Sprocket, it's not like, cause like you could argue that like, well, the video was already published. So it's not like they can just take it down and do it over again. And kind of, but also no. Because Ponder has shown in the past that she's willing to take down a video in order to edit some false information in it and then re-upload it, because that's what she did for the Tirza video. The Kaimarama and Tirza video. She initially uploaded it and then realized there was either an editing mistake or some false information in it. So she took it down and re-uploaded it pretty quickly after she originally posted it. So she's shown that she can, you know, or they do have the capacity to be able to take down a video, edit something, and then re-upload it. So if Nezzy Monster in the FCK server, if they find this crucial piece of information that proves one of their biggest condemnations against Akumu wrong, why wouldn't they put in the effort to go and redact that or re-edit it or something like that, just for the sake of due diligence, basically, or for journalistic integrity or whatever you want to say, right? Or at least redact it or remove those parts of your video, because you can do that too. So it brings up an interesting question. My follow-up question to that would be, was Ponder shown this original tweet at any point? Because as far as I know, Ponder Sprocket wasn't actually in the Fruit Cake Club server. God, that's a tongue twister. The Fruit Cake Club server. She was not actually in there, as far as we know.
I deleted that tweet. A heads up, I deleted the tweet because no one was actually looking into it and literally sent pure and false hate my.
Oh. So he explains here why he deleted the tweet of him asking for, like, help with finding these court records. So yeah, he says, a heads up, I deleted the tweet because no one was actually looking into it and literally sent pure and false hate my way. Luckily, it was all I needed for the last segment of my video, hence they are. Slimmers gave this info to OMG, so no, it's not doxing. Yeah, because, okay, I'll just let him say it. He's probably going to say it.
For the last segment of my video. Here they are. Slimmers gave this info to @OMGIJ252. So no, it's not doxing. Why didn't Ponder go over this either? If she was able to find multiple tweets of mine around September 28th, like the interaction with Nightburn in my...
Oh, I see what the... Okay, so if he's going to make a different point, I'll just make my point now, because this just popped into my head. As someone who has watched a lot of Ponder Sprocket's videos multiple times for background noise, and because I found the arguments within them interesting, I actually have a pretty almost encyclopedic knowledge of all the points that she's made in a lot of her videos. So it's funny that he brings that up, right? The fact that he didn't dox any information. And even if he managed to get the case number and was intending to use it, that isn't doxing. And it's not necessarily a crime to use doxed information. Unless you intend to do something criminal with it, but it's not proven that he was going to do that. Why this is interesting to me, and maybe it's not really related all that much, but that helps for research. It really does. But, in Ponder Sprocket's Sashley drama video, I'm pretty sure, and I may have to go scrubbing for it, and I really don't want to have to do that, but let me see. It has prepared me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. I know it was like...
Mortal and some of Sashley's friends
and goat drawing porn of them, which she did. Oh, but wait a minute.
Hold
That type
on.
of dynamic is actually quite...
No, maybe the doxing stuff was before this. Because there is a part where she starts debunking the doxing claims.
To, I guess, someone at her school...
Here we go.
Any evidence of...
Here, I want to showcase this real quick. Because this is... Sashley was accused of doxing another minor around her age.
Asking me to get involved in the drama originally against Sashley. When I asked them about the dox attempts and whether any...
So that's the context of this, is that Sashley was accused of doxing somebody's face in school. So here we go.
evidence of Sashley doxing people existed, they originally sent me a screenshot of someone just saying, yeah, Sashley doxed me. When I explained that this wasn't evidence of the crime and was only hearsay, which I also had to explain, they tried to get more evidence, which ultimately resulted in emails supposedly from Susan to, I guess, someone at her school indicating that she had been doxed. Problems with that. Not only do the emails they sent me not actually indicate that the dox happened, it doesn't even confirm that the emails were sent, just that they were written. I firmly asked for a screenshot that showed Sashley doxing Susan. Melody then went on to say that they were looking into finding the evidence necessary and that they heard through the grapevine that only 1 or 2 people had that alleged screenshot. Except that, in and of itself, is also suspicious.
I might need to skip ahead a little bit.
If this was such a well-known offensive proof, Goat has this claim. The person who tried to get me involved in this, for the sake of complete transparency, I'll be discussing it. This is the image being touted as evidence of Sashley doxing Susan. If you guys know anything about my channel, you know exactly what I'm gonna say. This isn't evidence. For one thing, we have absolutely no time frame for when this was, when it was changed to April 18th for us to have to work with. An additional specific date, last guesstimate in March or February, is currently 3rd, which would align with one of the dates that Melody gave me. That's in June 3rd, 11, and don't know that. Is this all serious? And at that she was 11 over note that the screenshot could, but
hang on, I'm trying to find it.
To get their hands on Doxy. I don't think it's really outside of the realm of expectations to surmise that,
that
she doesn't have any memory of the interaction. She also specified that she doesn't know how to dox. But
hang on.
You find identifiable information about a person had that information, they could totally be to the allegations. I point who did it. If there was a screenshot, perhaps proof is that Sashley was compiling information on somebody. Yes, it very
Damn, I'm sorry I have to scrub so much.
well, two of those things are what Sashley was accused who had it, gave 3 potential time frames. Nature herself apparently doesn't know. Melody got the screenshot from Susan, but Susan herself apparently doesn't know who originally took the screenshot nor who sent it to her, meaning that we have absolutely no means of confirming whether this screenshot even comes from a trustworthy source. This whole thing could be faked, but because nobody knows
God damn it.
I'm not going to deny that. But does this potential to we will be punishing someone who has a part dox claim that Sashley doxed Susan's face by turning been wrong.
Here we go.
When I asked about
is this it? That's like the 4th time I've
Melody
said
claimed
that.
Sashley doxed Susan's face by turning a picture of her face into an emoji. When I asked where that picture came from, Melody told me that one of Susan's friends posted the picture online for Sashley to find, which would mean that Sashley didn't dox Susan. The alleged friend did. So I went back to the source on the matter. I asked Sashley where the image came from. According to Sashley, she got the image from a friend who potentially is not on good terms with Susan, and that person supposedly got it directly from Susan herself. I pressured further on the matter, and according
you say Ponder's annoying with how she talks. It's a little offensive to me because I've inadvertently lifted a lot of her speaking mannerisms just through watching her content, so I'm like, oh, well, you might find me annoying too.
According to Sashley, the person in question allegedly got the image of Susan's face either from her community tab or Discord server, although it has also been to light that they might have screenshotted it and put it on their own community tab or Discord server, which, if true, would actually mean that Susan either doxed her own face or this other friend doxed her face. Both the scenario presented by Sashley and the scenario presented by Melody would mean that Sashley was not the one who doxed Susan's face. However, Susan says that Sashley got the image from someone named Louis, and that should be considered as an option as well. But if Louis was the one who took the picture of Susan and started spreading it around, that means Louis would have been the one to dox Susan, not Sashley. Sashley could be accused for finding the doxed image and running with it, but unless she made a video or—
which, by the way, is not something Akumu did. He didn't exactly find this information and then go running with it.
Post deliberately doxing Susan, that would be the extent of her involvement. And again, 11 or 12. If Sashley found the image and spread it around by using it as an emoji, that is not her doxing Susan. That's her using a public image that she and potentially many people had access to. Doxing involves revealing private information about a person online that would not have otherwise been readily available. What Sashley is being accused of is not doxing, but it's being misconstrued and portrayed as though it is.
Also, this has—
So yeah, what I'm showing this to say is because I found it interesting because this tweet goes completely ignored, where he says that he got the case number from OGIJ's, I think that's how you say it, OMGIJ. Oh, I'm completely forgetting the M. OMG's video. Let's just say that. Where he accidentally did not censor the case number. So, inadvertently, that becomes public information. So at that point, Akumu's just using what has already been made public in order to investigate something. So at this point, he's not just taking doxed information and running with it and spreading it around. He's just using it for his own reasons, and which have not been proven to be anything malicious because all he says is that he wanted to, quote, look into it. So he hasn't doxed any information at this point, and he says multiple times that he never intended to. And the reason why I bring that up is because then Ponder and Nezzy can't make the argument or can't make the claim of, well, he could have done something bad with it. It's still bad to use doxed information, because in another video, she never says that it's wrong to use information that you got from a doxed source, as long as you're not using it to do anything illegal. So that's why I bring that up, and that's why I went off on this whole stupid tangent. So I apologize.
Doxing. Why didn't Ponder go over this either? If she was able to find
I thought I would be able to find that segment of her video a lot faster. My bad.
multiple tweets of mine around September 28th, like the interaction with Nightburn in my replies, you can't say she wasn't able to find my tweet made the next day.
Okay, so I think I know what Akumu is saying here, though. He's saying that he made that tweet about, like, oh, here's the reason why I deleted the original. He made that tweet around the same time that he made all those other responses to other people on his Twitter. So he's asking here that if they were able to find all those other tweets that he had made, why didn't they also see and share this tweet where he's explaining why the original was deleted?
Addressing the deleted tweet. She clearly looked into my feed for anything to do with this tweet, at least looked enough to take this interaction out of context. I just wanted to point something out here as I'm editing this. Ezzy Monster admitted in the FCK server that they started working on these videos in October, and as you'll find out in a moment, they started before my account was
October of 2019.
suspended. There were multiple tweets of mine that they would have seen in my feed, clarifying that I was not trying to dox Slimmers, including the one that I just read. Before anyone tries to argue that my Twitter
Because, like, almost every time, I had noticed this, almost every time that someone was like, OMG, are you trying to dox Slimmers? He would firmly state, I am not doxing her, nor do I intend to dox Slimmers. So why would they just take none of that at his word, but then use this very vague admission of something and use that as admission of guilt, basically?
was later suspended, so she likely didn't see it. My account was suspended in October, and she admitted that the scripting of their videos was done before my account was suspended in part 2.
Also, didn't she block you because you were basically her?
I will agree, though. Ponder... One thing I have to make clear. I like her content. I like her commentary, but I do not like her personality. It's not a personality I mesh with all that well. I find it kind of obnoxious.
Harassing her on not only Twitter, but also Instagram?
Which begs the question, if you were so in the right and Slimmers is totally at fault for not responding to you as you wanted, why are your comments deleted? Something to hide, maybe? Mind you, this
because
was
they
written
weren't
before his
deleted.
Twitter account was taken down, which it has been, for harassment. So now the comments are gone because his original Twitter account is gone. But originally, it was because he had removed them. I don't know why. It's not like you stopped being a dick at any point in time.
Her edit here says, continuing in his efforts to hide them by deliberately cutting them out of the beginning of this video, so that he could make the claim that people were getting on his case for no discernible reason. And on that side, they do have a point where he does not have that at the beginning of his video, as he probably should have. But that's not what they're trying to say here, ultimately.
If lying by omission is leaving out important information,
Let's break this down. The lie by omission is him leaving out important information regarding what people were responding to.
then wouldn't she be lying by omission while trying to provide the context?
Yeah,
She
true.
doesn't mention
He's
James,
right.
who's most important here. Maybe, because it wouldn't
They're
fit with the
accusing
narrative
him
she's
of
faking,
doing
to
something
pass
that
off
they
the idea
also
I'm cutting
just
the context
did.
and trying to hide my actions. It's oddly convenient and self-serving that I asked for Slimmers' dox information or was asking for others to
Ema,
do
you're
doxing.
probably not the only one. A lot of people did not like her before she was exposed.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slimmers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime.
I've
but
showcased this
somebody
one
reported,
before.
Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy.
It's all to further fuel this idea that I was asking people for Slimmers' personal information, got backlash for it, and tried to hide it.
From what I can see, it's obvious that you cut out context in order to hide what you've been doing, in order to get people riled up behind the scenes, so that you can then make the claim that they are making assumptions and attacking you based on nothing.
If she really was trying to provide the context that I left out, why doesn't she mention D'Angelo Wallace in his thread, the progenitor of this claim of doxing, or James and his involvement, the source of the information I was looking into, the guy who made the information public? Why did they leave James out of the first video when he's most important in it, only to talk about him in the second, and only subtly admit that he made it public?
For another, not only does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send
Humu's edit here says, I love the fact that she pretended as though this was a gotcha despite this slip-up derailing her bullshittery of a build-up.
you Slimmers' dox information, or at the very least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her. You're also ignoring that apparently the information you were able to get came as a result of a bad censoring job
Hang on, what is
OMG's her.
she
You
saying?
send you Slimmers' dox. Does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send you Slimmers' dox information, or at
wasn't,
the very
though.
least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her? You're also ignoring that apparently the information you were able to get came as a result of a bad censoring job on OMGIJ's part.
Here's something a little more obvious. Blatant difference in looking into information versus releasing it. Doxing is the act of taking private information and releasing it publicly with malicious intent. OMGIJ252 put it out there, though by accident. I was looking into something he showed. Even if it was still private information, which it wasn't, me looking into it and me releasing it are two different fucking things. Something so blatantly obvious, and yet not regarded or acknowledged by any of these art community retards. And the fact that no one noticed or acknowledged the blatant difference says a lot. Not only about how
True.
disingenuous their video
And
is,
we just
but
went
how
over
fucking
that with the
brain
whole
dead that part of the
Sashly
commentary
thing.
community really is. They set out to provide the context, while leaving out numerous details of context.
Thank you for doing the exact opposite of what you set out to do.
The two repeat this same cooked up narrative about me trying to dox Slimmers all throughout the video.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox anybody. You were just asking if there was somebody out there who could dox her for you.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slimmers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him.
That's true. It is a big part of their part one, is this whole idea of, like, he was attempting to dox Slimmers. Even though later, again, Nezzy finds information that proves that completely not true, but then doesn't do anything to correct it.
Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Also, I'm not surprised these people thought that. You don't ask for someone's personal information on a public fucking forum. That's what we call being suspicious.
Being suspicious.
Personal info of that minor who was being harassed by a larger YouTuber hit me up. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Slimmers is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him
I guess
his private
Ponder didn't
information.
take
Again,
that
editing
advice.
Akumu here, but I wanted to put my emphasis on my points regarding my Twitter. Ponder Sprocket and Nezzy Monster gathered the screenshots of my tweets for my Twitter account themselves. Ponder admitted this when I asked her in our call. Take this screenshot, for example, from just earlier in part 1, showing the Twitter thread with Nightburn7 on September 27th of 2019 at 8:37 p.m. You can even see in this screenshot that Ponder is on her own account, so it was her who took the screenshot of the video. This means that the two of them, at the very least, Ponder herself, scrolled back to September 27th in my Twitter feed or timeline. Now, if you know how Twitter works, your timeline is in a chronological order. As you scroll back, you go to the previous days. Meaning that as Ponder was looking through my tweets, she no doubt saw this tweet that I read before from the 28th, explaining why I deleted the one tweet that I did.
You could argue, to play devil's advocate for a second, you could argue that when she was going back to find these tweets in order to screenshot them, she was searching by keywords instead of searching just in chronological timeline order. That is a possibility, and that could explain why she might not have seen one but saw the other. I'm just giving that as a possible, like, out, but is it likely? I don't know. I can't say.
Tweet about the case file, even sharing a screenshot
The
of
only
that
one
tweet
who would
before I
know
deleted
that
it.
is
Mind
Ponder
you, she was
herself.
looking for anything to do with that tweet about the case file. I also clarify in this tweet that I wasn't doxing and where I got the information from, but it doesn't show up in part 1 or part 2. That's a little odd. It doesn't end there because, as I previously mentioned, that all throughout my Twitter feed of September 28th and 27th, I was responding to
But then
dozens
that
of
does
people
beg the
clarifying I was
question,
not
what
doxing,
keyword
including
would she
D'Angelo
have
Wallace
used
himself.
to
Yet
see
none of these
one
ended
but
up in
not
video
the
either.
other?
Why not screenshot these? After all, she was apparently looking for evidence to see if it was true or not, yet somehow scrolled by 2 days worth of tweets showing that it wasn't. She had a galore showing that, but instead she clicked onto a thread on the deleted tweet and opted to take my I have full intention statement out of context to support her repetition.
Oh god, we're only like a fifth the way in, not even. This is gonna take
The
a while,
accusation
guys.
that I was trying to dox Slimmers. This is what's called confirmation bias and cherry picking. To summarize, Ponder and Nezzy Monster interjected before one of the context-needed screenshots popped up, claimed I was leaving out the context, that I was lying by omission and hiding something, only to provide a context which is ironically missing context, while treating it as though their conspiracy was what I was trying to hide. Casually glossed over the part of the context in the intro, used a vague cherry-pick screenshot to support their flimsy framing of the incident. So who's really the one with biased conspiratorial ramblings?
Guys, I just want to take a break from this commentary because it has been so full of completely biased conspiratorial ramblings.
The icing on this shit cake, Slimmers herself, my supposed victim, because everyone has to be a victim or a harasser in the eyes of this community, also thinks the whole doxing claim is bullshit. When I brought a screenshot to her of Kai Wise claiming I attempted to dox a minor, referring to her, she said, looking for a court number, I think that's what it is called.
So this conversation happens in 2021, so I don't know if by this point Slimmers was already in the process of rebranding. Oh hey Akumu, you'll get an answer to whether she scrolled through my feed or used keywords at the end of the video, not gonna spoil. Ah, okay. So, I've seen some of this before, I think. You might have shared a screenshot or two with me, or it's been shown in another video of yours. But I know the reason why her icon and the name is redacted is because she's trying to go under a different name and wants to remain, I guess, anonymous, you could say. It does hurt the credibility of the screenshot a little bit because anyone could say, like, oh, this is just someone pretending to be Slimmers. So Just wanted to point that out.
Isn't doxing. It just shows that the case exists or shows info about said case. So the doxing is a lie at this point. And yet, since 2020,
Am I willing
many
to
people have
believe
ran
it?
with this lie
Yeah.
and accused me of trying to dox a minor, whether it be other FCK members, content
Yeah, I
creators
know,
like
another
Enlaa,
Wrath,
who claimed I
right?
tried to dox a child into the chat of the fucking gender debate that I had with Bunk, and she's either retarded or pulling shit out of her ass. Mushroom Girl.
Pondo and Nezzy spoon-fed this shit to you.
Baldi's fucking basics.
Double down on your disgusting bullshit, you obsessive, disgusting
Solve
bullshit.
the
where you
math
asked for a
question.
minor's docs information.
Kai Weiss, or just people in the comments spreading this lie. So on top of
Fucking
blatantly
Kai
lying, we have
Weiss.
spreading misinformation to the masses. Spreading misinformation is something a lot of people got onto me for. But when Ponder Sprocket and Nessie Monster did it, no one said shit. Now that's just strange, even a little odd, and I'm very curious as to why. But yes, Ponder does her research. She's always right. She can do no wrong. Now this next part is one of my personal favorite Ponder moments.
From what I can see, it's obvious that you cut out context in order to hide what you've been doing in order to get people riled up behind the scenes, so that you can then make the claim that they are making assumptions and attacking you based on nothing. Attempts at riling people up, such as you calling Slimmers dumb and then being shocked that she didn't want to interact with or talk with you, using that fact and then hiding what precipitated it so that he can push the narrative that Slimmers is hiding something.
Hiding what precipitated it. There's only two things she could be suggesting. A, that I deleted the tweet calling Slimmers dumb, or B, that my supposed attempt to get her information.
That's another question that comes to mind, is that if they keep hammering home the claim that you deleted these tweets in order to hide your actions, it would be so easy for them to just go to your Twitter and to check for themselves whether or not they are actually deleted. I know, like, at the time that they were scripting the video, they said, gotta go to your premiere? Okay. See you then, Akumu. But it's interesting that they say, like, this was before... They make the claim that the tweets were deleted before the account was suspended, but if that was the case, wouldn't they have been able to go back and check to make sure that they were actually deleted? I feel like if you're going to make that claim so much in your video, it would be prudent to actually check that, right? But for some reason, they just don't.
Took place before it. If A, no, I didn't delete this tweet, I can still find it on my account. If B, I called Slimmers dumb on September 24th. Her screenshot and my screenshot of this tweet have the same date. The doxing or trying to get her private information claim came from my tweet made on the 26th. I even have the specific time my tweet was made because someone archived it with the Wayback Machine on the 27th. Oh, and that's another way she could have gotten the tweet. The fucking Wayback Machine. Now my tweet was made at 10 p.m. If that's what she's suggesting,
Doesn't
then it's
stuff in the
rather
Wayback...
ironic,
Don't you have to
considering in part two,
manually
she gets onto
inject
these right timeline
stuff
mistake
into the
of two
Wayback
events that
Machine,
happened
though?
within hours of one another. This would be a timeline mistake of 2 fucking days.
I don't think you can
unless,
just
of
find
course, we're
anything
reorganizing
in the
the calendar,
Wayback
and the
Machine. I don't
26th
think that's
now
how that
comes before the
works.
24th. Pick your poison. Either way, she ends up wrong.
Before you start disliking the video, and
Oh my god,
whatever you wanna
Akumu's
comment,
fucking baby
I'm allowed
voice.
to troll, but you guys aren't allowed to troll in my comments section. Yeah, this doesn't even surprise me that Akumu will get uppity when people block him, but openly acknowledges that he removes comments that effectively don't agree with him or imply anything but the noblest intent. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Slimmers is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him her private information, thus betraying a lack of noble intent. That's what he's doing here when he says that he has been removing comments from his video.
It is good that Akumu shows the timestamps for these parts of the
Ironically,
video.
The first thing he did in this video was talk about how people on Twitter didn't want to hear the truth and were actively trying to suppress it, and yet he hid a comment from the very person whom he was not only apparently trying to get into contact with, but also made a video on trying to expose them for being an awful manipulative person. That's a whole other level of wow.
It's my word now, because it's not a physical thing, so I'm not stealing. It's mine now.
If you're referring to the Light Yagami LARPing, that was me mocking you all for your moral justice crusades over some fucking art. In regards to the
And
whole
we're got a
trolling thing,
cold.
I said commenting troll, not trolling in my comments. And yes, I did delete comments in 2019.
Thanks
I
for
was and
being
have been
honest.
transparent about that fact. I even said the criteria of what would be deleted, comments that lied about me or the video. Before I deleted Slimmers' comment, I explained to her exactly why it was going to be deleted.
it will
in our
tell
back and
you
forth,
if it's
but you
deleted.
conveniently don't mention that. I have said multiple times
It would
that
have
was
been
pretty
so
fucking
easy for
autistic
them
of
to
me
check.
be so concerned with others and their misconceptions, especially when they don't watch the video and just repeat shit that they think is true because Ponder Sprocket or Mad Libs said it in a video.
or telling me that I'm defending Madam, even though I'm not even actually defending Madam. I'm just giving you the facts.
Nothing in this video is fact.
Also, are you serious?
The number was fake and she said it was in the post. So it wasn't by definition a dox because it isn't real.
That's not how that works. Criminal intent is the intention to break the law. Madame said it was fake in a
But... Oh, wait, they're talking about Madame, not Akumu. Okay.
second post, not the first one. She was under the impression the number was real, and thus means she showed
Yes,
criminal
she
intent.
did
And not
attempt
only
to
that,
dox,
the
even if she
number
didn't
wasn't technically
successfully
fake.
dox.
It was a temporary number. It was still Slimmers' number, but it was created by an...
Vlad and I came up with this analogy kind of together, or I did, or someone did, right? Even if you don't successfully commit the crime, it's still the attempt to commit the crime. So, like, let's say if you attempt to scam somebody, mix those two words together. If you attempt to scam somebody, you're still scamming. So even if you're attempting to dox, you're still doxing. So.
App and not a registered cell phone. That was still her number.
There's nothing that can excuse for her attempting to dox her. but I am going to tell you why.
I mean, why though? What does Madame's intentions behind doxing Slumers have to do with the situation if you've just said it yourself that her actions in attempting to dox Slumers is indefensible? It might be interesting additional information from a psychological perspective, but if your intent with this video is to showcase that Slumers is just as bad as Madame without defending Madame's actions, then why would Madame's intent with the attempted dox be relevant to show that Slumers is more in the wrong than we originally
Yeah, good
thought?
point there.
What's really odd here is that they randomly showed a snapshot of my text ahead from the next clip of me. It's out of order.
There's nothing that can excuse for her attempting to dox her, but I am going to tell you why.
Oh,
Now, why exactly
that's
would you go over a still image
interesting.
of the text first, and then afterwards?
We may have to go back and see that. Okay. So keep that in mind, guys. This is how the actual order of his video
From
goes.
the next clip of me. It's out of order.
There's nothing that can excuse for her attempting to dox her, but I am going to tell you why.
Okay. But if we go back to the video...
And that's means she showed criminal intent. And
Or telling me that I'm defending Madam, even though I'm not even actually...
it works. Criminal intent is her number. It was still Slumers' number, but it was created by an app and not a registered cell phone. That was still her number.
There's nothing that can excuse for her attempting to dox her, but I am going to tell you why.
I mean, why though? What does Madame's intentions behind doxing Slumers have to do with the situation if you've just said it yourself that her actions in attempting to dox Slumers is indefensible? It might be interesting
I see, because in Ponders and Nezzy's video, they read out the text on the video first without the... I see. Hold on.
Conceptions,
Just making
especially
sure
when
I
they
have
don't watch
this
the
right.
video and just repeat shit that they think is true because Ponder Sprocket or Mad Libs said it in the video.
Or telling me that I'm defending Madam, even though I'm not even actually defending Madam. I'm just giving you the facts.
Nothing in this video is fact.
Also, are you serious?
The number was fake and she said it was in the post. So it wasn't by definition a dox because it isn't real.
That's not how that works. Criminal intent is the intention to...
So they cover the text that was overlaid on the video before the actual part of the video. That's what Akumu's trying to say here.
What's really odd here is that they randomly showed a snapshot of my text ahead from the next clip of me. It's out of order.
There's nothing that can excuse for her attempting to dox her, but I am going to tell you why.
Now, why exactly would she go over a still image of the text first, and then afterwards play
I mean,
the clip
he's
that comes
technically
before
right.
and with the text? If I'm the guy who strips context, why would you both want to cut context, rebuttal, and then play the part before it? But to be fair, I'll just chalk this up to an editing mistake. Now, several people claim
Yeah, fair
Madame
enough.
actually doxed Slumers when that wasn't the case. She tried to, but that doesn't mean she actually did. Our first example, D'Angelo Wallace.
Doxing a minor by giving out her phone number.
Hopeless Peaches. So a YouTuber named Madame, a channel in similar vein as Leafy is here, has been publicly criticized and received backlash for stealing art and doxing a younger artist named Slumers Crayonic, or Slumers on Instagram. Spockter Theory's video. YouTuber doxes artist over credit. Madame. The act of doxing requires releasing private information out into the public with malicious intent, specifically private information that can identify the person it's about. The number wasn't private. Slumers used an app to provide a free Wi-Fi phone number. The way the app works is by signing up with any email and password, and once you have an account, you can just type in any area code within the US and select any number that pops up. You can change your number anytime by
Right.
easily going into the settings. These numbers are not only publicly available for anyone to use and see, but you can't even use these phone numbers to sign up for almost all websites. That's how public they are. Releasing something that is public information, even if it
So yeah, if you want to argue that Madame didn't actually dox Slumers, then technically yes, that's true, because all she did was give out a WhatsApp phone number or something similar to WhatsApp, rather than an actual identifiable phone number, because that was a public phone number that could be changed anytime you want to change it. However, at the time, Madame was under the impression that the phone number was real and not a fake one when she doxed it. And so you can still say that it was an attempt to dox, but not an actual dox. So technically she hasn't committed the crime, but she still attempted to commit a crime, which is still bad enough.
was identifying isn't doxing. The intent is still there, and I myself said nothing can excuse her attempting to do it. But they strangely addressed the text first, and then the clip when that's out of order.
I see, yeah.
But they have some good points, but not all of them address the actual
The
issues.
screen
They victimize one
clips.
side and make the other look... I mean, the other's pretty bad. Both of them are bad. Both of them have to learn from their mistakes. But at the same time, just because one's a public figure and just because one is 4 years older does not mean that you entirely ignore... Just because one of them is 15 and has a sexual assault victim doesn't mean you ignore them.
Hey, Ponder, you want to see something?
Yeah,
funny?
those aren't
Go
the
for it.
only differences.
The argument made by Madam is that Slimmers had personal ways of contacting her and should have resolved the issue in private. Which, heck, I mean, fair enough. I get it. I see where you're coming from, Madam, when it comes to that.
I don't know. That's one thing that I would say to Slummers. If you can DM someone privately, I would go ahead and do so, because especially if they're a big YouTuber or get
Hey,
quite a lot of
Peaches.
comments, your comment is going to be hidden. However, if there's no other way of contacting, then comment is usually the best way to go.
Nice
However,
hair.
since you both have DM'd in the past, you could have been able to DM one another. So that is one thing that I will say that Slummers did wrong. However, it's not inherently evil or anything.
I mean, sure, they had numbers in their head when they were, you know, accepting of making art for you for exposure, which is very strange practice, and I do question Slimmer's motives in that regard. and that I really do believe that they do have some sort of care in numbers, which is very strange to me. But still, and I think you're the one here that is really, really just not so great in this situation.
And he says nobody was paying attention to his video.
See, it's fitting that Akumu brought
Yeah,
up
and
non-equal
on that
speech
front,
because
he
those
would
two,
be
as well as
wrong,
almost everyone in the situation from
which
what I'm
I think
aware
he
of, has acknowledged the
recognized that he
mistakes
was
made by
wrong on that
Slumers.
front.
Nobody is saying that Slumers was perfect, but they're recognizing that because of her age, her mistakes are more understandable. Slumers is 15 and an amateur artist, which means that she
We know what they're trying to say here. The offenses of Slumers are not on the same level as, like, Madame. We can probably skip this
Instagram story
part.
venting about it before going to talk to Madame in private DMs.
They kinda have me here. People did acknowledge Slumers' mistakes.
Yeah.
But it's always been the same 2 or 3 things. Taking exposure rather than money, and venting about the lack of credit rather than going straight to Madame. No one mentioned that Slumers told her audience to keep going at Madame. One of the things that Madame had did and everyone criticized. Hell, these two later try and make excuses for it.
So, plagiarism. I'm asking, but luckily explained in the comments. Not a good sign when you
Now,
make a
are we
video and
talking
have
about
to
the
explain
credit
point
theft
in
thing?
The comments that place people may not see and thus may cause people to misconstrue your points. Credit theft.
They
isn't
do
a
waffle
thing.
on
It's
about this
plagiarism.
for
He's
a
arguing
really
it's different
long
from copyright
time in the
infringement.
original video.
And he's wrong, because plagiarism covers copyright infringement as an instance of something that is artistically copyrighted being plagiarized. It's still copyright infringement.
Well, this is a hot
Guys, I want you
button
all to really
issue
consider
today,
this.
isn't
This guy
it?
talks about using logic to really look at the situation. He's, I assume, trying to get a point across, and in order to do that, what do you logically do when you're referring to a very specific use of intellectual property in an effort to differentiate from another one? Oh, you'd, I don't know, use the actual proper fucking name? Like credit theft? Are you serious? You know what I get when I search credit theft art on Google? A photographer stalking someone who stole their identity. You know what I get when I search credit theft legal?
Yawn. This is the one part I do not like about Pondersbracke's video sometimes, is that she feels the need to over-explain things just for the sake of being pedantic. But it's like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Credit theft doesn't mean what Akumu thought it means. Whatever. But the idea is still the same. So them kind of, like, arguing semantics here, like, just doesn't matter. Can I skip some of this?
Commented during her 2-day time frame. Even if she didn't pass it off as her own, she failed to cite it properly as stated is necessary by plagiarismtracker.com.
Fuck, you want to argue semantics? I can do that. Definition for plagiarism has
Oh, fuck off, I don't care.
Is the non-existent synonym of this word.
Attempt to provide the correct terminology of definition involves stealing, and the thing being stolen is the artwork. But they are the same, and in my attempt to provide the correct terminology of what Madame did, I provided the wrong
To be fair, the more they waffle on, the more I can get through this faster.
one. That the actual one is plagiarism, meaning it's the same as art theft. They start all of this semantic shit by making up a claim and then correcting my terminology.
True.
It's all built on the idea that I'm saying Madame actually did credit theft. I never once said Madame was doing or did credit theft. I said the art wasn't stolen, so the only other possibility would be credit theft, aka plagiarism. But that doesn't apply either.
Even though you don't really notice it, you do put your own, I guess you could say, art style and way of art
What's the
into it.
background footage here?
It's not art theft, but you are stealing the credit. So if you say you did this image, even though you clearly traced it, you're not stealing the art.
Yeah, so it's like, I see what he's trying to say, even if he's saying it incorrectly. So arguing the semantics of it and getting, you know, all pedantic about it is just like derailing from the point that he's trying to make here. Is that he's trying to say, can it really be stolen if you haven't stolen the art nor the credit? I see what he's trying to say.
You're taking the credit. As it was just copied, really. Now, when you download an image and you say you drew it, that's credit theft. Unless, of course, you give credit to the original person. Why? Because something has to be lost for it to be theft, period.
Madame never claimed to have made the art, but she did acknowledge in her original video and the interview that Slumers made the art. So no, I wasn't saying she was doing plagiarism because she didn't. Unless, of course, someone can find me and
Yeah, because plagiarism is taking a work and passing it off as your own, but Madame, as far as I know, never claimed that she was using, like, that she never was claiming that she made the art. She just wasn't crediting the actual artist, as was their verbal agreement. I get what he's trying to make, I get the point he's trying to make. So, I don't know why they waffled on about it so much in their video.
example of Madame claiming that she made Slumers' art, because I can't find it.
Heck, if you'd like to cover semantics even further,
I
Akumu is
don't.
claiming that the term art theft does not on a tangible physical object. An alternative.
A theft as concept doesn't work. What the fuck are you two talking about? I said stealing
True,
refers
right?
to when something is taken from someone. That something must be lost. Because Slumers still had the original copy, the artwork was never taken from her. The credit wasn't taken either because Madame never claimed she made Slumers' art. That's me applying it to digital goods and recognizing that Slumers and Madame both had the art. I never said it only applied to physical goods. Just like I never said Madame actually did credit theft or plagiarism. That's two straw man arguments back to
Right,
back, and this is
yeah.
right before they accuse me of using a straw man argument. Physical goods were merely my examples.
For example, here's the definition of theft.
Oh, that's where the physical part comes from. He just uses it as an example. I see. And that's how they misconstrued the I see.
Steal. Theft requires you to take something. For example, if someone commits theft by stealing your car, you no longer have your car until it's returned. If someone has eaten your food or taken it, you own it, but you no longer have it.
Yeah, but something was lost. The credit. Credit that. The credit was not there.
Guys, it can't be this word because nothing was lost. Also, you have to define it as this other thing that involves stealing credit, meaning that the artist lost the credit for the piece. You know, I've joked in the past that the teenage brain is basically on fire, but boy, are you okay? Do you need some water?
He needs some milk.
For example, here's the definition of theft, stole, and steal. Theft requires you to take something. For example, if someone commits theft by stealing your car, you no longer have your car until it's returned. If someone has eaten your food or taken it, you own it. But you
Yeah, because they're trying to say that he's claiming that Madame just did credit theft, but he never even said that. He was just saying that that would be, like... I'm getting lost in my own explanations, but you guys see what the point that's trying to be made. You don't need me to explain it to you.
Some people in the world have none.
You know what else is common sense? Nezzy, read the second definition of steal, please.
What?
Enough about the definitions!
So please tell me, Slumers, why you did not tell Madame you were planning. I mean, you clearly don't have an issue with it now. You have it in your bios.
Why didn't you tell her the reason you didn't have a PayPal was because you were a minor? You said it in your bios. Boy, just answered your own damn question.
How do you miss a person's bio on the way to the messenger button?
Why would Slimmers feel compelled to say
I mean, it's pretty common.
how old she is if it said how old she was in her bio? Like, you act as though her not expressly stating that is her hiding that information, but also acknowledge that the information was, at the time, totally public for anyone to see.
No, it wasn't. I don't know how these two managed to take me pointing out how Slimmers put her age into her bio after the drama started and then removed it, and twist that to claim that I'm saying it was always in her bio. So Madame must have known. How could she have missed it? Let's take a look at what I said in my wording. You clearly don't have an issue with it now. With the text
What a
popping
circus.
up, she had it in her bios. Now, what does this mean? When the drama first kicked off, Slimmers didn't have her age in her bio. As the situation was happening in September, she added it. This is why I said, you clearly don't have an issue with it now. And then she removed it again by the time my video was finishing. And that's why the text corrected my words with, she had it in.
I see. So Ponder and Nezzy misunderstood that as him trying to imply that the age was always in Slimmers' bio, so how could Madame have missed the fact that she was 15? But Kumu's saying here that it wasn't in her bio before the drama started, and then after the drama, it was in her bio, and then I guess that Slimmers removed her age again from her bio after the drama. So
in her bios, referencing the fact she then removed it. Now can anyone guess what happens next? It'll surprise you.
On top of that, in my own video, I explained that Slimmers is an amateur, not a professional artist, and a 15-year-old
True, there is a lot of repetition.
So even if it was expected that a young artist explained that the reason they don't have a PayPal is because they're underage, which it's not, I don't know why on earth you're passing off your own expectations as though it's traditionally expected. Why would you expect that young amateur artist who's not used to doing commissions to know that?
It's even funnier when you realize that Madame acknowledges in her response that she knew Slimmers didn't have a PayPal because she was underage, and the fact that Slimmers said she would get one next year is what led her to suspect she was lying about it.
Goddamn, like, I wanted to make a point about how Akumu acknowledges that he has a bias against Slimmers.
Like here in the comments where he says his video is biased towards Slimmers, which, if you want to get into word semantics again, your video is biased against Slimmers, not towards her.
Yeah, that's the one. And you can see that bias is quite evident in instances like this, but fuck, this isn't even a case of a bias. Like, you have to actively go out of your way to come up with something this completely arbitrary and dumb to blame them for, and then also say something that points out how dumb your suspicion is. It is unnecessarily paranoid and conspiratorial.
Way to grasp.
Yeah, it's kind of not upsetting, but it is frustrating that they're making these accusations and claims against his character based on their own personal misunderstandings about what he's saying. We make fun of broken record arguments.
Spit straws like your life depends on it. Did you take them from the straw man you presented earlier?
So why did, I mean, you have it in your bios now, so why didn't you have it then?
According to the line you put in this video in the editing process, apparently she did.
Which means that you listened to that line, edited that in, and then listened to the next
Did
line.
she? Hold on.
Old tweets of mine that then tries to argue that my Twitter was later suspended, so she likely didn't see it. My account was suspended in October.
Oh no, I
She
did
admitted
something
that the scripting
wrong.
of their videos was done before my account was suspended in part 2.
Oh
Also,
no.
Not only that, the number wasn't technically fake. Good thing, so I'm not stealing. It's mine now.
Shit, where were we? Guys, does anyone have the fucking timestamp? Oh god.
Are you serious? You know what I get when I search credit theft art on Give? That is internet theft.
Involves stealing, and the thing being stolen is.
Credit is not a tangible physical object. So by his own...
But I do
Yeah,
because some
where
people in the
were
world
we?
have none.
Which means that you listened to that
Oh,
line.
here we go. I
edited
found
that in.
it.
So why I mean, you have it in your
Okay, it's covered from this text
It depends
here,
on it. Did
but
you take them from the straw man you presented earlier?
So why did, I mean, you have it in your bios now, so why didn't you have it then?
so the text in there is a little bit hidden under the repetition thing.
So
But the edited in text underneath says she had it in her bios.
why did, I mean, you have it in your bios now, so why didn't you have it then?
According to the line you put in this video in the editing process, apparently she did.
Which means that you listened to that line, edited that in, and then listened to the next line, and still left it in!
Akumu has a nasty habit of not admitting when he's mistaken on something. Akumu, look at this section. You made a mistake and fixed it in editing. Learn from yourself, child.
Did he fix it though?
Ironic.
Just like Madame, they put it in and then went back like a boomerang. Get whiplash.
No worries, I'll give you a neck rub when this is all over.
This was around the time that Madame found out that Slimmer.
That was another thing that always bothered me about Ponder and her friends, is that they were very flirtatious with each other to the point where it got very obnoxious.
Was 15.
Never
Although
really
she
liked
pretended to
that
be someone of age
either.
and even said she was going to college.
No, it's not. She always knew she was 15. You said it was in her bio in the beginning, and we've already stated how you couldn't miss that.
Within Madame's own video, she contradicted herself and admitted that not only was she aware of Slimmers' initial claim to be 15, she never actually stated that Slimmers claimed to be older than she was. Just that Madame herself and potentially her friends made that assumption based on Slimmers' claim that she would be prepping for college in the next year. She even continued to specify in her quote-unquote apology video that it was based on Slimmers' actions and not necessarily because Slimmers told her that she was older than 15. Not only that, Madame acknowledged that there are programs and courses that someone who is younger than 18 can attend that puts them in college courses, but wrote that off as an option because she was only aware of that being a thing in the UK and didn't check to see if programs like that existed in the US. Spoilers, they do.
Speaking
Which
of
is
those
pretty
courses, I can tell you
stupid on
firsthand that there's a
Madame's
thing
part.
called AP, or Advanced Placement, where kids in their junior and senior year, one for sophomores, at least in my school, can apply and earn possible.
Don't
That led her
care.
friends to believe she was younger than the age that they assumed she was. Unless you have proof that Slimmers directly lied about her age to Madame, you don't get to make the claim that she did. You have nothing to back this up, and you are purely going off of, at this point I can only assume, Madame's testimony, which has already been called into question because of the sheer number of times she has been directly caught in a lie or a contradiction.
Ezzy repeating the same misconception. Shocking. That I said it was in her bios before the drama kicked off. Ponder is claiming Madame contradicted herself, that she was aware of Slimmers' claim to be 15, and that is partially true, but she didn't believe her to be actually 15. She learned of the claim from her friends, and even in the video, Madame said that she still didn't believe it. Also interesting that they talk about the burden of proof and whoever makes the claim must prove it, but why not play a clip from Madame's 1000 IQ artist video?
There's like just little lies in her life. So for example, when she made a public like fabrication about me, she made it about age, and I'm not sure why. So I didn't see the post, I'm just saying this because people have told me, I mean even friends have told me, so I have no reason to not believe them and what they say, but she was making it about age all of a sudden, and that was really strange. So she would be like, oh my god, she's 3 years older than me. I'm the younger teen, I'm 3 years younger, and she's like 3 years older than me, and like I'm a child, she's an adult, but you know, like I'm the younger teenager, she's the older teenager, like she bullied me, like she's an adult, like she bullied, like, you know, and
Oh god, do we have to listen to Madame talk?
I'm just like, what? What does age have to do with anything about you fabricating a story about me? Like, what? Then after making it about age, she lied about her age to me and my friends and claimed that she was going to go to college next year. Now, there are some people that may argue, well, like places in the UK, for example, can't you go
Yeah,
to
we've
college
heard
at, like,
this.
That's not the case for this girl. And you can ask, like, anyone that's been in a voice chat with her, especially, like, my friend. He texted me mid-voice chat with her that she just did not carry herself well. And I was like, what did you mean? And he's just like, I don't think she's being truthful about, like, going to college. Like, she literally acts like a child. Like, she laughs like a child. She seems obsessive and creepy about you, and she's like, she just doesn't carry herself well. I can't see her going to college. And I basically just told him to fuck off because I really liked her at the time. Like, you know, I just told my friend to fuck off pretty much. I mean, we're all friends. It wasn't a hostile fuck off, but still.
Oh my god,
I was like,
Madame,
yeah, whatever,
shut up.
fuck off. You don't have to like her, but I think she's cool. And, but looking back on it now, she definitely didn't carry herself well. So, this is where the lies come in, okay?
So, what I'm gathering from just her waffling on, there's a lot of waffling so far, is that Madame is saying, she does not say in this testimony here that they assumed that Slimmers was 15 based on her behavior. They say that she's probably not going to college based on how she carries herself, not assuming her age at this point. But she says, looking back in hindsight, that was a sign of her age. Whether or not she's lying here is up for debate.
She says to, like, the public about the story, and like I said, she made it about age randomly, that she's 15. But she told me and my friends that she's going to college and insinuated that she's our age. So I was extremely confused, and she even said she'd be getting a PayPal next year. However, after looking into it, you can't even get a working PayPal unless it's like, I don't know, a parent's or something, when you're 16 or 15. You have to be 18 to, you know, have it working. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the comments about that. I might be, but that's after doing some research. So we were really confused why she was trying to portray herself as an adult. That, or she could be an adult and she could be telling the truth about going to college, but she's lying to her audience about being
That or have it
15.
backwards.
And also, why is she making this about age and trying to, like, I don't know, play this victim card when she's not a victim of anything?
As usual, though, their responses built off the idea I was claiming something that I was not claiming. That Slimmers lied about her age, which I wasn't. I said Slimmers was pretending to be older. She didn't once tell her she was 15, and she had plenty of opportunities to do so, like when she didn't have a PayPal, or when she didn't have a phone number, but then later suddenly did. If it isn't obvious, the pattern involves misinterpreting my point, usually by trying to alter the context, ignoring the context,
true.
or completely making something up.
I mean, I could also be misinterpreting his point here. As the video goes on, it's becoming harder and harder for me to follow, but I think that's just my fault and not his.
Up, and then repeating it throughout the video. This happens with almost all of the arguments or responses they make. Most of this starts in the first video, and then bleeds into the second. But this isn't the only time they
I'm
just make
trying
shit
my
up.
best,
At around
though.
34 minutes in, they make a neat little claim.
On top of that, in my own video, I explained that Slimmers is an amateur, not a professional artist, and a 15-year-old wouldn't be aware of professional decorum. So even if it was expected that a young artist explained that the reason they don't have a PayPal is because they're underage, which it's not, I don't know why on earth you're passing off your own expectations as though it's traditionally expected. Why would you expect that young amateur artist who's not used to doing commissions to know that?
It's even funnier when you realize that Madame acknowledges in her response that she knew Slimmers didn't have a PayPal because she was underage, and the fact that Slimmers said she would get one next year is what led her to suspect she was lying about it.
It's even funnier when you realize that Madame acknowledges in her response that she knew Slimmers didn't have a PayPal because she was underage, and the fact Slimmers said she would get one next year is what led her to suspect she was lying about it. For people who, again, talk about the burden of proof, it sure is ironic you don't provide any. I wonder why. I did the digging for them, and not once did Madame say that in her response video. The closest to Nezzy Monster's claims are her getting paid through PayPal because she claimed she was going to get a PayPal next year, and looking back on it now, she definitely didn't carry herself well.
And but looking back on it now, she
Hang in there, Enlaa. I know.
And
I'm not
she
even
says to the
halfway
public
into
about
the
this
video
story, and
yet.
like I said, she made it about her age randomly that she's 15, but she told me and my friends that she's going to college and insinuated that she's our age, so I was extremely confused, and she even said she'd be getting a PayPal next year.
So this is where the lies come in, okay? She says to, like, the public about the story, and like I said, she made it about age randomly.
We
but
watched
she's
this clip
15.
already.
Slimmers was an adult the entire time.
She even said she'd
Sorry,
be getting a PayPal next year.
These clips tell us that Madame was under the impression Slimmers was an adult the entire time because of the college discussion, and Slimmers...
At least based on her based purely on her testimony, which they claim that Akumu is purely going off of.
saying she'd get a PayPal later.
Yeah, so I don't know if I believe Madame when she says that. I mean, I take everything Madame says with a grain of salt, but if they're gonna say, Akuma, you're going off purely based on Madame's testimony because you're a white knight, that's just not true.
At the time of making her video, she thought Slimmers was an adult, lying about being a minor, and then looking back, she sees all the red flags or whatever shit to support that. I watched all 35...
because she's mentioning all these red flags being being significant to her age in hindsight. Which, again, I don't know if I believe her on that, but whether or not she's telling the truth is kind of besides the point here.
fucking minutes of her 1000 IQ video and had to put up with all the fabricated, unprofessionals, and there wasn't a single time Madame said she knew Slimmers was underage because of the PayPal, or that she was suspecting it the entire time. She did say in retrospect, hindsight, or looking back, that it was suspicious. Saying you now think someone is lying or that you now suspect something is not the same as always thinking they were lying or always suspecting it. However, this gets even better because right after making the shit up, the two go on a tangent about my self-admitted bias in the video.
Goddamn, like, I wanted to make a point about how Akumu acknowledges that he has a bias against Slimmers.
Like here in the comments where he says his video is biased towards Slimmers, which, if you want to get into word semantics again, your video
Yeah,
is
we
biased
know.
against Slimmers, not towards her.
Yeah, that's the one. And you can see that bias is quite evident in instances like this, but fuck, this isn't even a case of a bias. Like, you have to actively go out of your way to come up with something this completely arbitrary and dumb to blame them for, and then also say something that points out how dumb your suspicion is.
Yeah, they're basically just trying to say, wow, really, you hate Slimmers that much?
It is unnecessarily paranoid and conspiratorial.
Way to grasp at straws like your life depends on it. Did you take him from the straw man you presented earlier?
The straw man I presented earlier, an intentionally misrepresented proposition that is set up because it is easier to defeat than an opponent's real argument. You're accusing me of a straw man while spending the entirety of part one making points up, passing them off as my points, and then making counter arguments to them, and then repeating those counter arguments multiple times.
Or
the lack of
misunderstanding
self-awareness
the
is astounding.
So why did, I mean, you have it in your bios now, so why didn't you have it then?
According to the line you put in this video in the editing process, apparently she
Right.
didn't. Learn from yourself, child.
Did he fix it though? Just like Madame, they put it in and then went back like a boomerang. Get whiplash. As a method of payment to Slimmers due to the PayPal situation.
When I looked over this conversation, I theorized that there might have been a miscommunication between the two of them understanding how credit was going to be given. Madame's wording of what she would offer Slimmers was,
When I'm skipping stuff, it's just me trying to go through stuff that we've already heard.
in a video in return or something, which Madame could have intended to refer as a one-time verbal shoutout, and Slimmers could have interpreted to refer to credit in the videos where the art is used. There is no indication that Slimmers is agreeing to two different things here, and the only other indication we have of Madame specifying the shoutout was on the 27th when she mentioned she wanted to use the stills for the J-Station interview. If you have information we don't have, you need to specify and show it, because based off of the released screenshots that everyone else has seen, your recounting is lacking.
The other thing is that Madame got in trouble for using the art in her thumbnails, which wasn't a part of the original deal. But this art wasn't a part of the deal at all. Neither of them have credit, and Madame didn't get permission to use the art in this manner on either of them.
Oh shit, wait a minute.
Uno reverse card! This guy is trying to point out what the community didn't notice, but this is a point that everybody missed. This art wasn't a part of the deal, and was the second piece of fan art he doesn't show that led Madame to wanting a commission from Slimmers in the first place. Also, the art on her second channel is also fan art, and there's no credit for that one either.
So even before she would have been able to use the still she would have had to pay for with credit, she used fan art, which she hadn't agreed to pay for to use at all.
Yippity-doo-dah. We can't be sure if Slimmers ever gave permission for her to use it. During the debacle about Madame using the art in the thumbnail, we only know about the one where she used the still she specifically commissioned for, not the fan art.
Shoutout/credit was because you didn't have a PayPal. No one credits their commission unless it's free/complimentary by the artist. It wasn't even a commission. You used fan art. It was free, you dumb fuck.
While Slimmers was notified of both videos, a link doesn't show the description. So there is a possibility that she didn't know she wasn't credited until later, and even then, in Nani's video, the one you show, she admits to waiting, thinking she would add it later.
You mean the part where she said she vented on her spam account, causing her friend to go and comment, and then waited 2 days after messaging Madame to then make a comment on her video about it?
She posted like 2 videos in a few weeks, and it's just my stuff wasn't credited. And I was like, okay, well maybe she will credit like later on today. So I posted it on my story on my spam account, because on my art account I see as I want to post art most of the time, then like, and then my spam account is something I express my real feelings to, kind of like a vent account. Don't mind the stupid typo. I did a typo on that one, and it's kind of embarrassing because I sound like a barbarian. But I was excited. I was like, still didn't get credit though, but it's okay. This is exciting. But I said the is exciting, and so I guess my friend saw it. I don't know. I don't know where the comment is though, which I guess she replied and said, hey, you know, my friend Slimmers. So I was waiting for credit. It's been like 2 days or so, and I was like, hey, that's weird. Like, why am I not credited? So it take her like a while to DM back. Like, it sometimes will take her a day or so to reply back. So it was stupid of me to freaking comment it anyway, but I did, because like at that moment I was getting a little bit upset, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna comment this, and I think it was stupid.
You all seem to have conveniently left that little detail out. She admitted to having vented about it, and then waiting. The venting is what caused people to go and comment, which then led to the credit being removed after it being added. My point is literally that, and you respond with, well, she waited, while leaving out the detail that supports what I just said. This is something else I didn't notice in my first response.
This is when an image was uploaded, including her still in the thumbnail. So far, we have no evidence pointing to Madame not giving credit intentionally. However, we do have some evidence pointing to it being an accident.
Except for the fact that Madame accidentally forgot to give credit on a piece of fan art that wasn't a part of the deal. So even if she had given credit, the piece that she tried to claim she didn't need to give credit for because it was a commission wasn't a commission, and that was a lie. Whoops.
Even if you want to argue that the still used in the thumbnail that started all of this was hers, it wasn't. She technically hadn't paid for it, and Slimmers was told it was going to be used for a J-Station video, which isn't happening. So not only did she not pay for them and misuse them, she still hasn't paid and is still misusing them.
Plus, I don't think anyone is really on her ass for initially not giving credit. If credit hadn't been given, but Slimmers pointed that out, Madame fixed it, and nothing else had happened beyond that point, nobody would care about this. But that's not where it ended. So whether that was an accident or not doesn't matter. It was the very clearly non-accidents that happened after this point that people are upset with. And now we're upset because we just fucking figured out that the fan art used, which Madame has constantly referred to as a commission, wasn't actually a fucking commission. So even if you want to say that
Sorry, I don't have much to say here. I'm using all of my brain power to follow.
Paid for is much of an accident.
No one credits their commission unless it's free/complimentary by the artist. It's fan art. Also, this flips the screenshot Akumu shows, which was in Madame's video, on its
Also, I'm pretty sure you should. It's best practice. I don't know if you legally have to, but definitely it's best practice to still credit artists who make fan art for you. Because even if it's your character, it's their art.
Because everything we thought it stood for has been thrown out the window.
What do you mean,
the video Slimmers commented on was the 50K video, the one that used the fan art. The comment that caused all of this, and the comment everyone agreed was where Slimmers did wrong, was
No, I understand. I'm just understanding, I'm trying to keep up with the points that he is going to counter, that's all.
trying to justify.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree with that. It would have been unprofessional for Slimmers to do so if Madame made a mistake.
You're right, it is a lot
but,
to
Madame didn't
remember.
have any permission to use the fan art, and it wasn't a part of their professional deal.
What fucking professional deal are you talking about? An agreement on Instagram for
True, it is a verbal agreement. It's not an actual official, legally binding contract.
credit, and you call that a professional deal. The person you've
Yeah, it's
acknowledged as an
not.
amateur and not a professional artist.
On top of that, in my own video, I explained that Slimmers is an amateur, not a professional artist, and a 15-year-old wouldn't be aware of professional
Right.
decorum.
Who doesn't know professional decorum, but made a professional deal in Instagram DMs. You're just throwing that word around.
True. Whenever they need to defend Slimmers, they say, well, she's not a professional, she's an amateur, so how would she ever know? But then when they need to condemn Madame, they go, it was a professional agreement. So it kind of contradicts itself there.
Like Madame was.
So why would Slimmers
He makes
need to
a good
approach her in
point.
a professional manner about art that she already should have been aware she didn't have any rights to use?
This whole situation is even more pointless now than it was before.
Thank you, Akumu. Your video, which was hyper-focused on proving to us that Slimmers is more in the wrong than we thought, has now revealed to us that Madame was more in the wrong than we originally thought. We probably wouldn't have noticed that if you hadn't made this video. Thank you for doing the exact opposite of what you set out to do.
Slimmers, we are so sorry. Not only did most of us mess up your name.
Ha, I didn't.
Shush. We messed up your whole position in this petty little feud. Madame is now even more at fault. Holy shit!
Slimmers commented on the video publicly addressing the issue, instead of contacting Madame when she had her private Discord, as I'll reveal later, and apparently had her phone number, and they obviously had previously spoken in the DMs of Instagram.
Yeah, she spoke about it, but she spoke about the wrong issue.
I'm gonna flat out tell you, I care significantly less about Slimmers' professed unprofessionalism here, because it was unprofessional of Madame to use artwork that she hadn't even offered to pay the artist for, and then act like she doesn't need to credit it because—
I mean, yeah, Slimmers' wrongdoings are significantly less than Madame's. I don't think that's up for debate.
She commissioned the artist for something else.
At this
I
point.
used something I didn't even offer to pay for, but they were being unprofessional by not telling me privately. Doesn't need to be private for any other moron to be able to figure out that artwork that wasn't a part of the commission deal.
Like, we all know that the idea isn't that Slimmers did nothing wrong.
Groceries and then going back to rob the place. But now let's add on buying one thing and expecting it to come in a set. Madame has only shown how entitled she is with this, and not to mention the
That's not a good analogy.
So professional.
I'm the queen of analogies, I should know. Including food analogies.
So I saw her how I spit that hospital video, and it was like an hour long, and it seemed serious. And I was like, oh no, this poor girl. I felt really bad, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna draw fan art for her. And I drew fan art for her. I'll show you my first fan art if I can pull it up. This was my first fan art I drew for her. It was very.
Can I just say that Slimmers' art at 15 is already fucking amazing?
Quick, I won't deny, because I was still. Whenever I draw a character, I draw them in multiple styles consistently because I don't know what style I'm comfortable with. I just experiment a lot. So I drew that for her. For her, like, hey, you know, you feel better. And then she was like, oh my god, I loved it. She posted on her story on Instagram. She shared it all over the place. She loved it. And I was like, oh wow, I'm so happy that you really liked it and stuff like that. I drew her another one because I was like, yeah, I'm making someone happy. I like that. I like making people happy. So I drew
My
her another
blinking
one.
is
She
not
loved- she
working.
enjoyed that one
It's
the
probably
most.
my
I'm
glasses.
just popping in here to say, I'm sorry that so much of your video was used here. It's kind of ridiculous.
Funnily enough, she wasn't credited either until she had to point it out.
Maybe.
I mean, to be fair, he is using segments of an interview, not necessarily Nani's input on the video, right? Let me fix my VRM thing. But here, Ponder and Nezzy are saying, like, why did you use so much of Nani's content? But it's like... He's using the interview segments because he's showcasing what Slimmers said, not Nani. So is it really the same thing?
You should have read Nani's comments. Finally got around to trying to watch this video after I DM'd you so far. Nothing new or nothing helpful has been added to the video. No offense, of course. I didn't realize you used this much of my video in this. So yeah, you should totally link it in your description, lol. I didn't care at first, but I didn't realize that you meant you were going to use multiple minutes of uncut audio and video. So her comment mentions that we spoke in DMs and that she didn't think I would use this much and that I should credit her. Before my video was released, we spoke in DMs. I offered to add her in the description and she told me, I'm sure it's fine, no worries. But hey, insert whatever you'd like regardless of the context. At this point, you all have made it pretty clear context doesn't matter. Now here's an irrelevant fun fact. At the end of 2021, when Kai Weiss copyright strike my response to him, he followed up with a false apology on November 3rd, where he said that he wanted others to strike my videos.
I have always, throughout my entire time on being in this platform and knowing of Akumu's existence, unfortunately, that I don't like him. So, like, of course I'm going to be happy that his video was taken down, and I hope that other...
You should never... This bothers me. You should never be happy that you unfairly used, that you abused a system in order to take down videos that you didn't like. You should never be happy about that, even if you don't like the person. It just shows how slimy this guy and opportunistic he really is. He's not much different from Peaches and Leo, or Omnia or anyone else. I've got to dip out now, but I'll return later if you're still streaming. I mean, at this rate, I probably will be. But hey, you know what? In all fairness, we're still under like 8 hours and we're an hour into this video, so I think I'm making good time.
People whose copyright that he's infringed upon also take his videos down.
On the
Yeah, commenting on people's commentary is transformative enough where it's not, like, it's not abusing copyright.
5th of November, Nani asked Twitter this,
Or, you know,
7:40 to
copyright
9:37,
infringement.
10 to 16:53. My content unedited. Is it fair use? Those timestamps go to my Slimmers video. Someone pointed this out and her response was denial. I was literally just wondering if it was fair use. I know I told Akumu it was okay and I didn't care, lol. What a steaming crock of shit. That was just 2 days after Kai called for other people to strike my content for copyright infringement. Now you might be wondering, why am I even telling you? That was just 2 days after Kai called for other people to strike my content for copyright infringement. Now you might be wondering, why am I even telling you this? How is this relevant to Ponder, Sprocket, and Nuzzy Monster? I'm telling you this because there's this idea that these content creators are honest and caring people. For instance, that Nani is just a nice person in the community, when really none of them are. They put on a front and pretend to be nice and pretend to care about whatever latest topic. No one should even be surprised or in denial about that, considering the commentary community's track record with holding personas of liars,
Yeah, I
cowards,
mean,
hypocrites,
the person
degenerates,
that seems
all
the
in their
most
lives.
honest
Looking up
so
and
far
trusting
is
these people for
Mad Libs.
accurate and honest information. Even the ones that appear to be the nicest and most
Maybe
peaceful
Ponder,
are
but I don't
disingenuous,
know yet.
advantageous, and cowardly.
I admit, I'm on copium. I'm on copium with that.
I clearly apologized and said that was sucky of me and I'm sorry. And then she goes again.
Way to leave in the bit where she openly says that she messed up and that she apologized.
Oh wow, acknowledging your mistakes in an effort to be transparent about the situation? You mean that thing that Madame hasn't been doing? Even to the point where she is directly lying and claiming that the fan art she used was a commission she ordered from Slimmers?
True, they
Weird.
got him there.
He says people are attacking Madame, but not Slimmers, and yet ignores the fact that not only were their offenses not equal, but that Slimmers has taken responsibility for what she did, unlike Madame.
Artists aren't allowed to choose who they want to be mad at based on who's truthful and who accepts responsibility for their mistakes.
Why wouldn't I leave it in? If I leave it in, you bitch about it. If I would have taken it out, we all know you would have accused me of cutting it out to hide it.
Can I be mad?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Whose video is just Nani's unedited video?
You can be 27.16% mad.
Damn, not mad enough to be a mad lad.
Absolute mad lad.
Yeah, kind of shit considering we had phone calls.
Yeah, those are the jokes that always fall flat.
And she's like, yeah, kind of shit considering we've had phone calls and most YouTubers stop reading comments. Most YouTubers.
I don't know about you, but I obsess over mine. Then again, my channel's a small bean. Either that or I have issues.
Stop reading comments after the upload, but okay, luckily I checked today. Lol. She was really aggressive and like I was like, I'm sorry, and then she's like, yeah, but still, it was kind of shit. Like she kept repeating herself, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, all good. Here you go. And then she credited me, and she's like, and don't worry about future uploads. I don't think I'll forget to add you again. If I use the thumbnails, I'll be mindful. And I'm like, okay, Ashley. And I said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just wanted to credit in the description. That's all. You don't have to credit me every single video, which I mean, she doesn't have to credit me.
We've seen these, yeah.
Credit me every single video.
Pointing out something that, according to Madame's video on the situation,
I said only the ones where you use my thumbnails. Yeah, I'll kind of be specific.
also taking responsibility for not pointing out something that, according to Madame's video on the situation, should have been common sense for Madame to have known.
You don't understand, Ponder. She sinned.
Yes, let me just bring up how the artist is marked by sin, but then also make a video where I'm berating people for not looking at things with facts and logic. That makes sense.
Don't forget common sense.
If sin is fact, logic, and common sense for your god, boy, my god has tentacles. Fiend, can you put that on your tentacle, Sweet Bean? Good boy.
Where's your god now?
Yeah, I hate it when they try to make jokes, to be honest, because they usually fall flat.
That's why I said it. I was like, maybe I didn't.
That's why I said, like, I wouldn't really mesh well with these types of people, because I'd just be constantly cringing at their attempts at humor.
It was just a mistake I should have mentioned beforehand, but I'm telling you now, and I'll delete the comment. So that's why I deleted the comment at that moment. And at that moment, I was just like, oh, well, you know, maybe, like, I said I got you with the credit, haha. You don't have to do anything, it's fine. I thought we agreed on some video shout out. I forgot, but it was rival. But she's pretty like saying like about she's not saying making one video about the shout out. She said it was gonna be like her talking about another situation and I'll eventually be in the video as a shout out. So she's like, I see the issue with that, it won't be long term. So I will be sure to always have credit. And I said, I should have told you the thumbnail thing, I'm really sorry, Ashley. And she's like, plus I mean common sense if I use it for the thumbnail, right? I just forgot this time. So she mentioned that she forgot.
Most that are attacking Madam and defending Slimmers even think Madam never gave credit. That's not entirely accurate.
Nobody thought that. In fact, that was one of the primary issues people had. The comments may say
True.
her, but everybody who's made a video brings
That's
up the fact
one
that
part he's wrong about.
Madame openly admits in her video that she removed the credit out of spite.
As well as openly admitting that she didn't give it an
How did you get involved with this whole drama commentary stuff to begin with? Oh boy. Let me give you a very quick TLDR, and hopefully I can make this actually quick. So, at the beginning of October, or even before that, I saw that Nyx the Shield and Jackie Animations, who were making Underverse, got into some hot water because they were being accused of being complicit in a child grooming scandal, I guess you could say. And the biggest person forefronting that that offense against them was someone named Hopeless Peaches. And then the victim, one of the victims anyway, Crystal Flames. But Hopeless Peaches was making all these additional allegations that had no substantial evidence for them, such as claiming that Nyx and Jackie were only supporting Crystal Flame monetarily in order to bribe her into silence somehow, which I don't know how they came to that conclusion. But I ended up making a live stream and then later edit it down into a video explaining parts of Hopeless Peaches' video that I strongly disagreed with, and pointed out some hypocrisies and other things like that, especially when it came to mental health and suicidal stuff. And then someone named Kumo Commentary saw that video, reacted to it on his stream, and then I saw someone in his comments named Gilded Pooh. I reacted to one of his videos on Leo Convoy and Hopeless Peaches, and then he disagreed with some things in my reaction video, and then I ended up interviewing Gilded Pooh on my live stream, which caused Peaches to go and subtweet about me, calling me a friend of zoophiles and predator defenders. So yeah, that's how I'm now involved. Just to give you the quick rundown. I hope that made sense to you.
initially and then contradicting herself and claiming that it was a complete fabrication.
Look at how much smarter I am than all of you. I'm so smart that I didn't even pay attention to what any of you said.
Here are Madam screenshots, along with some art, that shows evidence that she initially, when the issue first occurred, fixed it. Here we can clearly see the artist is happy now.
Is this supposed to be a big revelation? You know that we've seen these screenshots, right?
You literally screenshotted her video where she showed her side. A public video that has been seen by over 100,000 people.
Why did you say that people were under the incorrect assumption that Madame did not credit the artwork initially? For one thing, all of the videos I've seen had people address that
Is that
credit was not
subtweet
given,
still
then
up?
given, and then
Yeah.
removed.
Multiple people have even said that if that's where it ended, nobody would care.
Secondly, why are you saying that it's incorrect for them to be under this assumption when the screenshot you show demonstrates Madame
It did?
acknowledging that
Okay.
she didn't give credit and then fixing the situation?
yeah, you
Literally,
can
the
still
first
find
screenshot
that
you bring up is her showing
subtweet.
the artist that she fixed it. There had to have been a mistake in the first place for her to need to fix it, and had that
It
been
was something like, it's something she said on That Rebel Rosie, which is Hopeless Peach's alt account on Twitter. It's sort of her private / vent account, I guess you could say. But she said something along the lines of, "You can criticize my content, but you take it to another level when you're buddying up with literal zoophiles." I mean, just go to her That Rebel Rosie account and just look up sexual degenerate as a keyword and you'll find it. Because at the end of her tweet, she just goes, "I'm just gonna write you off as a sexual degenerate for obvious reasons." Despite not knowing anything about me. Or any of my opinions on anything sexual whatsoever.
Of the mistake, again, no one would bat an eye at it. Mistakes happen. There's no misunderstanding there. Madame originally didn't give credit. Slimmers left her a comment. Madame added the credit and then later removed it.
Soon after this incident, many began to literally assault and attack Madam. Why? Because Slimmers decided to vent on Instagram. This isn't the first time someone has vented about an issue and thought formed a cancel culture. This was the critical mistake Slimmers made, which led to Madam being attacked, removing her credit, and soon resulted in Madam attempting to dox her.
You know you need to
And if you need to know my reasoning as to why I know it's about me, I can give that to
prove
you
that,
as well.
right? I mean, I won't argue that realistically the venting
Hey,
for Instagram
Akumu.
was Slimmers' critical mistake, and this is something that she's recognized wasn't a good idea. But if you're going to make the claim that Slimmers' initial vent led to those attacks, and the attacks were what led to Madame's later actions, you need to prove that. The problem is that you can't prove that because based on the information available for the time frame of the comment left, you can't be sure when most of them were left within the week period where all of this was happening.
If you scroll down into the deep depths of her 50K video, her response is aggressive, and she immediately lies and says that the art in the thumbnail was part of the initial commission, which it's not. After that comment, the first after Slimmers, is when, yes, they start becoming somewhat aggressive.
Yes, you can make the claim that the vent led to the attacks. You know what could have also led to the attacks that you're not acknowledging? Madame's reaction to the comments. You aren't proving that it was specifically the thing that you claim started the attacks, and you need to
Is
make an
Ponder
attempt to prove
Sprocket
that
a
because there are
Christian,
multiple
though?
possibilities for why it could have
I know
happened.
Leo
It came straight
is,
from the
but I
horse's
don't know
mouth.
about
In the interview
Ponder.
with Nani, Slimmer said this.
She posted like 2 videos in a few weeks, and it's just my stuff wasn't credited. And I was like, okay, well maybe she will credit like later on today. So I posted it on my story on my spam account because on my art account I see.
That's right. I missed that part. Thanks, Emo. Yeah, Peaches did come into my live stream because there were claims being made in one of Gilded's videos where he was showcasing a couple of screenshots from one of Leo's, She shadow tweets a lot of people. Oh, I know. I have seen that is a habit of hers. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Leo influencing Peaches. I thought you meant Leo influencing What? My bad. I think Leo's influencing them both, in my opinion, but that's besides the point. Okay, I see what you're saying now. But yeah, is Peaches even a Christian? That's a good question. I don't think she is. She doesn't behave like one, that's for sure. But, anyway, but yes, you're right. The reason why she came into my stream is because, you know, Gilded was putting up screenshots that came from one of their Discord servers, and so I guess you could call it infiltration, but I was pretty open about it. I was like, let me see if I can get into this publicly available server and just see if I can find where this conversation took place, because somebody in my chat was saying, oh yeah, you can still find those chats. So I went in there to try and find it, and I guess Peaches is the one that saw that I was trying to get into the Discord. She comes into my live stream and instantly, just based on my voice, just assumes that I'm under the age of 18, despite the fact that I'm 28. I know in my live stream I say, I'm 27, but that's not true. I'm 28. I don't know why in that moment I was saying I was 27. I don't know. Age is a weird thing, but, yeah. But the only 2 things she really said was like, please don't try to get into an 18+ server when you're below the age of 18, so just assuming my age. And then, I corrected her saying I'm 27, even though I'm 28. And then she says something like, okay, well, if you're 27, then why are you associating yourself with a literal zoophile like Gilded Poo? And that's how I know that the shadow tweet she made was about me.
As I want to post art most of the time, then like, and then my spam account is something
Anyway, I need to
express.
back up a little bit because I'm missing the context for this.
Multiple possibilities for why it could have happened.
It came straight from the horse's mouth. In the interview with Nani, Slimmers said this.
She posted like 2 videos in a few weeks, and it's just my stuff wasn't credited. And I was like, okay, well maybe she will credit like later on today. So I posted on my story on my spam account because on my art account I see as I want to post art most of the time. Then like, and then my spam account is something I express my real feelings to, kind of with a vent account.
A vent account.
Don't mind the stupid typo. I did a typo on that one, and it's kind of embarrassing because I sound like a barbarian. But I was excited. I was like, still didn't get credit though, but it's okay. This is exciting. But I said the is exciting, and so I guess my friend saw it. I don't know where the comment is still, which I guess she replied and said, hey, you know, my friend Slimmers, and I guess she read a comment where I can't find it now, but someone did say, which was my friend that is also an artist, that take crediting work very seriously, and they don't really want me to give their at right now, but they commented like, hey, Slimmer said that you didn't credit her. She said that you didn't credit her in the story. You know, you gotta credit her. And then I guess she took that as an attack. It was just one comment. I looked, it was literally one comment. Like my comment was deleted. Oh yeah, long, but there was only one comment. It was just one comment.
Now, if we take a look at your screenshot with Nightfish and Madame, Nightfish mentions that Slimmers has another account. The other account was the one she vented on, her spam, and that was the private account.
Okay.
She vented in an Instagram story. This person knows of Slimmers' vent story, meaning they must have seen it. Clearly, they are the person Slimmers is referring to in Nani's interview. And for another cherry on top, I asked Slimmers myself if Nightfish was her friend, and she said, I think so. Oh, and Ponder contradicted this part of the video with the video she made with Darkness Stone that also covers the fact that Nightfish came from the post and was Slimmers' friend. Whoops.
One of Slimmers' friends commented on Ash's 50,000 subscriber video, the one using fan art and not the commission cells, also asking for credit to be given, and this is where Ash's good favor ran out.
You can't say Nightfish came because of the call-out post, because the call-out post wasn't made until after Madame's interaction with Nightfish, until after Slimmers was blocked by Madame. Slimmers told me this herself. Madame even says in her comment, you and whoever else she sent after me are the reason she won't be getting credit now. Right there. And you both are just ignoring that. The vent post did send a person in Madame's comments, and by your own screenshot, Madame clearly said Slimmers won't be getting the credit now. Unless you're going to contradict your previous statement about Slimmers' testimony being more trustworthy than Madame's.
We did get both sides.
Madame's video response was because Slimmer's side got out first.
Most of the video responses to the situation have been acknowledging both Madame's video recounting the situation as well as Slimmers' screenshots and testimony. Everyone has come to the point where because Madame's side was so full of lies, contradictions, and holes that it became quite apparent that Slimmers' testimony held more weight.
You're fucked.
For you to assume that it was directly as a result of Slimmers' Instagram story is just as bad as someone with equally as little proof claiming that it was directly as a result of Madame's behavior. You making this claim with no evidence means that we have just as much reason to believe the opposite.
You know, the grandstandy talking down about how I need to prove it is great and all, but it doesn't work considering two things. If you've seen the interview with Nani, like you've suggested you have...
While Slimmers was notified of both videos, a link doesn't show the description. So there is a possibility that she didn't know she wasn't credited until later, and even then, in Nani's video, the one you show, she admits to waiting, thinking she would add it later.
You would know it's true. Hell, you went on to talk about how it sent someone in a later video on the same fucking topic. The vent story did send someone, resulting in the credit being taken away, even ignoring the interview. Let's say you didn't watch it. Your screenshot directly shows that the vent led to a person commenting.
Right. But I don't think... Were we shown anywhere what it was said in that vent? I think it was just like, hey, haven't gotten credit yet, but it's still exciting. I don't know if Akumu is trying to make the argument that because somebody saw that private thing and decided to go to Madame's comments to say, hey, maybe give Slimmers credit, is Slimmers actively sending people to go tag her about it? I'm not sure. So I might have lost it a little bit there.
It being taken away.
Not to mention, all of this, the videos where Madame used the art,
fair enough, Emo.
Slimmers and Nani's video
Me
with
too.
Slimmers happened in 1 week. To say that all the hate and criticism came from Slimmers fans and Venbo's is
I didn't know about any of this art
Especially since the account
commentary
story posted on
shit.
was a small private Instagram channel at the time, and the first comment that got Madame so mad was actually worded quite polite.
Okay, this story was on her public and on her main. I don't... Oh, this is Madame. I see. I'm not arguing that Slimmer sent. Okay. I'm sorry. We're like 10 minutes, like 17 minutes away from the end. 16 and a half. So I'm losing a couple of brain cells on the way. It is a lot to process, I will say. Especially because I'm on stream and I'm trying to go fast. So if I missed a couple of things, I apologize.
Not to mention, not aggressive in the slightest. Keep in mind also that Madame's aggression didn't come from seeing the post. She was told about it. She was under the impression that Slimmers told people to attack her based on hearsay, instead of actually checking what was said and having a civil conversation with Slimmers.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She flat out admitted in her video on the situation that a friend told her what it said, and then she didn't bother to check. And then when Slimmers tried to correct her, she also didn't check. Or she did and didn't care, and then continued to push the narrative that Slimmers was sending people to attack her.
Madame, throughout this whole video, has done nothing but bury herself due to her own stubbornness an ego.
There was more than one post. You're conflating the story Slimmers made venting on her spam on September 10th to the post she made covering the Great Terrible Art Theft. Madame was told about the post covering the art theft, and this can be proven because Madame said that Slimmers told the public she was 15. Madame could only be referring
Hang on,
about
let
the
me
post.
see that. So this is still her main account, right? Okay.
Covering the art theft, and this can be proven because Madame said that Slimmers told the public she was 15. Madame could only be referring to the call-out post because Slimmers didn't mention her age in the vent story. She mentioned her age in the call-out post that came later.
She has shown
I see
she doesn't
that,
like it when
yeah.
people point out her mistakes, and yet you still put her and Slimmers, an individual who has apologized and moved on from this, that she is at equal fault. Sorry, dude. They may be playing the same game, but they are at different ballparks.
When I made a video about this situation, if there wasn't enough information provided for me to gauge what happened, I would skip over the segment, and if only a little was provided and there were potential gaps, I would speculate and I would specify that I was speculating and give my reasoning behind it. You, on the other hand, are throwing out a direct timeline-based accusation and providing nothing to substantiate it. That isn't how this works.
Kind of
you don't get
ironic.
to make a claim and provide absolutely no fucking evidence.
I love how they say that, I don't get to make a claim and provide no evidence right after they did it twice. Rules for thee, but not for me. Slimmers' vent was a story made on September 10th. She said this in Nani's interview.
She posted like 2 videos in a few weeks, and it's just my stuff wasn't credited. And I was like, okay, well maybe she will credit like later on today. So I posted it on my story on my spam account because
Right,
on my
we've
art
heard
account I see
this.
as I want to post art most of the time. Then like, and then my spam account is something is exciting.
Nightfish went and commented about this, telling Madame to credit her. Madame took away the credit as a result. Then after an argument from Discord to Instagram, which ended with Slimmers being blocked, she made the call-out post. We have the vent screenshot, and
I
there's no
see.
mention of her age. Looking back at what I asked Slimmers, she says her call-out post came after she vented, and she can swear that it contained her
Oh, hold on.
of her age. Looking back at what I asked Slimmers, she says her call-out post came after she vented.
Okay. I want to read this. Akumu says, did the call-out post on Madame come after your friend commented and after she blocked you? That's what I'm trying to find out. If the call-out post came after the vent and Madame blocked. Slimmers says, oh, I remember. Madame didn't credit me in their video, and that's what got me into making a vent on my spam account on my stories on Instagram. That resulted into my friends seeing it, and they commented on the post. I didn't know they did. And I decided to comment on their YouTube video about asking for credit. And yada yada, Madame saw my comment and we talked about it, and then she saw my friend's comment, thought I attacked her, yada yada, she blocked me. And that is when I made the call out post. I think that's what that's saying.
And she can swear.
Akumu says, did the call out post mention your age? Madame said in her video a friend saw your post and that you were lying about being 15, quote unquote. I'm trying to find out if that was the call-out post she was referring to or making the mention of 15 years old. Obviously, you weren't lying about that. Slimmer says, I think it did. Don't count me on it, though, but I would have sworn it had my age in it. I deleted the call-out post long ago, so you might have to look at some YouTube videos that had the call-out post. I see.
That it contained her age. What was it again that Madame said? That Slimmers told the public she was 15, meaning that the friend who told Madame about Slimmers' post had to have seen the call-out post and not the vent story. This may be the only true thing Madame had said, and Ponder just conflated 2 different posts and 2 different events. If you haven't caught on by now, the majority of their video is the same rinse and repeat formula. This trend started with the intro, interjecting right before the context, accused me of cutting out context and lying by omission, and trying to cover my tracks. Then the 2 provide their version of the context I supposedly left out, which leaves out even more important details, and then proceed to repeat it 3 to 4 times to drill it into your fucking skull. This same habit of intervening before the context and asking where it is isn't even new or recent. She did it back in 2017.
If you're wondering if I think black borders matter, I actually do. My video looks
Oh
a lot
shit,
better
what?
like
Just
this
a
than if
robot?
it looked-
Hang on, I need a context for this again.
Same habit of intervening before the context and asking where it is isn't even new or recent. She did it back in 2017.
If you're wondering if I think black borders matter, I actually do. My video looks a lot better like this than if it looked like this.
Weird, it's almost like presentation matters.
I never said it didn't. What I did say was that I care more about the argument than how the video looks or sounds. That's going to be a running theme throughout this video. I'm going to be constantly saying, no I don't, or I never said that.
Oh no's, alleged controversies surrounding someone that in no way affect anybody else, nor do they affect the quality of her content. The very horror!
Sweetie, you might want to keep watching the video, because my problem isn't that she has a diaper fetish. Now, does Doodle Tones have a diaper fetish? The answer is, I don't know, and I don't care. If she does or does not, I wouldn't think any more or less of her.
Which is why it's so necessary to bring it up.
Literally, the next part explains this. What I do have a problem with are the people saying, oh, what do you mean Doodle has a diaper fetish? Oh, where did you get that from?
I'm kinda sick of the bitch wear meme at this point.
Are you serious? Right here.
The fact that people legitimately believe that dual tones had some kind of diaper fetish is so monumentally stupid that it's almost not even worth talking about, but this is the guy surviving the internet, and we cover internet history, so we have to talk about it. Needless to say, everybody ran with it, and it earned her the embarrassing nickname Doodle Diapers. And no, I don't came up with that. It was either Jesus with 79 lives or some other stupid troll.
This was in the fucking video. How the fuck did you miss it? You even put this clip in your video.
I might have to slow that down because it's sped up in a sped up video. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on.
But this is the guy surviving the internet, believe that dual tones had some
serious right here.
The fact that people legitimately believe that dual tones had some kind of a diaper fetish is so monumentally stupid that it's almost not even worth talking about, but this is the guy surviving the internet, and we cover internet history, so we have to talk about it. Needless to say, everybody ran with it, and it earned her the embarrassing nickname Doodle Diapers. And no, I don't know who came up with that. It was either Jesus with Bazooka 79 lives or some other stupid troll. I don't.
This was in the fucking video. How the fuck did you miss it? You even put this clip in your video. My argument had a beginning, middle, and end. I explained everything. I showed a guy denying that there's any evidence that Doodle Tones has a diaper fetish. I showed evidence that she does have a diaper fetish, and I even explained that her having a diaper fetish is not the problem.
Now, despite how bad part 1 is, that doesn't mean Ponder and Nezzy never made any good points. Here they are in chronological order. At 22 minutes in, they criticized me for having to explain my points further in the comments rather than the video, and they corrected my terminology.
I hope you guys are not hearing that banging noise. They're doing... Okay, the mic doesn't pick it up on its own. But if I'm talking and you hear banging noises in the background, because people are doing construction on the apartment building downstairs. Or the apartment room downstairs.
So, plagiarism. I'm asking, but luckily explained in the comments. Not a good sign when you make a video and then have to explain your point in the comments, a place people may not see and thus may cause people to misconstrue your
How about just never clarifying or rectifying your points? How about that?
points. Credit theft isn't a thing. It's plagiarism.
Although the rest of the point fell flat on its ass, she was somewhat right. My terminology was really fucking retarded. At 36 minutes in, they corrected.
Yeah, but like I said, the terminology and the semantics behind it doesn't matter because it doesn't change the overall point that he was trying to make.
Me regarding what Slummers and Madame agreed to, and made very good points about the fact that Madame used the fan art which wasn't a part of their agreement.
Madame suggested giving credit for her work and a possible vocal shout-out in the video for crediting. Slummers wanted both, and the two agreed to the terms.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all.
Madame offered a shout-out as a method of payment to Slummers due to the PayPal situation.
When I looked over this conversation, I theorized that there might have been a miscommunication between the two of them understanding how credit was going to be given. Madame's wording of what she would offer Slummers was, can I plug your Instagram in a video in return or something, which Madame could have intended to refer as a one-time verbal shoutout, and Slummers could have interpreted to refer to credit in the videos where the art is used. There is no indication that Slummers is agreeing to two different things here, and the only other indication we have of Madame specifying the shoutout was on the 27th when she mentioned she wanted to use the stills for the J-Station interview. If you have information we don't have, you need to specify and show it, because based off of the released screenshots that everyone else has seen, your recounting is lacking.
The other thing is that Madame got in trouble for using the art in her thumbnails, which wasn't a part of the original deal. But this art wasn't a part of the deal at all. Neither of them have credit, and Madame didn't get permission to use the art in this manner on either of them.
Oh shit, wait a minute.
Uno reverse card! This guy is trying to point out what the community didn't notice, but this is a point that everybody missed. This art wasn't a part of the deal, and was the second piece of fan art he doesn't show that led Madame to wanting a commission from Slummers in the first place. Also, the art on her second channel is also fan art, and there's no credit for that one either.
So even before she would have been able to use the still she would have had to pay for with credit, she used fan art, which she hadn't agreed to pay for to use at all.
They even pointed out that other people did address the fact that Madame forgot the credit, added it, and then removed it.
For one thing, all of the videos I've seen had people address that credit was not given, and then removed.
Multiple people have even said that if that's where it ended, nobody would care.
There were people who addressed that, and I should have looked more into that before claiming otherwise.
Yeah,
now, there's
true.
a lot of misinformation in these videos, and that spawned from these videos, and so much that stacks that I start to wonder if some of these were
It's something that I don't necessarily blame Akumu too much for because, again, he was 16 at the time.
intentional lies. A final recap of some examples.
If we have to go easy on Slummers for not being professional because of her age, then why not give the same benefit of the doubt to Akumu? You know, in a non-condescending way, of course.
The first 15 minutes was their conspiracy I was trying to dox Slummers or have someone else do it, and they
It's a
used
good
this
video, I like
screenshot
it.
from my Twitter to back it up. They clearly went through my Twitter feed. We saw their screenshots from my feed, and they had people read from it. When I spoke to Ponder, she even admitted that they had gathered these screenshots from my Twitter themselves. Since they were on my Twitter looking at my feed as far as back as the 27th of September, they would have easily seen dozens and dozens of tweets clarifying I was not doxing her or releasing
Right.
anything. Replies to the same tweets I showed in the intro to the video they're responding to. But Ponder and Nezzy didn't use or show any of them in the video. They chose to go into a thread on the tweet I did delete and cherry
I mean, technically they showed the one about you having the case number where you said, I'm not doxing anyone. Technically they had that, but it doesn't really count. I know what he's saying, though.
pick a statement from it as an admission of guilt, using that statement to assume the context of my
Yeah.
original tweet, when the context of my original tweet is contrary to it. When I spoke with Ponder Sprocket and
Yeah, it's frustrating that they take an interpretation of what the comment might have meant and instead just running with it and saying that that's definitely what it meant.
Our phone call about my various issues with the video. I did bring up the doxing
Wait,
act is contrary to it. When I spoke with Ponder Sprocket in our phone call about my various issues with the video, I did bring up the doxing accusation and the problems with it. That she had to have ignored evidence that disproved it to even make the claim to begin with if she was on my Twitter feed, like she admitted that she was. We can see in the screenshots that she put in the video. She chalked this up to just an honest mistake that she didn't fully understand as to how it could have happened. In part 2, and this is what's a problem in both part 1 and part 2, but
I was wondering when
deleted
we
one
would
tweet,
hear this.
which is the main tweet, and then September 28th, I released a tweet explaining why I deleted it.
Mhm.
And you said that you all had went through my Twitter feed and gathered the screenshots before I was suspended, but none of those tweets ever appeared in the video. The only one that appeared in the video was the one that was cherry picked from the thread.
I can hang on. I'm gonna. Oh wait, shit! Did I already collect these together? One sec. I'm gonna go through my documents and see if I still have.
I'm gonna check my notes, check my pictures.
I mean, to be fair, it's been like 3 years, so I get it.
Oh my god, has it? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I barely remember what I had for dinner last night. I'm sorry, my memory is not the greatest.
No, it is what it is.
That is an I mean, to be fair, she could be genuine, although she's setting up what could be called insurance, where if she misspeaks or says any falsities, she could always say, well, I just don't remember. My memory's bad. So that kind of bothers me that she instantly falls back on that when asked this specific question, where she just immediately goes, my memory's bad. Because that can give her an out if she says anything false.
Yeah, the most I could say from guessing is that it may not have been a tweet that I saw. It's either that or maybe I'm wrong about where we got the tweet screenshots. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because it's also I'm not usually online most days. So whenever there's stuff going on Twitter, there will often be like one day where I'm really involved and I get all the screenshots, and then I'm completely offline for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days.
Ponder, what does this have to do with the question he asked you?
And then everything that's happening in those 4 days.
She's just kind of like going on about like my memory is that bad.
I miss, and then like if the account's suspended in that time, I'm just.
This has nothing to do with the question he asked.
In the video, you guys gathered screenshots at least from the 26th to this 27th. Now that tweet was the 28th, so that's fine. But there's a bunch of other tweets that were on the 27th that also, I mean, if you guys did get the screenshots yourselves, you would have to ignore them and specifically go into one thread to get the screenshot you did, which with the original screenshot it wasn't, but again, you guys didn't have it. But there was several tweets that, I mean, I think like 12, maybe more, that I put out that same day because everyone from D'Angelo Wallace's tweet was tweeting at me. So I was having to provide the context multiple times to different people. None of those went in the video, and they were all those were the 26th and the 27th, but just the one from the thread ended up in the video. And maybe that's due to the fact that it has been some time since the video came out.
Could be,
but this idea that it's an honest mistake doesn't make any fucking sense. And I'm going to put it in perspective as to why. My Twitter account got suspended.
And I've gone over some of the reasons as well as to why it can't possibly have been a mistake. Now, it could be that she doesn't remember that because it's been 3 years, she does not remember how involved she was in it. I'd have to hear the entire interview or conversation to know this for sure. But it sounds like she's kind of trying to say, like, well, I just don't remember. So it must have been a mistake. But no, just because she doesn't remember doesn't mean it was a mistake.
On October 7th of 2019, Nezzy Monster and Ponder Sprocket started working on these videos early October. In fact, as I showed, she was watching my account up until the point it was suspended as they were making these videos, as they were scripting. You can even see that the profile picture on my account is the same exact one as the screenshots that Ponder herself had taken. This means that she had to scroll through my early October tweets into September, scrolled right past the tweet on September 28th, clarifying why I deleted the tweet, where I got the information from, and providing a screenshot of the tweet that I did delete, which contradicts her claim that I was trying to hide it. Because if I was trying to hide it, why would I provide evidence of it? She had to have scrolled past the numerous other tweets
just
on
didn't
September 28th
answer the question,
and September 27th. Also clarifying that I wasn't doxing, where I got the information from, and that this was all just overblown, exaggerated nonsense from D'Angelo Wallace. And yet she went into a Twitter thread and took my statement of I have full intentions and used that to confirm it. She went right past 2 days worth of tweets. In what way is that an honest mistake? Then there's the several accusations that I deleted tweets that I didn't, even specifying in part 2 that I had apparently deleted them before my account was suspended. That the line claiming I had deleted it was written before my account was suspended, so I had removed them and not Twitter. This is where giving them the benefit of the doubt begins to stretch, especially with Nezzy Monster's track record of dishonesty. I never deleted it. It's still on the account. So why claim I did if they could have seen it wasn't deleted? Even going as far as stating that I removed it before my account was suspended, implying they saw these tweets on my account before I had apparently deleted them, and saw that they were apparently gone because I apparently deleted them before my account was even suspended. Yet they're still there, oddly enough.
Again, like I said earlier, it would not have been hard for them to check. I think I found that tweet from Peaches you mentioned. Yeah. probably.
Be wondering why Nezzy and Ponder would lie about such a thing, and I think I might have the answer. They claimed multiple times that I was deleting these tweets out of my
I had brought it up in a previous stream, so it's nothing new.
In part 2, there's even a wall of text stating that same thing as they accuse me of deleting another tweet. Obviously, it would be to make it look like I was trying to hide my actions, to make me look malicious or nefarious. The rest of the video consists of taking what I said out of context, responding, and then repeating the misinterpretation and response multiple times. And remember, this is just part 1 out of 2 videos that the art community holds so dear, that everyone tries to hold against me especially, that they always point to as a reference for my involvement in that retarded fucking drama. If you think it gets better from here, then oh boy, are you gonna enjoy part 2. Until next time, folks.
Akumu has a nasty habit of not admitting when he's mistaken on something.
That one didn't age quite so well.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Rick. Wow, that was, hey, look, there's my stream. And there's my VOD. You guys should go check out my VODs and my streams. Okay, I guess we're moving on to the next one. So yeah, so is it fair to say that this is just part 1 and that Ponder's gonna be coming back another time? Is it because you've only gone over, like, the part 1 of the video, and you're gonna go over the second part of the video later? I am curious how much of this series is about you, like, definitively defending or, like, going over the, specifically the Madame drama. Because I wonder how much of that is involved in this, in the series as a whole. Okay, I guess we're gonna go on to the Fuchsia Butters one. 42 minutes? Alright. Alright. Buckle up, buckaroo. Why do you have a gun? Is that Patrick Bateman again? After Ponder, it becomes less about Madame and more about me. You'll see that in the next episode. So, would you say that this entire series is more about self-redemption rather than about... I mean, I know it's also about their hypocrisy, but would you say that every part of the series ties into, like, your involvement? And just, like, the mischaracterization of you as a person?
Does this look familiar? Only the veterans of our community
What, Patrick Bateman? Or is it the background?
will know, but the next person to be brought to our lovely guillotine...
Oh, it's Fuchsia Butter's background, I get it. I like how the way it's set up here, it looks like you've just murdered her on her own set. And you're just doing a video in her place.
Does this look familiar? Only the veterans of our community will know, but the next person to be brought to our lovely guillotine is Fuchsia Butters, also known as Lucy. Before we get to his video, we need the build-up, the juicy details from behind the scenes. After all, I have the FCK server, so why not use it? Fuchsia's first mention
I know, that's what I've been wondering, yeah. So I'm like, damn, he has not been using it so far.
March 10th of 2020.
Or at least showing us anything new.
I'm gonna make a video on a transphobic piece of shit. He brings me up 9 minutes later in the FCK Discord.
Everybody, let's get into it. Get stoked.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Lucy Fitness slam her trans cock down on a matter regarding a transphobic bitch. Relentless.
And just to put it out there, I have seen all of the other videos previewing a lot of this stuff. So some of these screenshots I've already seen.
Savagery time. Oh boy. Nezzy says, Twitter mother, coming to my defense. Protect me from the haters. I will, my child. I will. Pat. And Nezzy sent a screenshot of the DMs between her and Madlibs from earlier that day. Yo, Nezbot. Lucy asked about Akumu, and now that I explained it, she's finna make a video on him. So get ready for that. Ooh woo, a Twitter mother coming to my defense. Of course my Twitter child. Lucy is my Twitter mom. Oh, you are my mommy. Oh, two very different things. Up until
Jesus. Again, it always made me uncomfortable how flirty they were with each other.
the video came out, he only spoke about the script in the FCK Discord, but he did say something on the 11th, and it's two very different things. Up until the video came out, he only spoke about the script in the FCK Discord.
I'm seeing if I've seen these before. Oh, is she talking about, I'm just going with she, but does Fuchsia Butters go by he or she, or do you just not care? I just go based on the avatar and the name. So, okay, she's getting excerpts from her own script.
Oh, two very different things. Up until the video came out.
And this is the video about you. Butter says, ain't no one fuck with my Twitter child. Nezzy says, I'ma doodle something later. What may the doodle be about? I await the reveal.
We spoke about the script in the FC.
And then Fuchsia Butters says, here, have another quote from the script. You're apparently an artist, but you don't know how to erase the white lines on your stolen stills. Grade A quality, fucktard. This script is pure hatred and vengeance. The ultimate bully essence. It's at 10 pages. Fuchsia goes by she, I don't care, fair enough.
DK Discord. But
If
he
you
did
don't
say
care,
something
you
on
don't
the
care.
11th in his own Discord. At 2:24 a.m., he said a transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic
I saw
asshole
this
who
one,
mocked
yeah.
one of my YouTube friends' sexual assault on multiple occasions. Fucker has triggered the wrath of Lucy. 5 hours later, at 7:43 a.m., Lucy sends an icon of his with a glowing eye. The poor bastard isn't ready for how bad he's gonna get murdered. This video is gonna be harsh. I'm so excited. And so
Reminder, Akuma is 16, and they're like psyching themselves up so much as if they're gonna fight this huge battle. I like how Vox here says, may I ask what this person did?
someone asked him what I did. I explained last night, but an asshole who kept harassing a friend of mine about her sexual assault. As a bonus,
Right.
he's racist, homophobic, transphobic,
And he's
hypocritical,
racist, and he's
paranoid. And I have
racist.
all the screenshots to prove it. All of them. Oh yeah, this video pulls no punches. Call him the N-word. Bury him and come. No.
What?
Oh yeah, this video pulls no.
I wonder, so who was that? I know it's a deleted user now. Jesus Christ, what? So deleted user at the very bottom says, call him the N-word, bury him in cum. Mine, Akuma was 16 at the time. Racism 2!
No punches. Call him the N-word. Bury him and come. No. Wait. I don't call him
Wait,
the
wait,
N-word.
wait.
Not based at all. But I use so many creative insults in chat.
Okay, I don't call him the N-word, not based. But I do use many, many creative insults and jabs. He calls someone else the N-word. 'Cause his ego is so easy to hurt. He's such a baby. Couldn't possibly have something to do with him being 16. I can't wait to see it. So who's this deleted user? I'm very curious to know who this is. Do you know? Are you able to identify deleted users after the fact? I guess when you see someone tag them, you see what their original name was. Very smug Butters, a level of smugness that hasn't been around since my original videos. Just bragging about her content now.
Because his ego's so easy to hurt. He's such a baby. Very
I love how she complains about his ego, but clearly she also has an ego here because she's just sucking in all these compliments and just being like, I know, I'm so great, right?
smug Butters, a level of smugness that hasn't been around since my original videos. Very cynical. Smug-filled hatred for this asshole. He shall drown in butter because angry Lucy is terrifying. Blood will be spilt on the soil. I call
Jesus Christ, relax!
him some good names.
Deleted user says, call him a jizz guzzler. I call him some good... Oh, Fuchsia Butter says, I call him some good names. I call him a retarded monkey at one point. Yikes.
I call him a retarded monkey at one point. Hey, if I wanted the victim point...
Why is Fuchsia Butter so proud about using kindergarten insults on a 16-year-old? Like, calm down, bitch. Jesus.
The art community, I could play the identity politics game too. How dare you call a person of color a retarded monkey? I might be autistic. Ableism and racism. How could you do such a thing? A legitimate piece of shit that I'm going to ram and take the brunt of the rebound for. Because I'm sick of him harassing my friends. So I'm going to call him on his shit and tell him to basically come at me. Lucy doesn't give a fuck. Lucy angry. He's a pathetic little child. Keep both of those statements in mind. Destroy him. I will. Oh, you underestimate how bad I will. I ain't like Libby.
Oh yeah, and then okay, hold on.
Keep both of those statements in mind. Destroy
Important to
him.
note. Butter saying he's a pathetic little child. Recognizing that he is 16 and a minor, with someone in there being like, call him a jizz guzzler and whatever else.
I will. Oh, you underestimate how bad I will. I ain't like Libby. I ain't like Nezzy and Ponders. They pulled punches. This faggot won't...
I am sorry? Excuse me? I ain't like Libby. I know I kind of read it and you also read it, but I just need to say it in my tone. I ain't like Libby. I ain't like Nezzy and Ponders. They pulled lunches, not punches. They pulled lunches. This F-slur won't stop. So, he's invoked my rage. You don't victim shame my friends.
stop. So he's invoked my rage. You don't. Victim shame, my friends. The delusions of grandeur and the hyping he was.
Oh, geez. Okay. I need to see all of these.
It won't stop. So he's invoked my rage. You don't. Victim shame, my friends.
So me for real. Jesus Christ.
The delusion.
I wonder who Mocha is. Whoever's Mocha says, where every time I hear a bigoted jackass speak, I only hear, kill me, kill me, kill me. He victim shamed one of my friends. He's gonna get obliterated.
Delusions of grandeur and the.
Ah, they go so fast. I know why they're going fast, but... Jesus Christ. This is, like, delusional talking.
And the.
Oh, that's gold. You see here, the deleted user, I assume the same one that was making the sexual assault comments about, you know, earlier. They say, why would you shame someone for being sexually assaulted? You know, sexual assault bad. The same person that told Fuchsia Butters to quote-unquote drown you in cum, and I assume that is without your consent. That would be sexual harassment. I like how Corey says, legit, the dude's got no self-awareness. Ironic. Okay. And then someone, Soundless Plum, says, I just wish to know who this person is ahead of time so I can actually see what caused this. So, like, some people are in this discussion hyping Fuchsia Butters up, and they don't even know who Akumu is or what he did to deserve this. They just take Butters' word for it that the rage, quote-unquote, is justified. Corey says, and you don't make fun of that shit. That blows my mind, despite, you know, other people in the same comments making sexual assault jokes, basically.
The hyping he was setting up.
Sorry, I want to see all of these.
I just kept going and.
What? Welcome, by the way, at deleted user. Oh, okay, so it doesn't see them originally? That's disappointing. So how are you able to verify everybody if it doesn't, like, showcase who they used to be before the account was deleted? Anyway. Corey says, the bomb about to be dropped. And Fuchsia Butter says, it's a carpet bomb of nukes. What would have happened to Japan if we didn't stop? Because I just keep going. I keep laying out the shit that he's done. Okay, joking about genocide. Great. Fun. Love it.
Going and going.
Great. A cool joke about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Great. This feels like just pent-up rage, doesn't it? She sounds unhinged.
Going.
And this was all in a single day?
On March.
I know I'm kind of pausing a lot, but...
12. 2:24 a.m. Back in the FCK Discord, he said
Okay, I'll
the
back up a
time
little
he was
bit.
setting up just kept going and going and going. On March 12th, 2:24 a.m. Back in the FCK Discord, he said the time is nigh. The render finishes in mere seconds. And at 3:05
Jesus
a.m., Akumu,
Christ.
the definition of scum, was
And they say he had an ego. Jesus Christ. Massive copium? Yeah, it seems like it.
uploaded. At 3:29 a.m. in Fuchsia's server, he actually talks about the FCK. I mention this because a lot of the people who watch these people tried to deny this happening.
Wait, hold on.
In Fuchsia's server, he actually talks about the FCK. I mention this because a lot of the people who watch these people tried to deny this happening, that I'm just a conspiracy theorist about the FCK. Back in the FCK Discord at 7:45 a.m., he says, feels good to literally scorch this pussy. Their conversation goes on, but later this same day, Toasty Vanilla brings up the idea of interviewing me, asking Slimmers and Nezzy Monster's opinion. They go on about how they don't.
Hang on. trying to go back frame by frame. There we go. Toasty Vanilla says on March 12th, 2020, "Hey everyone, I want to know more opinions outside of Butter's Miss Stelia Girl, who says I should do it, but I have a legit opportunity here where I can interview Akumu and probably extract a lot of information from him regarding Madame server history and shit like that, and in the way he thinks, but I'm not sure if I should do it or not. I want opinions. You know, sounds like something I would want to do." And Fuchsia Butters responds with, "You're gay, LOL. Don't talk with the enemy. Never speak with the enemy. I know I'm gay, but I'm split." Mimi Dig says, "Fuck that bitch." And then Vanilla says, "I'm guessing your vote is a no."
They go on about how they don't want me to get attacked, and how I just need to...
Wait, hold on. I'll rewind it once I've read all these. "Fuck that bitch. I'm guessing your vote is a no. That means yes. I want to hear what Slimmers and Nezzy Monster is... I want to hear what their opinion is, though, since they have the most experience with him." Mimi Dig says, "Let me guess what Claire is about to say. Ahem. Yeah, man, go for it. I mean, this guy's an idiot. Because I could probably lay hard into him and pick his brain. If the banging is too much, I'll try to talk less. Pick his brain without him defaulting to his defensive turtle sheller. Lol, gay people bad."
Need to learn. They're in...
Nezzy Monster says, "I say don't. I don't want the little kid to get attacked. If he refuses to learn, he won't. Going after him isn't gonna make him learn. At the end of the day, he's still a kid." I mean, Nezzy says this around the same time that Fuchsia Butters went on a complete rampage, right? So let me remember, I'm at 407. Okay, that's interesting. So, these chats happen in a place called General Discussion. So this is taking place somewhere that's not the FCK server, I'm assuming. Maybe I missed that. I know this is taking place in the FCK server because it's called Gamer Zone.
Nezzy sent a screenshot of the DMs between her and Mad Libs from earlier that day. "Yo, Nezbot, Lucy asked about Akumu, and now that I explained it, she's finna make a video on him, so get ready for that. Ooh woo, a Twitter mother very different than 24 AM. He said a transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic..."
So where is the General Discussion channel? Is that still in the FCK server? It's hard to tell. These happened the day before when Nezzy Monster said what she said. Anyway, I'll just leave that for now.
Need to learn. Their entire discussion on the 12th of March and the delusions within it are great, but they are not the topic of today. We'll get into that another time. But one last thing I want to acknowledge before I get into Lucy's video is this message right here from Mimi Diggs. "I keep forgetting that Akumu is a kid."
Yep.
Why do I keep forgetting that?
This.
And Lucy replies with a shrug emoji. Again, this is on the day he uploaded the video, which was just 5 days after Ponder and Nezzy's.
Okay, so that was from Fuchsia Butter's Discord server. Well, no wonder they were sucking her dick so much. Jesus. Yeah, the worst place to go to get validation and confidence boost is your own, run Discord. To go and get validation from those people. Because, of course, they're there to support you. So they're going to do nothing but support you. They're not going to give you criticism or suggestions or advice.
Tag team. We've got quite a bit to go over, so make sure you're comfortable and get a snack. His video has the same issues as the rest of his friends. A real lack of substance, but he makes up for it with some sick burns.
"I'm throwing my hat in this ring and talking about someone who is such an indescribable asshole that they've caused me physical discomfort just by things they've said and the fact that they still breathe.
Every breath I take without your permission raises my self-esteem."
Nice. But yeah, just basically saying, "I'm mad that this child is alive," which is inadvertently wishing death on a child. Okay.
So, I will do my best to explain why I despise this low-life cum chalice of a person.
For the sake of time, I won't be leaving every
And calling a minor a cum chalice.
insult or every second of the video in, but you can watch it in its entirety on your own if you like, as I've uploaded it. It's linked down below.
He perceives himself as smarter than everyone around him.
There's quite a difference in me thinking I'm smarter than everyone, and me rivaling a community full of retards. I've said this before and I will say it again. I don't think I'm that smart. If I'm average, or maybe even below it, what the fuck does that say about you all? In terms of intelligence, the art community is the bottom of the fucking barrel, right on the edge of medical retardation. The longer his video goes, the more it reminds me of middle school. Kids hearing new words and slapping them all together in a clusterfuck of nonsense to roast each other.
That's how much of a shrimp-dicked fucknugget he is.
Now onto the real fun. Cue the word salad of buzzwords.
Sexual assault is not a joke, and the things this disgusting bastard has said to a friend of mine, Slimmers, absolutely...
Sexual assault is not a joke, but we will joke about sexually assaulting a minor. Sure.
Absolutely disgusts me. He has harassed her, victim shamed her, and stalked her across social media platforms.
Making mean tweets or comments and you not liking them is not harassment or stalking.
True.
It was Twitter and Instagram that I interacted with her on it. And victim shaming, please do show us the victim shaming.
Let me just show you and read some of this garbage that this shithead has said. Let's start off with a heavy hitter. Oh shit, sorry dude. Again, she's not a victim. Do not even dare say she made these mistakes because of her sexual assault. Don't. No, not happening. No excuses. Madame made mistakes. She made mistakes. If one deserves harassment, so does the other. What excuses? I was comparing a situation to how a victim can still be a victim even if they made a mistake. I made mistakes with my abuser, and I still had the ability to take him legally to action. Okay, you also deserve punishment for your mistakes. Madame never abused Slimmers, so you can't pin Slimmers' mistakes on Madame. No excuses, period. Well, Madame did technically kind of steal the art and not credit Slimmers after that was part of their agreement, and then publicly harassed and abused
So yeah, I
her
guess
verbally
using
in a
steal
video.
wouldn't
So
be
yeah,
correct.
She did harass Slimmers. And holy crap.
Wait,
You
wait,
steal the
what?
art and not credit Slimmers after that was part of their agreement, and then publicly harassed and abused her verbally in a video. So yeah, she did harass Slimmers.
You can't prove your claim that she did harass Slimmers because she harassed. That's funny. Future Buzzer says, well, we know that Madame did harass Slimmers because Madame harassed Slimmers on Twitter. It's like, okay, but how? We know how. Like, I know that Madame basically harassed Slimmers, maybe not, like, incessantly, but did, like, attempting to dox her phone number so that other people could potentially harass Slimmers is harassment, in my opinion. But that's besides the point.
And holy crap, you disgusting piece of shit. Where do I even begin? Like, holy shit, you shot yourself instantly in the foot with both of these replies.
Not really.
You straight up said she's not a victim.
Publicly harassed and abused her verbally in a video. Interesting way to put that.
In the most homey way possible, choke on my victim.
Actually, did you ever say that
Yeah, she
Slimmers
did
is
harass-
not a victim? No, you don't say that Slimmers is not a victim. You're saying that her actions, whatever they may be, can't be blamed on being a victim. I don't know how she could possibly misinterpret that.
Slimmers. And holy crap, you disgusting piece of shit. Where do I even begin? Like, holy shit, you shot yourself instantly in the foot with both of these replies. You straight up said she's not a victim.
Publicly harassed
But he didn't, though. How could you get that interpretation from this?
and abused her verbally in a video. Interesting way to put that.
In the most homey way possible, choke on my transsexual pink pube dick, you spineless,
And sexual harassment, insult. Great.
honorless shit puppet. But you're not harassing her. In your own words, you're evening the scales. Well, the scales were already even, but the moment you entered them, the scale fell off the fucking table.
Not
So
really.
consider this me smashing the scale and obliterating you with everything I've got.
Consider my timber shivered.
Because personally, after all this stuff I've read, I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about your joke of a channel. And I certainly don't give a fuck about your—
Yo, dude, I saw that. All the person did was say that, hey, these kinds of thumbnails bother me. And I guess Peaches felt self-conscious because it's the exact kind of thumbnails that she makes. And also, I think some of her thumbnails were used as examples. But she really went into a frenzy, like, just trying to God defend and try to make up excuses as to why those kinds of clickbait thumbnails are just so necessary because they spread awareness. It's like just trying to stand on the soapbox for her clickbait.
compensating
Come on.
ego.
If you didn't give a fuck about me, you wouldn't have made this video seething about me. If you didn't care about my
True. Fuchsia Butters was like totally seething and coping in her own personal Discord, which, by the way, how did you get those screenshots? I'm curious.
supposed ego, you wouldn't have.
Eden and Shagirama were arguing that Slimmers' sexual assault somehow made her entirely innocent in the drama, trying to compare it to what Madame did because Madame told everyone about it. Yeah, and I see what you're trying to say. You're not trying to say, I mean, as far as I can see, that Slimmers was not a victim or is lying about the sexual assault. You're trying to say that it doesn't excuse her actions, which you felt, at least at the time, to be just as bad as Madame's. As far as what I can tell.
I've mentioned it multiple times in the video.
And just for some more proof about a post you most likely deleted, as I cannot find it, Madlibs
You most likely deleted because I can't find it.
said, "Heads up, y'all, the sequel with me reacting to the video has been canceled due to him being even
And then
more
accused
of an
me of bringing it up when they
obsessive
brought it
headass
up.
who is being
Yeah.
insulting and harassing
I've seen so many examples of that by now, it's hard to keep count. Of, like, people bringing up their own trauma and then using examples of other people arguing them bringing up their own trauma to say, they're bringing up my trauma and then discrediting it, but it's like, you brought it up. And then you're trying to say that they discredited it when they're not. It's like, most likely you fucking... Yeah, most likely, just because you couldn't do any damn research, then don't make that assumption in your video.
Slimmers on multiple social medias, all while constantly bringing up and mocking her assault, saying she was being excused because, quote, Daddy played a little too much, / Daddy tried to have his pathetic fun, claiming to have her case number and lying about her. So, sorry to everybody who wanted a sequel, but I'm honestly done with all of this. It's not funny anymore. It's just gross. At this point, I'm not even—
I love the happy-go-lucky Pokemon music in the background while we're talking about sexually assaulting a 16-year-old.
going to watch his video. It ain't worth it. And then Akuma replied, I never lied about her, and I never claimed to have the number. I have her case number. You don't deny what you said. In fact, you ignore it. All I really have to say is, how dare you, dude? How dare you have such an enormous, inflated, cum-guzzling ego?
How dare you have an ego? He's 16! He's a teenager! Teenagers have egos! What is wrong with you?
That you straight
How
up—
dare you be a teenager with an ego? God damn. Yeah, that's right, though I got very virile about it later. I never denied her being a victim or denied the sexual assault, but I did get pissed when they kept bringing it up and then saying I did. I can imagine that would piss you off, for sure.
consistently bring up a sexual assault victim's trauma as more evidence for your argument.
I never used it
God damn it.
as evidence for my argument, and I didn't continuously bring it up. I mentioned it twice, stating that I was going to look into it after one of your members talked about it in their video, and then your fucking retarded community used it to fuel a doxing narrative.
Not that you even know how evidence works.
So, my question then, right? If you were not doubting Slimmers' sexual assault, why at the same time did you want to quote unquote look into it and like get the case number and all that? Just out of pure curiosity, or was like there's some sort of inkling that maybe she could be faking it? Like, what was your reasoning behind that?
A retarded
If
monkey
you
with a
can
broken
remember.
typewriter has more literary sense and a better understanding of how evidence works. You probably think you can refute this in the comments by saying, I don't have the screenshot of this exact tweet, right? Well, guess what? I lied, asshole. Imagine being so stupid. Such a waste of space that you—
What?
Saying, I don't have the screenshot of this exact tweet, right? Has more literary sense and a better understanding of how evidence works. You probably think you can refute this in the comments by saying, I don't have the screenshot of this exact tweet, right? Well, guess what? I lied, asshole.
Why? Why would you bother to do that? Why are you playing little games in this stupid video?
Imagine being so stupid. Such a waste of space that you allow someone to be excused of mistakes based upon age and the fact—
I would call this extremely inappropriate, and it is okay, it's not mocking her as like being a victim of sexual assault. It is mocking the fact that it happened, or at least making light of it. I would say is inappropriate, but again, 16,
Daddy tried to
whatever.
have his pathetic fun. It would be so funny if you were commenting as the video was playing.
Monkey would know how evidence works.
Okay, hold on. I was trying to look into everything. The problem was even doing that, I still got a part of my timeline wrong. Ponder and Nezzy corrected me in part 2. Okay, I gotcha.
So what about editing your evidence to make it look like something else? What about claiming I deleted this when I didn't? Is that how evidence works? Photoshopping and lying?
Guess what? I lied, asshole. Oh, here's a—
What about claiming
So
I
wait,
you were commenting
you claim this is photoshopped?
as the video was playing.
Monkey would know how evidence works. So what about—
Oh, it's the ad, that's right. Yeah, I remember you telling me this. So yeah, this is the picture that Fuchsia Butter shows.
editing your evidence to make it look like—
Yo, what the fuck? What? Oh yeah, so remind me again, who was it that photoshopped that again? It wasn't Fuchsia Butters, right? Fuchsia Butters was just the one that ran with it.
It would be so funny if you were commenting as the video was playing.
Monkey would know how evidence works. So what about—
You can even see that it's misaligned very, very slightly. Can you guys see that? Looking at it now, you can see that it's completely misaligned from the rest of the line it's on. The two ats are totally misaligned. So yeah, it is fake. Yeah.
editing your evidence to make it look like—
I have no idea, but I do have a suspicion. Yeah, wow. Wow. Also, hashtag Denver shooting.
something else? What about claiming I deleted this when I
remember that day.
didn't? Is that how evidence works? Photoshopping and lying?
Guess what? I lied, asshole. Oh, here's another gem.
Guess
This
what?
guy
I
repeated
lied.
What you said. And if anyone has better access to records, I have @Slimmer's file number and the county for such. File number and a county. This sounds like a court issue. If that's
Right.
not a likelihood of finding it, it was low. I'm glad you're intelligent. Please next time look into it before immediately responding. I'm not 100% sure of the legality of this, but what I do know is that anyone looking at this ought to cringe with disgust if they have any moral bones in their body. What the fuck do you need a minor's sexual assault record for? Are you just some sick bastard who gets off to that, or do you want to continue shaming a sexual
So
assault
weird
victim with
conclusion
something
to
she's
come
trying put
to.
behind—
Why do they instantly assume it's weird that their brains, when thinking about, like, insulting you or saying that you're obsessed, why is it that they instantly go to the most obscene, sexual, like, degenerate stuff, like assumptions about it, instead of just being like, oh, this is probably some autistic teen that wants to be proven right or some shit. Like, that's what I assumed when I first saw this situation. I didn't assume there was any sort of, like, degenerate motive behind it. Like, Jesus Christ, what? Like, it shows where their minds are at half the time when they bring up shit like this. It's pure projection.
Herself. What the fuck is wrong with you?
This screenshot is one of the many things I used to fuck Ponder and Nezzy in their Fruitcake Cuck episode. Seeing as this was the only tweet that I deleted, and Ponder uses that to argue that I was trying to dox Slimmers and cover it up. With that said, where is she being shamed? It was a member of your group that first went over this case publicly in a video.
Oh, jump scares.
Anyways, you like Halloween, right? Want to see something cool? Does this remind you of Nezzy and Ponder's video? Because I guess Halloween triggers you too. That's when your parents fucked and the condom broke. Oh wait, there was no condom. Your dad just had a shitty—
What the fuck? Enough! These aren't even good roasts. They're just entirely inappropriate and way too sexual for insults about a 16-year-old.
Pullout game, right? I mean, you admitted that in the comments. You're the literal failure of a condom, so— And then Akumu replies with, no, I already spoke to my parents. It was on Halloween. They—
So is this a troll, what you're saying here? Just one of those things that's like, purposefully obtuse, you could say?
had no condoms. It was all about pullout game. Dad was too slow. Seconded to you or— Yep, I was mistaken. Kinda like how you were a mistake. Guess that ends insult to injury about the Halloween costumes, huh? Especially mine. Was your mom dressed as a witch? That would explain what they made.
There was a subtlety of truth. I was made during Halloween. The rest is him missing my mockery of his community with my light Yagami LARPing.
Speaking of horror shows, you're apparently an artist, but you don't know how to erase the white lines of your stolen stills.
What stolen stills?
Hey,
I downloaded those off of
heard
Google.
that one.
Grade A quality fuck art. Also, with some of these screenshots, I know you think you're going to get off with your pathetic excuse if it was just trolling. Funny you should mention that, because I have your description right here. No, honestly, when I first got into the situation, I was trolling. However, the second I looked at the evidence, I knew what was clear. Both of them have made mistakes. If you are to attack Madame for hers, you should also be attacking Slimmers for hers. Your excuse is evidence, isn't it?
She read it
Well,
wrong.
here it is. Otherwise, leave both of them be. Don't be a hypocrite with double standards. Yeah, Akumu, don't be a hypocrite with double standards.
That was the literal
Yeah,
point
Fuchsia Butters, don't be a hypocrite with double standards!
to the description of the video. If Madame condones her audience to go at Slimmers, it's bad. But if Slimmers does it, you all make excuses. If I do it, it's bad.
And mysteriously, while I'm writing this script, the Slimmers video was taken down. Unfortunately for you, Nezzy and Ponder's video completely covers all the bullshit you spoke of within it. We're not as stupid as you. We take records.
And you edit them, don't forget that.
Now then,
And
how
edit
much
them.
of a pretentious asshole you are.
Did she ever say why she took this
That's
video
Slimmers.
down?
Oh boy, someone's definitely scared protecting tweets, now are we? No one is afraid of you. We're disgusted by you and your behavior, especially with how you decided to stab Slimmers with a dagger of emotions and twist the handle, you freak. And Slimmers, I'm not here to punish you for having no self-respect. I'm here to punish you for being an absolute dumbass. Reminder
Ironic of
who
insult
and
to
what you are.
injury
Wow.
overcorrecting
Good
grammar
for
when you
dude.
make
Do
sexual
see
jokes
yourself as
directed
some
to a
self-imposed
16-year-old.
It's funny you ask that after saying this.
So consider this me smashing the scale and obliterating you with
And again, you know, if these are things that, I mean, and again, I refer back to this because this is how I got involved in this whole thing in the first place, because of the pure hypocrisy, like, because a lot of this would have been seen by a lot of the FCK members, right? Because they were practically bragging about it in both servers. But, like, how is this okay? But, like, a slight sexual innuendo sent to a 15-year-old in a Skype chat 6 years ago is somehow demonic and disgusting and means that you're a predator.
everything I've got.
It's almost like I used light Yagami and behaved like a pretentious social justice warrior to mock your community for behaving like pretentious social justice warriors, inconsistently deciding who does and doesn't receive consequences for their fuck-ups, which is just your community bitching over someone doing something while you ignore or make excuses if someone else does it. This inconsistent and hypocritical internet justice—
And Light Yagami would indiscriminately murder and basically torture people that were just trying to stop people from dying mysteriously. He started murdering them too. So it's actually quite fitting.
This crusading can be seen multiple times with you and your friends, let alone the very community you surround yourself with.
Regardless of the outcome, I'm keeping comments enabled on this video. Unlike you, I can handle the quote-unquote rush of comments, as you call them.
But the video's gone! Took that from Ponder.
That's a creative way of saying valid criticism, dumbass. Not that it matters, since you disabled the comments like a pussy, but I do have evidence.
How about disabling the whole video?
Self-admitting to deleting comments that don't portray you or your video correctly, aka comments you didn't like because they derailed your shaky, pathetic points or they hurt your feelings.
Keeping comments enabled, he said. I'll get into the hypocrisy.
He should told me it was because he no longer agreed with it, but then they claimed I harassed him into taking it down, mind you. I told him to keep it up. He killed himself from his own greed? Yeah.
In a bit. He got onto me for deleting comments in March, but I had stopped deleting them January of that fucking year. When I did delete them, I was open about the criteria of what would be deleted. Comments that lied about me or the video were deleted. There are plenty of negative comments up to this day. If I was deleting all negative comments, surely they would all be gone.
And when that became all of the comments, it was just easier for you to disable them. Also, you're so much of a pussy that when you posted your video, you wiped out your tweets to try and hide any evidence against you.
And then he showed that that didn't happen.
I'm gonna delete most of my tweets. There won't be a use for them after.
So wait. Is this also Photoshopped? Because I swear there was more to this tweet before. Unless that was all a different tweet.
And then you tried to backtrack with a pinned tweet saying, oh, I don't delete anything, when the images were cropped not to show the clock or date, and the profile picture was different in the images compared to your current one. There is no way you can possibly be this stupid.
This is a common lie. While I did say I would be wiping my account, I never actually wiped the account. To this day, I can sign in on the account and find tweets prior to the tweet stating I was going to wipe it, including the one that the FCK edited. However, I'm leaving this in because his friends decide to repeat this lie later, despite the fact it was disproven. The rest of his video consists of calling me racist because of a take on cosplaying that I made to point out hypocrisy.
Let's start with the racism. Correction. I will ask and have asked why they chose to shit on a character's design. It's simple. Cosplay what you look like and respect the character's design. Otherwise, be a dumbass and be laughed at. Either works. Black card revoked. Don't be pathetic. I say the shit all of the time. Cosplay what you look like. You can cosplay it and be stupid, sure. I simply won't respect the character design. If I see you at a con, I probably would point you out immediately. I've done it before. Yeah.
Ah, 16-year-old being edgy.
Let's see, back to geeking. Have you, by chance, ever roleplayed Asian character like Yagami? By your logic, that's pretty racist. Also, your stills, By your logic, that's racist since you've admitted to being mixed. So, let me get this straight. People cannot do a specific action due to the color of their skin. A specific thing that is available for everyone to do.
And it's funny that he doesn't show my tweet when I compare that to telling white people that they can't say nigga. Like I said, it was made to point out hypocrisy. 1 minute telling an entire race they can't do something is racist, the next minute it's not.
Then again, if you saw some large-breasted Asian girl dressed as Sonya Blade, you probably wouldn't care.
Yo,
Just
true.
a hunch that you're a pig too. I'd say that from all the shit we covered so far, it's not much of a stretch.
It's really ironic that he
I mean, there's always been a double standard with that. It's because they always cry, more representation, but, you know. People like this are the reason why I have constant anxiety about using literally any social media platform anymore. Yeah, you could just be like me and stop worrying about it.
Pig for possibly liking big-breasted Asian women, but he has quite
You
the
just stop
fascination
caring
with big
after
tits
a while.
himself. The tits on his stills have gradually increased in size, no doubt a reflection of the knockers he dreams of having. But also the porn he likes seems to consist of the same fucking trend. Even the defense he would later on make for My Hero.
Oh, hold on.
Knockers he dreams of having, but also the porn he likes.
So, I'm assuming this comes from a Discord. Is this Fuchsia Butter's personal Discord? And if so, is the Discord 18 plus? So that would be an interesting question.
Seems to consist of the same fucking trend. Even the defense he would later on make for My Hero Academia porn with
People referring to aged up MHA porn as child porn, they're absolute morons. Those characters have exaggerated figures beyond belief. I mean, I don't mind as long as the characters are meant to be above age. I think there's an argument to be had there. How did you learn to stop worrying? That's a can of worms I could get into later, I suppose.
underage characters boiled down to the fact the character was drawn with big tits. So who's really the misogynistic pig? He went on to accuse me of being homophobic for not liking the gay ships in My Hero Academia. You know, the ones that are sexualized the most by the audience, the ones the autistic fanbase tried harassing the author and demanding he make canon into the story.
As you can see, his devotion towards his fiery hatred for homosexuals is quite heavy. The mere thought of Kirishima and Bakugo touching tips.
The fuck? No!
Sends him into a frenzy.
Yes, I am disturbed by the mental image of two 15-year-olds touching tips. The fact.
Yeah, I mean, it is a gray area, but if you're only exclusively attracted to aged up versions of those characters, I personally don't see an issue as long as it's explicitly the fact that they are aged up and not still children in that pornographic imagery. I don't know, it's a whole nother can of worms that doesn't really matter here. More rep but supports separation in the same sentence. Yeah. Yeah, that's from the personal Discord and you'll get that answer soon. Oh boy. I'm pro fiction as long as it's not illegal. because depictions of child pornography, even if fictional, is illegal. And there's a good reason for that.
You aren't says more about you than it does me. And lastly, you all expected this one, no doubt. It's the art community's favorite phobe to throw around, transphobic.
Now then, he's transphobic as well. If he's made it to this point, I'm surprised he has managed this long. If you haven't figured it out, jackass, I'm a girl, and working on it. Anyway.
Using a feminine-looking still and having
it.
some preferred pronouns on a social media doesn't make you a girl, especially when you sound like fucking plankton.
Let's look at some. Haha, I'm an epic memer tweets. I purposefully called people their real sex, however, I'm not anti-trans. Yes, you are. But also, are you transphobic, my guy? No, I'm not. Why would I be afraid of trans people?
You know what? You got a point. I've always been bothered by that when they call something homophobic or transphobic. It implies that you are afraid of homosexuals or transsexuals or transgender people. I hate that. And I know that's just being pedantic. But if you want to know a real, like, in the sense of the word, like, a real case of homophobia, I know there was, I can't remember if it was, like, a documentary or just, like, a video on YouTube, but it was about a guy who was genuinely, like, irrationally afraid of gay people because he was a hypochondriac and he was deathly afraid of contracting AIDS. That was why he was homophobic. But he eventually was convinced to sit down with a gay person with AIDS and have a conversation with him and realize, okay, you'd have to, like, get their blood mix it into your blood, and there's all this other shit, or, like, passing needles, or get it sexually transmitted, but you cannot contract AIDS just from being, you can't catch it like the flu, basically. And that helped him. And there's a reason, phobias are irrational fears, whereas the way that people use it in today's terminology is more bigotry than it is actual phobias. And that bothers me. It really bothers me, and I'm so sick of it, because there actually are rare cases of, like, true homophobia or transphobia, but they just get lumped in with bigotry, and it sucks, especially for those people who don't genuinely have any hatred towards gay people, but are still afraid of them for their own various reasons. Anyway, I'm rambling.
Transphobia isn't you being afraid of them, you idiot.
Then maybe get a better fucking term. Transphobic
Yes,
has phobia,
thank you!
implying fear. It isn't my fault you have a shit term that is contradicted in its application.
Thank you! My god, finally someone said it.
What I find funny about my tweet right here is that this was before Super Straight. I had that take in 2019. 2 years later, we had the Super Straight meme and the outrage that the alphabet community had over it. All because trans people were demanding straight and gay people to date them. 2 years ahead of the curve.
I only have a belief issue when it comes to them saying I have to call them certain pronouns or telling me just because they identify as female or male. Us heterosexual people can't choose not to date them, so you are against us. You're denying our wishes and ways of life, but trying to backtrack and make it look like you're still the good guy. Guess what, jackass? Not everyone is as fucking blindly stupid as you are.
Not everyone is as blindly stupid as I am. Yet so many failed to see the distinction between not participating and being against. I have never once argued that you can't identify however you want, because that would be anti-free speech. You can proclaim to be whatever you want. That doesn't make it true, but you can still do it. The difference is you are not entitled to others playing pretend with you, agreeing with you, or participating in your belief. Me calling you a dude because you're a dude doesn't mean I hate you or that I'm treating you less than. I'm treating you as I treat everyone else. And before anyone says that's the issue, that's not prejudice. Not liking how you're treated is not the same as being treated less than. It just means my perspective isn't as fucking skewered as yours. Your way
it just means that you're an asshole, but it doesn't mean that you're a bigot.
of life shouldn't be demanding or relying on everyone to help you mask your insecurity, and then throwing a temper tantrum and pointing the finger at them when they don't.
A quick mini lesson in dysphoria. It is a mental disease, a deformity, something that
we
cannot
know,
be cured with
we
a
know.
walk to one's mental health.
What good would that do? Where would it even go?
You feel ashamed for being such a failure that you lack even the most basic empathy for one's mental health.
What good would that do? Where would it even go? But to the bottomless, gaping pit of insecurity you call a soul.
I'm not saying you can't change your name, nor am I saying you can't have your preferred pronouns, just that I won't be participating. If your world is crumbling
As
down...
far as I know, it's only illegal if it's based off a real-life person. I want to fact-check this. My poor FBI agent. We're going to fact-check this. I know I probably spelled pornography wrong. Oh no, I didn't. So in the US, in Japan, and only a handful of other countries, fictional depictions of underage or incestual content isn't illegal. Seriously? So long as you're not using real people to act it out. What? What? That's nuts to me. What? I mean, that's just the top thing on Google, so... That's crazy. I think it should be illegal, but that's just me. As far as child pornography, incest pornography, I don't care, because that's a completely different thing. As long as both parties are consenting and they're not reproducing, I gotta be honest, don't really care. There's a reason why incest is a taboo, because it's a biological taboo, and if that biological taboo isn't being breached in some way, like reproducing, or both parties are consenting, I don't care all that much. You can still say it's distasteful, but in a fictional sense, I really don't care. Identifiable actual minor, I see. Dang, what? I totally thought it was the other way around. I think it should be, when it comes to that. But that's, again, that's just me.
By someone not playing into it. If your identity has to be propped up by others, and you need coddled with every whim catered to, that would make your so-called identity fragile to the real world. You can have it as much as you'd like, but it doesn't make it true. Am I required to give someone food if they have a stress eating disorder? I've always loved the push that you're lacking in basic respect or basic empathy for not participating in someone else's worldview and self-perspective. Since I apparently have an ego, I guess I'll profess myself God, creator of all. And if you don't cater to my self-identity, do I get to throw tantrums? Do I get to proclaim that you lack respect for your creator? Or maybe respect is not something anyone is entitled to.
And not only do you do all these things,
True,
you put
respect
together
is
a document of evidence against someone who was trans, who you were harassing because they were trans, that blocked you multiple times, yet you continued to hammer away at them because somehow you have no shame.
Sorry, Slimmers is trans now? When did that ever come up in the discussion?
Yet you're also the most paranoid child on the internet.
The last lie of the video. This document was on CJ, a fucking nutjob who looked out on Slimmers because she accidentally referred to her as a dude. Here comes something no one acknowledges, but I defended Slimmers from CJ. Then CJ started identifying as a man, and then started shit with me, following me to every account I ever had, blocking me, threatening to kill herself, and even spurging in my comments. The reason this is a blatant fucking lie is because all of this can be seen in the document. Lucy said what exactly? That blocked you multiple times. Something he would only know from the information in the document.
I disagree, even if it's a moral argument. It gets people to develop gray matter in the brain to slowly normalize the idea that CP is acceptable. Well, no, I'm saying that CP should not be acceptable, even if it is just fiction. That's what I'm trying to say.
Meaning that he read it, and yet he left out all of the other info to make CJ look like a victim, to make it look like I was going after a trans person because they were trans.
Now that I'm all done, you gonna go through my Twitter and try to cancel me? Ooh, I'm so scared. I have such incriminating tweets.
Unless you're agreeing with me that you disagree that it's not illegal.
You mean am I going to do the same thing you and your friends tried to do to me? No, but I do have one question. Why did you delete this goal retweet? And you tried to get onto me for deleting tweets.
Now comes the part where I say blah blah blah, don't go harass this person, blah blah, but that doesn't do anything. You guys know that doesn't do anything. I wanted to call out this piece of shit, but if you're gonna go do anything, try to think about what you say. It shouldn't be too hard to think with a higher IQ than this guy. Oh, and one last thing, Akumu. Pay attention in school.
After saying all of that about me, he tells me to stay in school. This is after he called me a child in the video. This will be more important later, though. After he made his video, I threw together a quick but shit video countering some of what he said and making fun of him for the rest. A few days later, I joined his Discord and found a few funny things I wanted to share with my slowly growing subscribers. On March 17th, in a Twitter slap fight, I tried to offer him a chance to just walk away. All he had to do was shut the fuck up, and we both go our own way.
Akumu says, at Fuchsia Butters and at Teddy That Draws, I tried to be merciful. Ultimately, you didn't take it. Plenty is in store for the future. No apologies, no begging, nothing will get you out of it now. Dramatic. Oh, you agree with me that, yeah, I kind of figured it was one or the other. Like, either you misunderstood or you are agreeing with me. Yes. This would only result in further something and much more future punishment. Oh, the LARPing. Yeah.
He refused. I told him that I'd try to be merciful and that he would regret it. No apologies and no begging, and that nothing would get him out of it. With it being pretentious as fuck, he didn't take it seriously.
Keisha Butter says, I feel like this guy is stupid. And bluffing. I don't think he has any actual information on me. Oh, Fuchsia, we have plenty. Don't worry. Duda says, you are both fucking dumb kids online. Keisha Butter says, technically he's the only kid. What do you mean, technically?
He said that I was bluffing. On April 29th, Foxton released her video, Akumu the Ultimate L. Almost all All of it was a repeat of what Lucy had said and disregarded anything I had to say. Because of that, I didn't see a need to respond. I was trying to be fair, but the FCK just kept poking. May 18th, Foxton uploaded a collaboration video, reading Akumu's comments on my video about him, featuring a few FCK members, Fuchsia Butters, One Man Show Off, and Miss Zizi. Because of that, I decided, fuck it. I've been fair enough, and it was about time that I was a man of my word. I made it known I was going to make a video talking about the server, and that same day he told his audience that if I did, to spam report my video. With the aid
Oh, what?
made it known I was going to make a video talking about the server, and that same day he told his audience
Okay. So this is Fuchsia Butter saying this? Because it's a different name and a different icon, which is why I'm a little confused. Lamau, if Akumu makes the video on the Discord server and uses stuff from the vent channel, I want you guys to spam report it for private information being leaked, even though it's a public Discord, so it's actually not private information. Because using stuff from the vent channel to be a little prick ain't okay. Says who? You?
that if I did, to spam report my video. With the aid of a friend, I weaseled my way back into his Discord server, got to know a few people in there, and learned of some bizarre and weird shit. Weird being an understatement. The server had a porn chat
Could have been way more, but I'm tired and lazy.
named Prawn Hub, which some minors did have access to.
Ooh, naughty, naughty. So there were minors allowed in this chat. Here's the thing, right? I know that Discord makes you press the yes, I'm 18 disclaimer if you have a server that's marked as an NSFW, or if you have a chat or a channel in your server that's marked as NSFW, but I still see a huge issue with that. Even if you have an NSFW channel in your server that requires minors to lie to have to see it, then if you still have an NSFW channel, even in that regard, it should still be an 18 plus server. This is why I don't have an NSFW channel in my server, and I don't want to, or at least I try very hard to keep NSFW stuff out of my server, because my server isn't 18 plus. I think, and usually the way I want to see it used, these NSFW channels, is just for people who are above the age of consent, but would just rather not see that stuff and want to opt out of it. Cosmic vibes all over again. Yes, you can find the same statement in the Discord still. This was just the account name at the time of the screenshot. Okay. I see. Sheesh.
There was also his My Little Pony porn, and his liking of pornography of Narranancia, who's 17, his liking to My Hero Academia porn, his later defense of My Hero Academia porn. But they have exaggerated figures beyond belief that just doesn't match their age, which boils down to big tits. Don't believe me? During the FCK's betrayal of Ben the Looney, his argument to defend his...
Yeah, Kumu, I'm curious as to what your stance is on, like, aged-up characters in pornography.
Hypocrisy was, the porn I look at has big anime titties. Based off of that logic, if you have big tits, regardless of your age, you're now an adult.
Anyone look...
Yeah, which is, it's not how that works. I would agree.
Looking at this ought to cringe with disgust if they have any moral bones in their body.
Along with his own degeneracy, his server was way worse. The Prawn Hub chat had porn of underage characters like lollies. There were minors and adults sending sexually
No
suggestive
way it had lolicon in there.
photos of themselves in bikinis and lingerie, and sexual discussions between these adults and teenagers. One that I remember seeing was an adult telling a minor how to use a sex toy. This was all in a Discord that was supposed to be representative.
Although, if you're going to make these claims that these things happened, it would be good to screenshot them and show them, even if they have to be heavily censored. It would still be nice to see that it does indeed exist.
Underage characters like lollies. There were minors and adults sending sexually suggestive photos of themselves in bikinis and lingerie, and sexual discussions between these adults and teenagers. One that I remember seeing was an adult telling a minor how to use a sex toy. This was all
especially these discussions.
In a Discord that was supposed to be representative.
Because there's a lot that has to be proven there. The MHA NSFW in the server wasn't even aged up. They were still in their high school uniforms. Ooh. So, just saying that, oh, well, they're aged up after the fact doesn't quite cut it, then.
Of his channel and community. And there had been complaints about it, but Lucy didn't do shit. He even dodged a call set up to discuss it with some concerned members because he was busy playing fucking Terraria. He gave a fuck less about the degeneracy with his own community. It wasn't until word got out that I and a server member would be making videos discussing it. Foxton then told Lucy, and just like that, it became his top priority.
In fact, it's really suspicious that after I tried to get
What is this drawing? I'm sorry. I don't usually make fun of art. I don't usually make fun of art styles. Oh no. I'm sorry. I just love everything about this picture. And maybe it's just the art style, but it feels like the bottom half of his face got stretched out with a TikTok filter.
After I found all this information, a lot of the server was suddenly fixed. Useless channels deleted. Prawn Hub gone. All after Foxton mentioned in
damage control.
DM the word.
They had no problem with it when it wasn't in the public eye. Some I have, the rest of many people can attest to it. Fair enough, I suppose. I mean, I'm the kind of person that I take it with a grain of salt unless I can see the tangible proof of it. So I hope you don't mind me saying that I'm willing to believe it, but in order for me to say without a doubt that's true, I would have to see the proof.
On May 28th, I was added to a group chat with Foxton and Lucy. What's relevant is that he was asking what would be in my video.
Butters opening up with, so what exactly is in this video again? Everything. That's not very specific, really trying to fish for details. I'm hitting everything. Like what? You'll see. Can't spoil the fun, you know? Look, I'm really honestly done with this whole drama and whatever. It's sort of irritating. We're both people. We have better— oh, the tone change, the total change, the manipulation, the backpedaling. Yo! After all that grandstanding and all this, like, this guy is the enemy, I'm gonna lay it down, I'm gonna show him no mercy. And then when you have this information on Fuchsia Butters, they're suddenly like, why can't we just talk this out? I mean, we're both human after all. Can't we just treat each other like human beings? Oh my god, what a disingenuous piece of garbage! No fucking way. And this is only like 2 months after. 2.5, I guess you could say, bro. That's great. I kind of see your interest in actual YouTube videos based on your Scarif update video.
I said everything and that wasn't specific enough for him. Obviously, he was trying—
oh no. I know we aren't exactly friends. Probably never will be, but if you're fine with agreeing to a ceasefire of this, then I'm okay too. I've already told my server an announcement that them mass disliking your videos isn't okay, and I requested that they stop. I seriously don't want to make another video on this situation. Please, oh please don't tell everybody what I've been doing in my server, please. I'm assuming Radis in a Hattis is you. A ceasefire? Come on now. Do you really think it'll be that easy? Things were fine when I dropped my response, but no, someone tried to play Captain Kirk. Oh boy. I can tell you're really enjoying this one.
Trying to figure out whether I'd be talking about this shit in his server or not. But remember, I'm the paranoid one. When he couldn't get the specifics he wanted, Lucy asked me for a ceasefire. After accusing me—
yep, yeah. This immediately comes off as, paranoia. I could tell immediately.
Of having an ego and turning down the chance to walk away, that I was just bluffing. The mess he started had snowballed to the point even he could tell it was headed in a direction not so desirable, and now wanted a ceasefire. I thought he wanted me to come at him, that my blood would be on his hands.
Exactly. Yeah, all that vibrato out the window.
On June 6th, I uploaded content Nagasaki, Fuchsia Butters, going over some issues with—
you didn't even have to really insult her. Like, you didn't have to do all the things that she did to you to do that.
Lucy's video, Foxton's video, and then his Discord server. In Fruitcake Club fashion, instead of admitting to his fuck-ups or just shutting the fuck up, something that would have helped him a lot, he grabbed a shovel and—
the doctor, everything.
dug himself deeper, responding to my video with a Twitter thread on June 9th. I've already gone over this thread before, but with the benefit of hindsight and for the sake of encompassing—
I would like to see it, yeah.
Autism within the Fuchsia Butter chapter. I'm gonna go over it again here. I'm putting a stop to this now. I was done, but apparently he's not. Akumu made a video on me with a bunch of ridiculous claims.
You can't decide when it stops, because you're just like, I want to get the last word. No, that's not how these things work. It's not that you can just say whatever you want and then decide that it's done. Like, you know, that's not how it works.
Which I give him credit for in a comment, but the rest was a stretch. Now he's legitimately trying to cancel me. You're putting a stop to this now. Well, hold on a second. Didn't you make fun of me for saying the same fucking thing? I was trying to cancel you. Ladies and gentlemen, non-existent gender identities. Here we have a combo play. The victim card with a subtle projection. The shit he started went south, and now he's pretending to be the victim. His biggest thing he keeps trying to push is that I like, protect, or support pedophilia content. His evidence, me not noticing that someone posted lolicon in the NSFW section.
Oh, just simply not noticing. Just not noticing. It was an oopsie.
I didn't notice because I don't ever look in the NSFW channel. This is a lie, and even he admitted that I never—
You shouldn't even have an NSFW channel in a server that has minors in it. I'm just saying.
said he liked child porn in his Discord on the same day he made this twit longer. Whoops. I never said he liked pedophilia content. I said underage character porn. If he and his friends consider it the same as child porn, that's them. My evidence for it wasn't the lolicon in his server. It was his liking of Narranancia, a 17-year-old getting fucked. His defense of My Hero Academia porn.
And by definition, that's not pedophilia, but it's still underage pornography.
And his quote retweet stating "step on me" in regards to Azula, while his degenerate cesspool of a server did have lolicon in the NSFW chat, along with minors having sexual discussions with adults, and both adults and minors sharing sexually suggestive images of their own bodies. I didn't use any of the server's issues to prove that he liked porn of underage—
What? No way! What? I missed that. I totally whiffed that the first time. What?
Azula, while his degenerate cesspool of a server did have lolicon in the NSFW chat, along with minors having sexual discussions with adults, and both adults and minors sharing sexually suggestive images of their own bodies.
Okay, I thought you mentioned nudity. I thought for a second it was a lot worse.
I didn't use any of the server's issues to prove that he liked porn of underage characters. Editing Akumu here. I thought I should tell you guys a funny, ironic piece of information, just in case some of you don't watch the next episode of the series, but it will be talked about in much more detail later. A month after accusing me of accusing Lucy of liking child porn and being a pedophile, the FCK kicked Ben the Looney out of the group. 3 members, Fuchsia Butter, Toby Majestic, and Toasty Vanilla, then accused Ben of drawing child porn and being a pedophile, because he likes and draws porn of underage characters. You can't make this shit up.
We will be discussing someone who has made repeated offenses of defending, drawing, and posting CP, alright? Let's get into it. We'll start with how I came to know and meet him. Sometime after joining the Fruitcake Club, I remember someone introducing me to Ben in a VC. I was doing my Peter Griffin voice, a few Haloises here, a few freaking epics there. He was laughing. At the time, I thought he was decent, but something still felt off, so I kept my interactions with him to a minimum. I discussed MLP with him a few times in DMs, but really kinda left it at that. I admit—
Can I just say, I find it a little annoying when people make their, whether it be transgender or gay or lesbian or asexual or whatever, when they make that part of like their identity, their personality, it's like what you sexually or gender identify as is not what makes you as a person. I don't know, when people incorporate that too much into like their character design, it's just like, yeah, we get it.
admittedly ignored most of his messages and whatnot, and hadn't really heard much of him for a few months. Until the last week or so, when it was found out that he posted a completed version of a CP sketch which people in the Fruitcake Club told him not to post.
To me, it's kind of a sign that there's just not much else personality-wise there except for their identity.
Not only that, he initially took it down before. After that, I stood in the background observing as I wasn't really sure what was going on, until Toasty Vanilla and Toby informed me of everything. The fact that he's had a massive and expansive history of pedophilic actions, screenshots of him defending CP, screenshots of him posting drawn CP, etc., etc.
If you're curious on that, Fuchsia's video will be linked down below as I've re-uploaded that too. And stick around for the next episode in this series. In fact, I removed said NSFW channel when people told me about the lolicon posting in the first place. Another point he's trying to use, which he sent to Dumbsville, is that I don't think aged up My Hero Academia, R34, is child porn, because it isn't. How odd. He conveniently leaves out the fact he didn't do any of this until he was told by Foxton that two people would be making videos, me being one of them. Editing me again, but I want to add to my point. The same exact day Foxton put me and Butters in the group chat so he could ask me what my video was going to be talking about is the exact same fucking day he deleted the Pornhub chat from his Discord. Just a coincidence.
Well, hold on, I want to read that.
He could ask me what my video was going to be talking about is the exact same fucking day he deleted the
Oh no. So wait, let me see, hold on.
Foxton put me in.
Oh, it doesn't show the time. Oh, I wish it did. I wanted to know which happened first, the conversation or the post. Aw, darn. We'll never know.
Butters in the group chat so he could ask me what my video was going to be talking about is the exact same fucking day he deleted the Pornhub.
Okay, Fuchsia Butters on the exact same day. Anything I said regarding Akumu's video, please do not go through with it. Basically like, never mind! Do not mass report his channel, and I do know some of you are sub to him, dislike bombing his videos, because I see the dislikes continually go up. Just, seriously, stop doing that. It's childish. Personally, I'm just sick of the Akumu crap, and I want it all to be over with. Yeah, it's not because you're scared that your stuff is going to get revealed. Secondly, the NSFW channel is permanently removed. It's caused, way too many problems. I made a statement a while ago about how underage characters are forbidden from the channel, but people still posted it anyway. So it's gone now, and I have no intention of bringing it back. Any NSFW fan art, DM it to me as to not expose any minors to the content. Even though you were totally fine with posting NSFW in the Discord server before, even though there was the risk of exposing those minors, those very same minors, to the content. I'm sorry for all the issues that have been plaguing the server. Funny that it happens on the exact same day.
Chat from his Discord. Just a coincidence, though. He for sure deleted it when he first found out, yeah. Okay, I never said he doesn't think it's child porn either. I said he likes underage character porn, and my evidence to
Mhm.
Dumbsville was the My Hero Academia porn, which consists of minor characters. He's saying he likes underage character porn. He's not calling him a pedophile. It's calling him a weird degenerate fuck. Not
Yep.
only that, but he tried to allegedly bring up me liking femboys as a point. I shouldn't need to clarify this, but I guess I need to. Dumbsville said it himself. Femboys/traps tend to be 18 and up. I shouldn't have to defend an attraction to feminine males, except for the fact that in the porn you said you liked, Narranancia is not 18. Least obvious half-truth so far. One other thing, I never have and never will support pedophiles. Their stupid map pride bullshit is a disgusting attempt
No
at
one
trying to
said you
normalize
did.
pedophilia. They're not welcome anywhere but a therapist office or a jail cell, so stop trying to say I support those freaks.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
I never made this claim in either of my videos. He's not doing this because he has anything legitimate to say. He's doing it for fun. This screenshot is from one of his alts he used to spy on my server. Akumu, I tried to let this go, but
Rat
you're
in
seriously
a
such
hat.
a disgusting, petty, attention-craving child. When was it that you tried to let this go? The only time was when you knew I would be talking about that shit. I wonder why it was only then that you wanted to
Funnily enough, there's someone in my server called Bird in a Hat or something like that. Or maybe that's just their profile pic.
walk away. Not months before when I offered it to you. You could have avoided the entire thing, but you chose not to. This is all taking a screenshot out of context, specifically from the chat where he was begging like a dog for a ceasefire. Me stating I am having fun doesn't mean I am doing it for fun. I was and am doing it because I made a promise. I try to be a man of my word. This is all because he got himself involved, tried to fuck me over, and couldn't listen. Like the pussy that he is, the one that he oh so wishes he had. He called out to his friends for help, to dig him out of the grave he dug for himself. One other thing, his
Oh, hold on.
is the one that he oh so wishes he had. He called out to his friends for help, to dig him out of the grave he dug for himself.
Hopeless. Oh my god. At Hopeless Peaches, at Ms. Zizi, at Manga Common, at Just a Robots, at Skyjack, at Toasty Vanilla, at The Names Junkie, at Muffin Man Dan 1, at Madlibs Art, at Nezzy Monster. I'm sorry for adding you all, but I need to make sure everyone in my mutuals see this. I'm so fucking done. Please help me!
One other thing, his idiot fan base is going out and doing this. Thankfully, YouTube recognized it as spam, so I could remove it.
Whoop, hold on. What does it say? Make sure to check out the video on this dude allowing child porn and admits to liking child porn. Yeah, but didn't Fuchsia Butters criticize and mock Akumu for deleting comments that were like this? Akumu's probably gonna say that too.
Simply. Didn't you try to get onto me for deleting
Yeah,
comments
there,
when I
yeah,
deemed it making shit up about me? But when YouTube withheld comments because you deemed the comment as making shit up about you, you're thankful to remove it. He told his autistic fan base
so
to come start
thankful.
shit with me in the comments, but to be smart about it, and they sure did. Mainly seething over pronouns with entertaining tear-laced spurgfest.
As a femboy myself, I always get comments of people liking things said because it presents them as childlike, which is the possibility that you put it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the whole femboy argument. I don't care. People equating this artwork and lolicon to actual child abuse show that they don't care about the topic at all, only virtue signaling they are not morally comparable at all. I don't know, you'd have to take that up with people that actually have the energy to argue it right now.
They can still
I
be seen
don't.
to this day. Rules
I
for
don't
thee,
have
but
the-
not for
I
me.
don't-
Not only that, but he encourages
I
people
don't have the energy to argue it right now.
mischief.
We're 6 hours into a live stream. Take that up with Kumo if you wanted to argue about the ethics of fictional depictions of that stuff.
hindering me, which they're doing, which is just fantastic. It doesn't bother me unless it's deliberately on purpose, which in this case it most certainly has been.
Oh, boo-hoo! Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin. Better serious.
Just some screenshots from Alex showing just how transphobic he is. Again, Rat in the Hat was the alt.
Interesting that he starts... Is your name actually Alex? Because it's interesting that he starts using your assumingly real name. Like as if trying to really be genuine now.
He used to spy on my server. Again, cut context. The mod, Alex, started the argument with me over pronouns.
Oh,
Big shocker, server.
okay.
Again, screenshots from Alex showing
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I misunderstood. You don't have to answer that.
just how transphobic he is. Again, Rat in the Hat was the alt he used to spy on my server. Again, cut
I
context.
misread that completely.
The mod, Alex, started the argument with me over pronouns. Big shocker, and we took it to DMs. Disagreeing with you is not hatred of you or prejudice towards you. You have a fucking
Yeah,
pair,
true.
use it. Another bit about something he's trying to use all of a sudden, his age. I am now fully aware he's a minor, but I was not when I made my first
No, you were definitely aware. You were 100% aware. You fucking liar!
video. Either way, that doesn't excuse the slander that he's trying to throw my way. The slander I was throwing your way. The irony speaks for itself. Now let this be a lesson we can all learn from. If you're going to lie, don't be so fucking bad at it, and don't lie about something so easily disprovable. He claimed that he didn't know I was a minor when he made his video, that he became aware around the time he made this thread. But in his video, he said I was the most paranoid child on the internet, and made the exact same joke Ponder, Nessie Monster, and ZZ made about me needing to stay in school.
Guess what? I lied, asshole.
On March 17th, 5 days after his video, someone in his Discord said, "You are both dumb fucking kids online." He replied,
And technically, he's the only kid! Motherfucker.
Technically, he's the only kid. May 18th, in Foxton's collaboration video, he kept calling me kid and little boy.
You replied,
Yeah, sorry, Akumu. I'm sorry about the delay. I'm just dumb. Sorry.
Do fucking everything
I know.
like an insecure little child.
Who brought up the timeline?
What information did I withhold, little boy?
know.
Next time this fucking little boy says I ended it. It's so...
Exactly.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Sorry, kid, but we're gonna use you.
What a load of shit, and his audience was so fucking retarded that they ate it up, and not a single art
course they
commentator
did.
got involved. Where was the accountability they love to wave around? The point I was making with bringing up my age, the point I'm making now about these
Did anybody try, like, anybody that Fuchsia Butters tagged or anything like that, did any of them try to come to Fuchsia Butters' defense? Or try to justify it, or try to say, like, it's okay, or we understand, or anything like that? Or did a lot of them just flat out ignore it and left, essentially left Fuchsia Butters to the wolves?
art retards and their hypocrisy. It was wrong for Madame, a 20-year-old, to say the things she did about Slimmers, who was 15. Every single one of the art fucks brought up their age difference. He said that Madame verbally
I
abused
know,
her in a
right?
video, and yet he said far worse shit to someone 1 month older than Slimmers, and no one batted a fucking eye. He called me a cum chalice, scum of the earth, that I had a cum-guzzling ego, and he told me to suck his pink puke dick, all while knowing I was a minor.
Madame did technically kind of steal the art and not credit Slimmers after that was part of their agreement, and then publicly harassed and abused her verbally in a video.
Yeah, I've seen this video of yours.
And talking about someone who's
and
such
we've
an
already seen all
indescribable
this.
asshole. Big fuck nugget, smashing the scale, and unlike you, I should feel
Bandwagoning from the art commentary losers, nowhere to be seen. Almost like that community's
bottom-feeding
Hang
goblin.
on, sorry.
I'm pretty sure Madame's video wasn't nearly as verbally abusive as that was. But where was the seething from the audience and the bandwagoning from the art commentary losers? Nowhere to be seen. Almost
Yeah, there was none, because you were the target. You were the person everyone was supposed to hate.
like that community is riddled with double standards. Now I have no problem with insults and shit-talking. I thrive off of it. I engage in it. But quit being so fucking fake. Pretending to care that Slimmers was verbally abused by an adult. And then as an adult, do the same fucking thing. Pretending to care when mean things are said about minors. But certain minors get
All
passed
of
on.
them.
The age gap with Madame and
Jeez.
Slimmers is clung to. And yet a group of mostly adults proceeded to target and lie about a minor. This Twitter thread was just a shitty, pathetic attempt to save his ass, resorting to lying, the same thing that got him in that position as his hope of getting him out. He couldn't accept responsibility for his own fuck-up, his own mess. However, we are sure of one thing, his retarded fucking audience ate it right up as they always do. Leave it to art commentators to start shit, and then play victim when it doesn't go their way. What a classic. Oh, and after I joined the FCK server and asked him why he lied, when he clearly knew I was a kid, when the video came out and the day he uploaded his video, he left the server. What a fucking coward. Aside from many people taking
god damn. At least you already archived it, right? Madlib said, I didn't think he was this bad. Referring to Fuchsia Butters, and Toby said she'd cancel me if I wasn't irrelevant. Did I miss something? Are they referring to you? I'm a little confused. I think I might have missed something. If you had said something in between this, it might have gotten eaten by YouTube. Madlib said, I didn't think he was this bad. Oh, I see what you're talking. Okay, God, sorry. My brain slow processing. Sorry. I see. This is them in response to, Fuchsia Butters' post in June. I see. Madlib said, I didn't think he was this bad. And Toby said she'd cancel me if I wasn't irrelevant. Okay. Junkie replied with a Doomslayer gif and said something. Also shared Ponder and Nezzy's video, of course.
taking me out of context back then, they also tried to make Lucy out to be a victim of mine. Boxafox and Dwebley are a few that come to mind. Why? Because
I saw Akumu in the chat, and I was like, oh, nope, not gonna start a fight. So, Kisarumi says he's in a server I'm in, and I wish he left already. Mr. Shearwood says Akumu, that name sounds familiar. That's what I said when I first heard your name. When Kumo was talking, I was like, wait a minute, that does sound familiar. Referring to me, okay. Sorry, Akumu, I'm slow, as you've probably figured out. It takes me a second, you just have to give me time. Went after Fuchsia Butter and Ponder Sprocket and a few others, was a transphobic and a victim-blaming piece of shit. Processing. Ding. Oh, that asshole. Now I remember. I put way too much effort into that response, I think. We don't talk about the garbage here.
I fucked with his server after he made his video, and I said things, and I dared to call him a fucking dude. Yes, because that takes precedent. That's far more worse than the fact he lied about me, lied to his audience, used a Photoshop screenshot, is a cowardly hypocrite, a degenerate that had a degenerate fucking Discord server. But because I didn't use the preferred pronouns and I dared to make fun of him, I'm the bad guy. This isn't even the end of his involvement with the FCK's antics. If you think this is good, just wait until next episode. I hope it blows up more for the sake of people being more aware of his gay shit. I can agree with that sentiment. So gang, let's get this video to blow up more for the sake of people being more aware of his gay shit.
So consider this me smashing the scale and obliterating
good
you wherever you
video.
get caught.
Of course, Doomslayer. So dumb. Wow. Wow. So, do we have any sort of time frame on when the next ones are coming out in January? Or is it just when they're done sort of situation? That was a good one. It had a lot more spice. Yeah, wow. There's some names I recognize in here. What were the comments on
This has been in the works a
this
long
one?
time,
I'm
and it's
curious.
been due a long.
Yo, what? Is that actually just a robot?
Let's sing a song, yeah?
I think. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, just a robot says wow, just wow. I'm surprised Jar left a comment. Do you intend to make a video on the subject or no? Just a robot says, I'm going to see where it goes for now, but I'll think about it. As in a response to these videos? My stream! Let's fucking go! I did go back and watch the rest of your stream. Just a robot says... Oh, wait, hold on. I know it's... Oh god. I can't read. It's 6 hours in. I cannot read. I know it's, up to you for... I know it's, up to you. This is why punctuation is important. I know... Oh, god damn it. I know it's, up to you for the final decision, but I do hope you decide to do so. A larger content creator like yourself is really the only one who can hold Ponder accountable. Akumu, no matter how great of a video, simply does not have the audience size to impact, well, anything. Josaro says, don't get me wrong, I have my own problems with Ponder. Oh. What? I did not know that there was drama between Just a Robot and the art commentary community. I did not know. I did not know that they had a falling out. Interesting. Jar says, don't get me wrong, I have my own problems with Ponder, but I've been fight the art community, the art commentary community for years now, and I'm pooped. Interesting. I had no idea. Akumu did nothing wrong. I feel like this is starting to go in a good direction, Akumu. These have been great videos so far. Like, I know, like, half of it is you kind of, not necessarily doing a victory lap, but really, like, the finality, you can really feel it in this. A video on Mad Libs is in editing, Ponder Part 2 is in editing, then a Toby episode, then another on the server. I think tomorrow I might try to find some videos to refreshen myself on the Toby drama, because I feel like it's pretty relevant to, like, the FCK stuff as a whole, and I've only heard about it in passing without really knowing much of anything. I did a little tomfoolery with them too. Also, my cat wants my attention, so that is my cue to leave. But yeah, these have been really great videos so far. I'm excited to see where this goes, and it's clear you worked very hard on them, so good job. And I'm glad that you took the time to share some information with me, because wow. Cat, yeah, Mitzi is probably hungry. But yeah. Wow. Yeah, but good job. It's genuinely impressive, the effort that's gone into this. That's all I can say. But I'm tired, and I would like to go and spend some me time, you know, take care of my cat, and then go to sleep. So, but I'll see you guys again tomorrow, and I'll probably try to find something on the Toby drama just to refresh myself, and then, or, you know, do something else. Like, play some more Satisfactory or something. Alright. And... Alright, I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Be there and be square. I guess. I guess that's my new catchphrase.